Chapter 2406. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Just as Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi's hearts sank to the bottom, Rongbo looked at them and opened his mouth. As long as all of you kick Duan Ling Tian out of this small group, I won't kill all of you. Don't worry. Even if all of you kick Duan Ling Tian out of this small group, he won't be able to take revenge on all of you. This is because Feng Man and I will join forces to kill him. As he finished speaking, Rongbo looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes emitted an extremely cold light that was like a sword. Naturally, in his heart, he had already sentenced all four of them, including Duan Ling Tian, to death. The reason he did this was because he wanted to let Duan Ling Tian feel the feeling of being abandoned before he died. Even if Wang Shi and the other two asked Duan Ling Tian to leave the small group, he did not intend to let them go. When Wang Shi and Lu Xia heard Rongbo's words, they could not help but feel conflicted. Rongbo's words were too harsh. However, when they thought about how Rongbo would kill them if they did not kick Duan Ling Tian out of the small group, they could not help but feel frightened. Everyone was afraid of death, and they were no exception. If they could avoid death, they would not choose to die. What nonsense! Unlike Wang Shi and Lu Xia who were conflicted, Zhang Yi calmly replied to Rongbo's threat. In other words, he was implying that he would not allow Duan Ling Tian to leave their group. When Rongbo finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes fell on Wang Shi, Lu Xia, and Zhang Yi. He saw Wang Shi and Lu Xia's hesitation and uncertainty. He saw Zhang Yi's determination in his eyes. When he saw Zhang Yi's reaction, he could not help but smile. Zhang Yi is a good person. He's worth befriending. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian completely acknowledged Zhang Yi as a person. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely help. However, Zhang Yi would never have thought that this would happen. Many years later, every time he thought of the decision he made at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he made this decision. It was precisely because of this decision that he would be able to shine brightly with Duan Ling Tian's help in the future. In the past, although his talent was not bad, he was not considered the best in the Celestial Masters sect. Many good things did not come to him. You're courting death. Zhang Yi's decision infuriated Rongbo. Rongbo narrowed his eyes as killing intent flashed in his eyes. His celestial origin energy and saint origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Rongbo was enveloped by a flame-like saint qi, causing his momentum to soar. His aura had also locked onto Zhang Yi in an instant. Die! Suddenly, Rongbo let out a roar as his saint qi soared, causing his robes to bulge as if they were being blown by a gust of wind. Boom! 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 The next moment, accompanied by a series of thunder-like sounds of breaking the air and air exploding, Rongbo's figure moved as if he had turned into a cannonball, shooting directly toward Zhang Yi. As soon as he made his move, he went for the kill. Whoosh! Zhang Yi didn't expect that Rongbo would attack him directly, causing his expression to change slightly. Pushing his saint qi, Zhang Yi's figure flickered as he tried to avoid Zhang Yi's attack. However, the moment he moved, he realized that Zhang Yi was already right in front of him before he could even move his body. Am I going to die here today? At this moment, Zhang Yi was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. However, even though he was in despair, he did not regret the decision he had made earlier. Putting aside the fact that he already knew Rongbo would not let Duan Ling Tian live regardless of whether he kicked him out of the group or not. Even if he did not see through Rongbo's intention, he was not the kind of person who would be forced by others to live. Ha! Just when Zhang Yi thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. Immediately after, a hand grabbed his shoulder and lifted him into the air, making him feel as if he was riding on the clouds and riding on the mist. Duan Ling Tian? He did not need to think to know who had saved him. When the person who lifted him into the air stopped, he saw Duan Ling Tian standing beside him. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. You angered Rongbo because of me. You don't have to thank me. Duan Ling Tian smiled and shook his head in response to Zhang Yi's gratitude. How is this possible? At this moment, Rongbo, who missed his target, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a grave expression. Your speed. How's it possible for you to be so fast? Although he did not use his movement martial tactic or divine ability earlier, Duan Tian was still fast. Even if he had used his movement martial tactic and divine ability, he still could not compare to Duan Tian's speed. You're really fast. Unknowingly, Feng Man had arrived beside Rongbo and was looking at Duan Tian from afar. Your speed is almost as fast as my full speed. However, you'll definitely die if Rongbo and I join forces today. Feng Man's eyes were filled with killing intent when he spoke. I almost forgot, Feng Man, you're good at speed. After witnessing Duan Tian's speed, Rongbo knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Tian. Although he was also an eminent celestial like Duan Tian Tian's speed was much faster than his. Even if he could not defeat him, he would still be able to escape. It was precisely because of this that his expression was so unsightly earlier. However, when he heard Feng Man's words, he remembered he had a helper. Moreover, this helper was an eminent celestial who was good at speed. Duan Tian, so what if you've saved him? Rongbo looked at Duan Tian with a mocking smile on his face. You can't even protect yourself now, and yet, you still have the time to care about other people's lives. Won't he still die after you die? In my opinion, you're just wasting your time. Is that so? Duan Tian remained calm when he heard Rongbo's mocking words. It was as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. The smile on Rongbo's face froze when he saw Duan Tian's nonchalant expression. Rongbo was thoroughly enraged. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Man. Both of us will join forces and kill him. As long as we kill him, the treasure vault that contains the inheritance or clues of a great overarching golden celestial will belong to the two of us. As soon as Rongbo finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged again. His strength as an eminent celestial was completely revealed. All right. Feng Man's emotions surged when he heard Rongbo's words. He moved his hands, and a majestic energy coiled around his body like dragons, making him look like a god of war. Humph! Faced with Rongbo and Feng Man who were glaring at him menacingly, Duan Tian snorted. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword looked sparkling and translucent, as if it was a puddle of spring water. You're using a weapon? Don't you know that at our level of cultivation, weapons from the mundane realms are no longer of any help to us? Rongbo could not help but laugh when he saw Duan Tian taking out a sword. To a bodiless celestial, weapons from the mundane realm were a burden. For eminent celestials, weapons from the mundane realms might not be a burden, but they were still dispensable. For this reason, Rongbo laughed disdainfully when he saw Duan Tian taking out a sword. How do you know? Duan Tian said indifferently as soon as Rongbo finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 meridians. The saint origin energy that was mixed with celestial origin energy surged into Duan Tian's right hand that was holding the sword before it surged into the sword in Duan Tian's hand. My sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duan Tian asked again as his saint origin energy surged into the sword in his hand. As Duan Tian's words soared up from the sword in his hand, a light that was like a scorching sun appeared. At the same time, it stung Rongbo and Feng Man's eyes as it continuously reverberated in their ears. How do you know my sword is a weapon from the mundane realm? Duan Tian's words rang in Rongbo and Feng Man's ears. The sword in Duan Tian's hand that shone brightly like the sun emitted a peerlessly fierce aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. As soon as Rongbo and Feng Man sensed this aura, their expressions changed. A celestial supreme treasure. In the next moment, the two of them cried out in unison as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, they finally regained their senses. The aura emanating from Duan Tian's sword was no longer the aura of a weapon from the mundane realm. This was because they sensed danger from the sword. It was impossible for a weapon from the mundane realm to possess such an aura. In that case, there was only one possibility. Duan Tian's sword was not a weapon from the mundane realm. It was a weapon from the Devata realms. Weapons from the Devata realms were also known as celestial supreme treasures. A celestial supreme treasure. Rongbo's and Fengman's exclamations stunned Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia for a moment. Duanling Tian, who had kept a low profile throughout their journey, actually possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Run. Chapter 2407. As eminent celestials, Rongbo and Fengman knew the strength of eminent celestials very well. If they joined forces, they would be able to defeat an eminent celestial under normal circumstances. The reason it was said to be under normal circumstances was due to unusual circumstances. If he encountered an eminent celestial who had mastered a divine ability from a Devata realm or possessed a weapon from a Devata realm that was superior to a Devata realm's divine ability or weapon from a Devata realm, a celestial supreme treasure. However, their opponent, an eminent celestial, happened to possess a celestial supreme treasure. Under such circumstances, even if there were two more eminent celestials, they would not be able to defeat their opponent, let alone the two of them. If an eminent celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, his attack would be comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. If it was a high-grade celestial supreme treasure, his attack might even be stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Run! For this reason, when Rongbo and Fengman realized the sword in Duanling Tian's hand that looked like a pool of spring water was a celestial supreme treasure, they no longer had any intention of killing Duanling Tian. Boom! Boom! Almost as soon as Rongbo and Fengman thought of running away, their celestial origin energy and saint origin energy soared like two clouds, causing the void to tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, Rongbo and Fengman moved and fled in two different directions at an extremely fast speed. Trying to escape? When he saw Rongbo and Fengman fleeing, Duanling Tian's face revealed a mocking smile that was neither fast nor slow. In the next moment, he let go of the celestial sword in his hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! The brief whistling of the sword resounded, and it was like the sound of death when it entered the ears of everyone present. When Rongbo and Fengman made their escape, Duanling Tian cast the technique, the sword-wielding art, that was given to him by the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Although Duanling Tian did not use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase the strength in his body, it was still not enough. Even so, with his strength as an eminent celestial, the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and the celestial sword in his hand, he could easily unleash an attack that was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the air like a meteorite from outer space, and also like a flying immortal from outer space. The moment the sword was drawn, the entire world seemed to be overshadowed by it. It was as if the focus of the entire world was gathered on this sword. No! A mournful cry of despair rang out. It was Rongbo who heard the sound of a sword whistling behind him. He sensed danger and could not help but cry out. And this cry was destined to be the last sound he left in this world. Poochie! This was because in the next moment, the sword that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky had already pierced through the back of his head and came out from between his eyebrows. It instantly crushed his soul, making it impossible for him to survive. Whoosh! After the immortal sword that tore through the sky as if it was assisted by the gods killed Rongbo, it continued to charge towards Fengman at lightning speed. Run! Run! This was the only thought left in Fengman's mind. Rongbo? However, when he heard Rongbo's scream that stopped abruptly, his face turned pale again. He faintly realized that Rongbo had most likely died. Damn it! Damn Rongbo! If you didn't call me, I wouldn't have come. Legacy left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? If I knew there was such a malefic existence, I wouldn't have cared about it. At the same time, Fengman began to curse Rongbo's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, and put all the blame on Rongbo. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten in the beginning. He had wanted to kill Duanling Tian and the others so that he and Rongbo could monopolize the inheritance or clues left behind by great overarching golden celestial. No. When Fengman sensed the terrifying sword chi behind him, his hair stood on end. A look of despair appeared on his face. He could not help but cry out in unwillingness. Spurt. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not escape death. In just a blink of an eye, Fengman followed in Rongbo's footsteps. 2 eminent celestials were killed in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian killing them was as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. Swoosh! When the scythe-like celestial sword returned to Duanling Tian's hand, Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses and looked at Duanling Tian again, it was as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It did not cross their minds at all. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who had kept a low profile and was approachable to possess such terrifying strength. He had killed 2 eminent celestials in just a blink of an eye. The eminent celestials who could enter the beyond heaven's secret zone were all below the age of 100. Even in the large mundane realms, they were considered peerless geniuses. However, Duanling Tian had killed 2 eminent celestials in just one go. Rongbo said that there are only 7 eminent celestials below the age of 100 in the large mundane realm, the Skyline realm. However, Duanling Tian managed to kill 2 eminent celestials who were younger than 100 years old with just a swing of his sword. Zhang Yi was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duanling Tian again. Duanling Tian. He's actually so strong? Lu Xia was shocked when she saw Duanling Tian's strength. However, when she looked at Duanling Tian with an excited expression on her face, she could clearly sense the aura emanating from Duanling Tian. This aura was not only directed at her, but it was directed at Wang Shi as well. At this moment, Wang Shi could also sense Duanling Tian's aura. He could not help but smile wryly. It seems like our hesitation has widened the gap between us and him. Wang Shi was filled with regret. However, he knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world. I can only hope that Duanling Tian will allow Lu Xia and me to enter the treasure vault that contains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Wang Shi was slightly anxious. He was not worried Duanling Tian would kill them to prevent them from getting a share of the loot. Throughout their journey, he could tell what kind of person Duanling Tian was. Duanling Tian was the kind of person who would not attack unless he was attacked. Unless Wang Shi and Lu Xia wanted to harm him, Duanling Tian would not attack them. However, Wang Shi was not certain. He wondered if Duanling Tian was still willing to enter the treasure vault with them. Duanling Tian, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lu Xia apologized to Duanling Tian with an embarrassed expression on her face. Brother Ling Tian, I'm sorry. When Wang Shi saw Lu Xia apologizing to Duanling Tian, he quickly followed suit and apologized as well. He only hoped that Duanling Tian would be magnanimous and continue to explore the treasure vault with them. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to me. Duanling Tian shook his head when he heard Lu Xia and Wang Shi's apologies. He smiled faintly and said, Also, you don't have to worry. I'll still enter the treasure vault with you. Duanling Tian said as he looked at the misty valley beneath his feet. After all, if you didn't discover this place, I wouldn't have come here. I owe you a favor. Therefore, I'll do my best to help you once we enter the treasure vault. Duanling Tian added. Wang Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duanling Tian's words. As a woman, Lu Xia could sense the distance between them from Duanling Tian's words. Of course, she also knew that this was normal. Moreover, Duanling Tian was being very kind by doing this for them. She and Wang Shi did not expect Duanling Tian to treat them the way he treated Zhang Yi. Duanling Tian. A hint of admiration could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he saw how kind Duanling Tian was. However, he soon recalled something, and his expression turned solemn. I don't know about Fengman, but Rongbo is an outstanding disciple from a powerful sect in the Skyline realm. Now that you've killed him, I'm afraid the powerhouses in his sect already know about it. In fact, the mirror image of you killing him has most likely appeared in front of the powerhouses in his sect. A hint of worry could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. The Saint Province realm was not the only small mundane realm that possessed something similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. In fact, in the large mundane realm where Zhang Yi and the others were from, there were a few things similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. Some of the talismans could even be fused with one's body, making it impossible for others to detect or seize them. It's fine. Duanling Tian looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head with a smile. They don't know me anyway. So what if they know I killed Rongbo? Do you think they'll be able to find me in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? I'm afraid they'll find out about your origin through the people from the same mundane realm as you. Then, they'll enter your mundane realm to seek revenge. Zhang Yi said with a hint of fear in his voice. Zhang Yi said with a fearful expression. Some people are capable of doing anything. Moreover, according to what Rongbo said earlier, he seems to be the nephew of the sect leader of the sect he belongs to. Chapter 2408. You don't have to worry about that. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. In the mundane realm where I'm from, only a few of my fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, you don't have to worry about them guiding Rongbo's people to seek revenge on me. This time, only a few people from the Seven Absolute sect had managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Even if news of him killing Rongbo spread, the sect behind Rongbo might not be able to find him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, let alone learn about the location of the Saint Province realm through a member of the Seven Absolute sect. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Zhang Yi shocked, but even Wang Shi and Lu Xia were shocked as well. According to Duan Lingtian's words were true. In the mundane realm where he was from, only a few of his fellow disciples managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm was the last one to appear and be used? Zhang Yi asked in surprise. I don't know if the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from my Saint Province realm was the last one to appear and be used. However, after the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was used, I managed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone through the entrance that appeared. Duan Lingtian's attitude was completely different when he spoke to Zhang Yi. He did not hide anything from Zhang Yi. Although Wang Shi and Lu Xia were envious of Zhang Yi, they knew it was useless for them to be envious of Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi had stood up for Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was in danger. That's right. Zhang Yi nodded. Before the last key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone appears and is used, even if the other 4 keys are used, only a sealed entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone will appear. Only when the last key appears will the seals on the entrances that appear after the other 4 keys are used be removed. Zhang Yi nodded. I see. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's confusion was immediately resolved. As it turned out, he was still wondering why he was able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone as soon as he used the key. Could it be that the people from the other 4 mundane realms also used the keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone at the same time? Now, it seemed that the people from the other 4 mundane planes had already used the keys. It was just that before the last key was used, the entrance that they opened was temporarily sealed. No wonder so many people came from the other mundane realms. As it turns out, the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone have already appeared. Under such circumstances, as time goes by, more and more people will find out about the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. 1 person will spread to 10, 10 will spread to 100, and 100 will spread to 1,000. As for keeping secrets, they were nothing in the face of the river of time. For example, if someone discovered the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone or obtained the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it would be impossible for them to escape. If the seal had not disappeared when they were about to ascend to a transcendent realm, they would have told their descendants about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, it was best to keep the goodies within the family. As time went by, keeping secrets would become a joke in the face of the river of time. In fact, it was exactly as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Currently, the mundane realm with the most people entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone was the mundane realm where the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was first used. As time went by, more and more people from the mundane realm learned about the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, as soon as they heard that the seal on the entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone had disappeared, they immediately rushed to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Let's go in, Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Yi as he looked at the valley shrouded in fog beneath his feet. As for Wang Shi and Lu Xia, he did not look at them at all. All right. Zhang Yi nodded. He looked at Wang Shi and Lu Xia before he called out to them. Wang Shi, Lu Xia, let's go together. Wang Shi and Lu Xia were feeling awkward because Duan Lingtian did not invite them. When they heard Zhang Yi's words, They looked at Zhang Yi gratefully before they followed Duanling Tian and descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the four figures disappeared into the valley shrouded in fog. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and the others were entering the valley that restricted bodiless celestials. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, an old man who was traveling in the desert suddenly had a horrified expression on his face. Whoosh! The old man hastily stopped in his tracks and took out a few fragments from his bosom. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the fragments were a soul pearl. This is Rongbo's soul pearl. The old man's expression changed drastically. Who is it? Who dares to kill the most outstanding young disciple in Li Yan's sect? This old man was a bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm where Rongbo was from. Apart from that, he was also a bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect. Although he and Rongbo were not related by blood, he was still a bodiless celestial. However, as a bodiless celestial of the Li Yan sect and an old ancestor of the Li Yan sect, he could not help but feel enraged when he learned that the most outstanding disciple of the Li Yan sect had been killed. After all, it was rare for a disciple as outstanding as Rongbo to appear in Li Yan's sect. However, Rongbo had been killed. At the same time, several people in other places in the Beyond Heaven secret zone discovered Rongbo's soul pearl had shattered. Among these people, there were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. However, all of them were bodiless celestials from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. It's this purple-clad young man. At the same time, the strongest bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone saw a mirror image that was constantly changing. It was the scene of Duanling Tian killing Rongbo. At this moment, the strongest bodiless celestial from the Li Yan sect deeply imprinted Duanling Tian's face in his mind. A group of loose immortals from the Li Yan sect in the Skyline realm were enraged by Rongbo's death. They swore to find the person who killed Rongbo, Feng Man, was killed. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a group of bodiless celestials from the Skyline realm, or to be more precise, a group of bodiless celestials from another large sect in the Skyline realm, discovered that Feng Man's soul pearl had shattered. Similar to Rongbo, all the bodiless celestials from Feng Man's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone possessed Feng Man's soul pearl. However, the strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect was the only one who was able to see Feng Man's death through the mirror image. I don't care who you are. How dare you kill a peerless genius from my sect? You'll definitely die. When the strongest bodiless celestial from Feng Man's sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone looked at the purple-clad young man in the mirror image, he let out a cold cry that seemed to come from the depths of hell. At this moment, Duanling Tian was unaware that the bodiless celestial from the Yen sect had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The strongest bodiless celestials from the two sects in Skyline Realm, who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, were watching him. Naturally, not to mention Duanling Tian was unaware of this. Even if Duanling Tian knew, he would not care. It was just as he had said to Zhang Yi earlier. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was so big that the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man might not be able to find him. Moreover, even if the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man knew he was from the Saint Province realm, they would not be able to find the entrance to the Saint Province realm. For this reason, Duanling Tian was not worried at all. Moreover, even if Duanling Tian encountered the people behind Rongbo and Feng Man, would he be afraid of them? After all, Duanling Tian was not afraid of a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword in his hand. Moreover, this was only his current strength. Who dared to say that his strength would not improve further in the following period of time? Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Swoosh! A beautiful figure flew out from the desolate mountain. The moment she appeared, she seemed to cause everything around her to lose its splendor. The owner of this beautiful figure was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Although she looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, her aura was otherworldly, as though she was a celestial who had descended from the heavens. The woman had long black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was so perfect that one would not be able to look away. Her figure was graceful and perfect, and each of her movements gave people an extreme sense of beauty. What a beautiful woman! Whether it's her appearance, her figure, or her movements, they're all flawless. I wonder if she's from the Yen Huang realm? Not far away, there were two young men staring blankly at the woman flying through the air. After a short while, Their eyes shone with a bright light again. It was a desire to possess her. Swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, the two of them flew forward and blocked the woman's path. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone after Duanling Tian. Kerr had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year. During this time, she had been searching everywhere for her husband, Duanling Tian, and the members of the Seven Absolute sect. However, her search was to no avail. Seeing two young men suddenly appearing in her path and blocking her way, even Xueqi, who was known for her good temper, could not help but frown. She appeared to be a little impatient. Chapter 2409. Beautiful Lady. One of the young men who blocked Kerr's path took the lead and said to Kerr, "The Beyond Heaven secret zone is filled with danger. The more people we have, the better. Coincidentally, the two of us are looking for a companion to support each other in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. What do you think, young lady?" Although the other young man did not speak, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Kerr. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in traveling with you." Although Xueqi's temper was good, her patience had long been exhausted in the past half a year. Therefore, when she opened her mouth, her tone was cold and unapproachable. The two young men were not surprised to hear Kerr's words. The young man who did not speak earlier looked at Kerr and asked, "May I know if you're from Yanhuang realm like us?" Naturally, the reason he asked this question was to get closer to her. In his opinion, if the woman in front of him was also from Yanhuang realm, he would be able to draw their relationship closer by saying that. Yanhuang realm. Over the past 6 months, although there were many people who tried to strike up a conversation with Xueqi and were rejected by her, there were also many who claimed to be from Yanhuang realm. This was the first time Xueqi had met someone who claimed to be from Yanhuang realm. The two young men's eyes lit up when they heard Xueqi muttering the words Yanhuang realm. "Do you know planet Yanhuang?" At this moment, Xueqi's voice was transmitted into the ears of the two young men. "Of course." One of the young men took the lead and said, "Planet Yanhuang is one of the cultivation planets in Yanhuang realm. Although my inheritance doesn't originate from planet Yanhuang, I've heard of it." "That's right. Planet Yanhuang is located at..." The other young man chimed in and told them everything he knew about planet Yanhuang. At this moment, they were almost certain the lady before them was from Yanhuang realm. If she wasn't from Yanhuang realm, why would she suddenly mention Yanhuang planet? After all, it was almost impossible for someone who was not from Yanhuang realm to know about planet Yanhuang. As for why the woman had asked about planet Yanhuang, they guessed that she wanted to confirm if they were really from Yanhuang realm. Their detailed narration was to prove that they were indeed from the Yanhuang realm. Alas, they did not expect this. The woman in front of them had asked about planet Yanhuang not because she was from Yanhuang realm. It was because her husband, Duanling Tian, had transmigrated from planet Yanhuang to the Saint Province realm. As the person closest to Duanling Tian, Kerr had learned about his past life from Duanling Tian. For this reason, when she heard about Yanhuang realm, she could not help but ask about planet Yanhuang. Based on what they said, the planet Yanhuang they were talking about is indeed the planet Yanhuang where Brother Tian lived in his previous life, which is also Earth. After listening to the two young men from Yanhuang realm, Kerr realized the planet Yanhuang they mentioned was Earth where her husband was from in his past life. In other words, as long as I can find the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from Yanhuang realm, I'll be able to enter Yanhuang realm and return to Earth where Brother Tian was from in his past life? Kerr's heart skipped a beat when she thought about this. It had been half a year since Kerr entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She knew she was not in the Sword Saint secret zone, but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from her and the people from the Seven Absolute sect, there were also people from 4 other mundane realms who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The other 4 mundane realms were all large mundane realms. Apart from that, she also knew the other 4 mundane realms each had an entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone that allowed people to freely travel between the Beyond Heaven secret zone and the other 4 mundane realms. Brother Tian will definitely be happy if he finds out about this. Moreover, it has been half a year since we entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Perhaps, Brother Tian already knows about this. Kerr thought to herself. Whoosh. After regaining her senses, Kerr glanced at the 2 young men in front of her indifferently before she moved around them and continued to move forward. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two young men's expressions changed when they saw Kerr's actions. They immediately moved and blocked Kerr's path again. I've already said that I'm not interested in traveling with you. Kerr's expression darkened when she was blocked by the two young men again. Even if you're not interested in traveling with us, you should at least play with us before you leave. At this moment, the two young men had completely taken off their hypocritical masks. Their eyes revealed undisguised lust as they sized up Xueqi without the slightest bit of fear. Swoosh. Kerr's expression changed when she saw the two young men's brazen and profane gazes. It was as though a layer of frost had covered her face. At the same time, Kerr's body emitted an aura that kept people at bay. At this moment, Xueqi seemed to have transformed into an ice goddess. She was lofty and inviolable. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, a wave of invisible energy swept out from Xueqi's body. The air around her began to tremble as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. It was so earth-shattering that it seemed as though it could annihilate all sounds. A powerful aura extended from Xueqi's body and shrouded the two young men in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, barf! Accompanied by two cries in unison, the two young men were unable to withstand the aura that extended from Xueqi's body. At the same time, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces also became incomparably pale, as if they had turned into a piece of white paper. The aura was still increasing. The two young men, after spitting out a large mouthful of blood at the same time, did not have the time to completely recover. The pressure on their bodies seemed to have increased by a lot in an instant. The increase was so exaggerated that it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. In an instant, the two of them, who had originally straightened their backs, were simultaneously bent, bodiless celestial. At this moment, the two young men's hearts skipped a beat as the same thought appeared in their minds. They were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Only a bodiless celestial would be able to pressure them to this extent. Moreover, this person was not an ordinary bodiless celestial. At this time, if they still didn't know that they had kicked an iron plate, then they would have lived in vain for nearly 100 years. Spare us, celestial maiden. We failed to recognize Mount Tai. Spare us, celestial maiden. The two young men quickly begged for mercy when they realized the woman before them was a powerful bodiless celestial. Their voices trembled when they begged for mercy. They did not know if the woman before them would spare them or not. After all, what they had done before was indeed a little too much. If the heavens gave them a second chance, they would not dare to have any evil thoughts about the woman before them, even if they were 100 times more courageous. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. At this moment, they finally understood the meaning of this saying. I've given you a chance. A moment later, the two young men heard a cold voice. As soon as the voice sounded, it immediately caused their pupils to shrink rapidly. This was because they could already smell the aura of death from this clear and cold voice. No! Just as the two of them screamed in despair, before they could even react, the invisible energy around Xueqi's body seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the two of them in one gulp. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gusts of wind blew past, and the two young men's bodies swayed, as if they had disappeared into thin air. From the beginning until the end, they did not cause much of a commotion. Only the figure of an ice goddess could be seen hovering in the air. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the chance I gave you. The second half of Xueqi's sentence was only transmitted at this moment. In fact, Xueqi had long discovered the two young men did not come with good intentions. However, when the two young men told her about Yan Huang planet, she did not intend to make a fuss about it. Therefore, she pretended not to know their intentions and continued to move forward. However, she did not expect that not only did they stubbornly block her way again, they even tore off their hypocritical masks and directly attacked her. At this moment, she no longer held back. Since the last time, my strength has been increasing rapidly. I'm afraid I'm not any weaker than a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial now, right? Xueqi muttered to herself as she lowered her head and looked at her right hand. However, compared to my strength in my past life, it's like a drop in the ocean. It's not worth mentioning at all. Currently, Xueqi was able to recall many things from her past life by combining the fragments of her memories. My cousin's memories are still blurry. However, at this rate, it won't take long for me to recall my past life. Ker thought to herself. It doesn't matter who I was in my past life. In this life, I'm Ku-er, Brother Tion's wife, and Si-ling's mother. Nobody and nothing can change this. I won't allow anyone or anything to change me. Chapter 24:10. I wonder where Brother Tion is right now. After regaining her senses, Ker once again embarked on the road to find her husband. She was not interested in anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, including the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, even though she hadn't fully recovered her memories from her previous life. However, she already knew what was going on. The so-called great overarching golden celestials were like ants in front of her when she was at her peak in her previous life. Even a little maid by her side in her previous life could kill a golden immortal with a flip of her hand. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware that Ker's current strength was comparable to a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not even know Ker had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Currently, Duanling Tian, Zhang Yi, Wang Shi, and Lu Xia were exploring the valley that was shrouded in fog. Nothing could be seen from the outside of the canyon, but it was extremely dangerous inside. It was fine at first. With Duanling Tian's strength, he could easily take care of Zhang Yi and the other two. But in the end, the danger increased several times in an instant. The sudden danger did not allow Duanling Tian time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Even when he activated the celestial sword in his hand and performed the body and sword as one technique from the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was only able to save Zhang Yi and Lu Xia's lives. Wang Shi was killed directly. I was too careless. After leaving the immortal sword and reappearing, Duanling Tian looked at Wang Shi's corpse and couldn't help but sigh. Even if he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, half a breath earlier, he would still be able to deal with the sudden danger. However, how could he have imagined that the danger would soar several times in the next moment? This was completely illogical. Duanling Tian, you tried your best. Wang Shi, he won't blame you. Lu Xia looked at Wang Shi's body and felt a lingering fear. She didn't forget to comfort Duanling Tian. Try my best. Duanling Tian could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Lu Xia's words. Did he try his best? Of course not. If he had tried his best, Wang Shi wouldn't have died. Of course, although he didn't try his best, it didn't mean he didn't want to save Wang Shi. Instead, it was because he did not have time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he was in danger. Otherwise, with his strength increased by 2 levels, it would be easy for him to deal with the danger. That checkpoint just now was too scary, right? If it's an ordinary half-step celestial, it would take at least 8 to 10 of them to pass through, right? Zhang Yi, who was standing at the side, could not help but feel a lingering fear. Perhaps Zhang Yi was now familiar with the Duanling Tian, and he was no longer as inarticulate as before. Of course, rather than saying that he was dull before, it was better to say that he was introverted and taciturn. I don't need that much. Duanling Tian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Do you remember the third obstacle we encountered? After we pass that obstacle, if we're not in a hurry to leave, we'll be able to comprehend one of the joint offensive formations recorded there. As long as 3 half-step celestials spend some time to master that joint offensive formation, it won't be difficult for them to pass the obstacle we encountered earlier. Duanling Tian said. Are you talking about the stone tablet on the shore of the illusory lake that appeared in the third obstacle? Zhang Yi asked after a moment of recollection. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. There's indeed a joint offensive formation recorded on that stone tablet. Moreover, that joint offensive formation is the perfect counter to the obstacle we encountered earlier. With that joint offensive formation, we'll be able to pass through it. Trick. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, it was as though he was looking at a monster. Duanling Tian, you didn't use any tricks to protect Lu Xia and me when we passed through the trial. Duanling Tian said. The strength you displayed earlier was even stronger than when you killed Rongbo and the others. You used the most direct and unyielding method to force your way through that checkpoint. Although Zhang Yi's cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, It did not affect his ability to roughly estimate the strength of Duan Lingtian's attack. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face when he finished speaking. If I'm not mistaken, not only do you have a celestial sword, but you've also mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. Apart from that, Zhang Yi could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was able to wield such strength. That kind of strength was not something an eminent celestial with a celestial sword could unleash. Swoosh. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Lu Xia turned to look at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she was curious about this as well. You can say that. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. The later stages of the sovereign heart sword that he had mastered were indeed superior to those in the mundane realms. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine ability from the Devata realms. However, the truth was he had not cast another divine ability from the Devata realms. It was his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. If he had cast the elementary devouring tactic in time, Wang Shi would not have died. As expected. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Yi thought Duan Lingtian had indirectly admitted to it. Is he really an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm? Lu Xia looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. That's all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the trial he had just passed was the last trial in the canyon. There were no more trials to pass after that. Let's look around. Perhaps there's an inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial here. Lu Xia could not help but feel excited when she realized they had passed all the obstacles in the canyon. After all, the difficulty of the last trial we just passed was extremely high. It was extraordinarily difficult. Generally speaking, the treasures hidden in such a difficult obstacle would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Xia speculated. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. You're right. Zhang Yi agreed with Lu Xia's words. However, Duan Lingtian did not agree with Lu Xia's words. That's not necessarily true. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to suspect that the difficulty of the first obstacle was too high. The reason why the difficulty of that checkpoint was several times more difficult than the previous one was most likely because of the combination of the following checkpoints. After entering this place, although he couldn't extend his divine sense, he could vaguely sense that there were several more checkpoints after passing through the first checkpoint. However, now that he had passed another obstacle, there were no more obstacles to pass. Duan Lingtian could not help but suspect this. When the last few stages were combined together, they formed the stage that he had just passed. In that case, the difficulty of the checkpoint could be explained easily. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. It was precisely because of how easy it was for him to clear the earlier stages that the latter stages were grouped together in order to increase the difficulty and become an obstacle for him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to pass the obstacle easily. Although Duan Lingtian was not a bodiless celestial, his strength was far superior to ordinary bodiless celestials. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to pass the obstacle in the treasure vault that restricted bodiless celestials. Let's look around. Even if there's no inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, there must be some clues about it, Zhang Yi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the other two began to search around. In the end, Duan Lingtian found a dilapidated compass. The compass looked ancient and weathered. With just a glance, one could tell it had existed for a long time. Although the compass was old and dilapidated, the needle on it was very nimble. Moreover, it kept pointing in the same direction. It's guiding us? Lu Xia was surprised. We don't have to look for the next treasure vault on our own. It should lead us there. Zhang Yi smiled. This is the clue? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then, he left the canyon with Zhang Yi and Lu Xia. They headed in the direction the needle on the compass was pointing to. It was the next treasure vault that Zhang Yi had mentioned. I hope the next treasure vault contains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Xia muttered to herself. Zhang Yi said, even if the next treasure vault doesn't contain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, we'll be able to find it sooner or later if we follow the clues. Of course, that's only if we don't die halfway. Zhang Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, We're searching for clues along the way to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Do you think the others have also found clues in other treasure vaults and are heading there as well? Of course. Xueqi nodded without any hesitation. As far as I know, there's only one location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every time the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone opens. The last time the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone opened, only Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It said that there were many eminent celestials who entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with Feng Qingyang. However, none of them came out alive. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Yi's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. At that time, there were many people who were not eminent celestials who entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After they came out, they said all of them were killed by Feng Qingyang and other eminent celestials while they were fighting for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 24:11. Duan Lingtian did not witness how Senior Feng Qingyang had killed so many people and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he could still imagine what had happened. Senior Feng Qingyang must have stunned the geniuses from the other 4 large mundane realms. When Senior Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial, he had mastered the 5 stages of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Even if he didn't have a celestial sword or any other divine abilities from the Devata realm, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword from Feng Qingyang, knew this very well. With Senior Feng Qingyang's strength at that time, ordinary eminent celestials were no different from cannon fodder in front of him. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi still heard his words. Zhang Yi shook his head and refuted Duan Lingtian's words. It's not that exaggerated. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was stronger than ordinary bodiless celestials before he entered the Sword Saint Secret Zone. At that time, the eminent celestials from our Saint Province realm were no different from chickens and dogs in front of him. Duan Lingtian said, "I believe you." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I've seen a letter passed down from generation to generation in the Celestial Master sect that recorded the opening of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. Although Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm didn't possess a celestial supreme treasure, he seemed to have mastered powerful divine abilities from the Devata realm. With his cultivation base, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. He knew those people must have mistaken Feng Qingyang's Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, for a divine ability from the Devata realm. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Before Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he was stronger than you." Zhang Yi had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. The first time he saw Duan Lingtian fighting was Duan's celestial sword had easily killed 2 eminent celestial sword. The second time he saw Duan Lingtian fighting was at the place where he obtained clues about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, Duan Lingtian's strength was even stronger than the strength he displayed when he killed the 2 eminent celestials. At that time, he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not just comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, it was even possible that he was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. The reason why Zhang Yi thought so was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he would have been able to discover that Zhang Yi's strength was too weak. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had used the celestial sword in his hand to cast the body and sword fusion technique from the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, his strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian did not cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to Feng Qingyang when he had just entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone and had yet to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If Duan Lingtian used his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring spell, again, his strength would be able to surpass 2 levels. He would be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Feng Qingyang when he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial because he had mastered the elementary devouring tactic, a heaven-defying assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms. Secondly, he had a celestial sword. Without the elementary devouring tactic and the celestial sword, his strength would not be comparable to Feng Qingyang. After all, he had only comprehended the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He did not know much about the fifth stage yet. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian knew Zhang Yi was unaware that his strength was comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. He was comparable to Feng Qingyang when he had not obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he did not expose Zhang Yi. However, do you think the eminent celestials in the four large realms, including our Yan Huang realm, are easy to deal with? Zhang Yi paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Most of the eminent celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the four large realms, including our Yan Huang realm, were younger than 100 years old. Some of them even possessed celestial supreme treasures and mastered powerful divine abilities from the Devata realms. Back then, among the eminent celestials who competed with Feng Qingyang from your Saint Province realm, there were some whose strength was comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course, that kind of existence is only a very small minority. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. What? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Zhang Yi's words. He did not expect the eminent celestials from the four large mundane realms would be so powerful. Did this mean they were even stronger than senior Feng Qingyang? In fact, there are many monstrous eminent celestials who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time. For example, Gao Laozhuang from our Yan Huang realm is a monstrous genius whose strength is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial even though he's only an eminent celestial. Zhang Yi continued to say, an eminent celestial is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, he's from Yan Huang realm. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Wait a second. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned strange as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Yi, don't tell me that Gao Laozhuang is related to Xueqi, the marshal of the Yan Huang realm? Xueqi, the marshal of the Tianping Empire. Xueqi was a legendary figure on Earth where Duan Ling Tian lived in his past life. Moreover, in the ancient myths and legends on Earth where Duan Ling Tian lived in his past life, Xueqi, the canopy marshal, had another identity. He was Zhu Beiji, the second senior brother in Journey to the West. Xueqi is the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect. Why you know about this as well? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Although the Gao Laozhuang sect was a powerful force in the Devata realms that was on par with the Celestial Master sect, they kept a low profile compared to the Celestial Master sect. In Yan Huang realm, apart from the cultivators from the Yan Huang planet, not many people knew about the Gao Laozhuang sect, let alone the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had already shocked him when he heard Duan Ling Tian mentioning Celestial Master Zhang, the founder of the Celestial Master sect. However, Duan Ling Tian had told him the founder's name was due to the remains of the Celestial Master sect's disciples in the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi had believed Duan Ling Tian's words. However, now that Duan Ling Tian had revealed the founder of the Gao Laozhuang sect, Xueqi, with just a few words, Zhang Yi was shocked. He even began to wonder if Duan Ling Tian was lying. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian's explanation about him knowing the name of the Celestial Master sect's patriarch was also a lie. When Duan Ling Tian saw the way Zhang Yi looked at him was getting weirder and weirder, he realized he had exposed too much. He could roughly guess Zhang Yi's thoughts at this moment. Actually, I didn't find the remains of the Celestial Master sect's disciples in the Saint Province realm. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he came up with another excuse. The reason I know about your Celestial Master sect and Gao Laozhuang's ancestor is because I accidentally obtained a legacy in the Saint Province realm. Inheritance? Zhang Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. The inheritance I obtained is from a celestial supreme treasure that I accidentally obtained in the Saint Province realm. The celestial supreme treasure is called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. There's a pagoda spirit in it who claims to be a three-legged golden crow from the Yan Huang planet. Duan Ling Tian thought of Hualao. What? Before Duanling Tian could finish speaking, Zhang Yi could not help but interrupt him in shock. Why, you said you obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded and said with great familiarity. There's a pagoda spirit in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda on the first floor. He's the 3-legged golden crow that I mentioned earlier. On the second floor, there's a sword. I think it's called the Jasper Celestial Sword. On the third floor there's... When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he was interrupted again by Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi interrupted Duanling Tian, he continued to say, on the third floor, there's the astounding god halberd. On the fourth floor, there's the universe ruler. On the fifth floor, there's the heavenly luo umbrella. On the sixth floor, there's the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. And on the seventh floor, there's the battle heaven thorn. Zhang Yi was very familiar with the celestial supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Why, you know about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Duanling Tian was shocked. Of course I know about it, Zhang Yi said with a solemn expression. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a legendary top celestial supreme treasure. It's considered an extraordinary celestial supreme treasure even in the Devata realms. Most importantly, it's a celestial supreme treasure from the Yen Huang planet, one of the cultivation planets in Yen Huang realm. It's the pride of the Yen Huang planet. Chapter 24:12. I didn't expect you, Duanling Tian, to possess the top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Zhang Yi could not help but gulp when he reached this part of his sentence. He looked like a die-hard fan in Duanling Tian's past life who had just met his idol. Duanling Tian, can you take out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and show it to me? Even if it's just a glance, it's fine. Zhang Yi looked at Duanling Tian eagerly. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. Then he sighed and said, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has been destroyed along with Hualao. What? Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. He shook his head. Impossible. That's impossible. There's no force in the mundane realm that can destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. Not many people in the Devata realms are capable of destroying it. At the very least, great overarching golden celestials aren't capable of destroying a celestial supreme treasure like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a frown, Duanling Tian, are you sure you're not mistaken? The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. It can't be destroyed so easily. This time, Zhang Yi did not doubt that Duanling Tian had really obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Put aside the fact that Duanling Tian's expression could not be faked. Duanling Tian's description of the 3-legged golden crow and celestial supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda made Zhang Yi certain Duanling Tian was not lying. It's true that there's no force in the mundane realm that can destroy a celestial supreme treasure, not even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian sighed and said, the reason the celestial supreme treasure was destroyed was because the 3-legged golden crow, Hualao, sacrificed himself to save me. Even the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was destroyed along with him. At that time, the connection between me and the 7 treasures jewel pagoda was completely severed. When Duanling Tian recalled the time when he was forcefully sent back to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint land by the Zoroastrianism, a hint of disappointment could be seen on his face. It was as though he had lost something important. 3-legged golden crow, suicide? Destroyed along with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda? Zhang Yi shook his head again. This is impossible. Even if the 3-legged golden crow was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it couldn't have destroyed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda if it wanted to commit suicide. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a top celestial supreme treasure. Even if the pagoda spirit had the strength to destroy a top celestial supreme treasure, as the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it's impossible for him to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda even if he self-destructed. This is because the moment he became the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he became an accessory of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although it's a little unpleasant to say that he's an accessory, that's the truth. Zhang Yi's words were filled with certainty. As a disciple of the Celestial Master sect in Yanhuang realm, apart from cultivating, Zhang Yi's favorite hobby was to read various ancient books and records to learn more about Yanhuang planet, the planet from which cultivation originated. Among them, he had a deep understanding of some famous celestial supreme treasures from Yanhuang planet. He also knew that some celestial supreme treasures had weapon spirits. At the same time, he also knew the relationship between weapon spirits and celestial supreme treasures. For this reason he was certain. Even if the three-legged golden crow was the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for him to destroy the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. However, at that time, the connection between me and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was broken. When Duanling Tian heard Zhang Yi's solemn words, he wanted to believe him, but he found it hard to believe. He also hoped that the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was not destroyed and that Hua Lao was fine. However, was this possible? At that time, he had clearly sensed that the connection between him and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda had been broken. Even if Hua Lao was the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for him to break the connection on his own accord. Tell me in detail what happened at that time. I think I know a little about the connection between a celestial supreme treasure and its weapon spirit. I'm sure I'm not wrong. Zhang Yi was very persistent and serious about what he had just said. Seeing Zhang Yi's seriousness, Duanling Tian immediately explained the situation and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda to Zhang Yi in detail. Now, do you still think the seven treasures exquisite pagoda is not destroyed? Duanling Tian asked Zhang Yi after he finished speaking. Of course. Even after listening to Duanling Tian's explanation, Zhang Yi still insisted on his opinion. He added, based on what you've said, as the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, the three-legged golden crow would not be able to use its power outside the seven treasures exquisite pagoda before the seven treasures exquisite pagoda is repaired. Taking a step back, even if he chose to self-destruct, it wouldn't affect anything outside of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. As for your guess that he used the destructive power of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, that's even more impossible. Although the relationship between a celestial supreme treasure and its artifact spirit is not a master-servant relationship, it's definitely a master-servant relationship. Even if the artifact spirit possesses the ability to destroy a celestial supreme treasure before it becomes an artifact spirit, it won't be able to destroy the celestial supreme treasure after it becomes an artifact spirit. Zhang Yi said, therefore, the three-legged golden crow tore open the space barrier and chose to commit suicide to destroy the seven treasures exquisite pagoda in order to send you back to the WCI subterranean is definitely impossible. But, seeing Duanling Tian frowning and wanting to say something, Zhang Yi interrupted him. Zhang Yi interrupted him and continued speaking. According to what you've said, there's only one possibility. An external force sent you back to the WCI subterranean and took away the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. That external force had the ability to forcefully sever the connection between you and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Therefore, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda and its pagoda spirit, the three-legged golden crow, are most likely still safe and sound. Zhang Yi paused and glanced at Duanling Tian before he continued. As for the three-legged golden crow's request for you to put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the other celestial supreme treasures back into the seven treasures exquisite pagoda before you were sent back to the WCI subterranean, I suspect that it did so on purpose. It did so to trick you into giving it back the celestial supreme treasures. After all, if you had not taken the initiative to return the Jasper Celestial Sword and the other celestial supreme treasures, it would not have been able to take them back. As I said earlier, the three-legged golden crow and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda have a master-servant relationship. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda is the master, and the three-legged golden crow is the servant. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he did not continue to speak. He wanted to give Duanling Tian some time to digest his words. What kind of external force could have helped me return to the WCI subterranean and take the seven treasures exquisite pagoda away? However, to Zhang Yi's surprise, Duanling Tian did not believe what he had just said. I also hope that Hua Lao and the seven treasures exquisite pagoda are safe. However, that's not realistic. Duanling Tian persisted in his opinion. And the reason for this was because Duanling Tian could not think of any external force that could have sent him back to the WCI subterranean, and allowed Hualao to trick him into giving him the Jasper Celestial Sword and the other Celestial Supreme Treasures. Moreover, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was removed from him and took the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. In his opinion, Zhang Yi had no evidence to back up his speculations. They were all blind guesses. Therefore, he did not believe it at all. Zhang Yi could not help but feel speechless when he saw that he had wasted half a day's worth of effort and saliva in exchange for such an outcome. Forget it. In the end, Zhang Yi said weakly, "It's fine if you don't believe me. In any case, this is the truth. In the future, if you have the chance to go to Yanhuang Realm, ask some knowledgeable people. You'll know that everything I said is true. At that time, you'll know that my speculations are correct." Zhang Yi said. "We'll talk about it in the future then." In fact, Duan Ling Tian had thought about believing Zhang Yi's word since there was no reason for Zhang Yi to lie to him. However, since Zhang Yi did not have any concrete evidence, he could not convince himself no matter how much he wanted to believe Zhang Yi. "I'll definitely go to Yanhuang Realm." A bright light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he added. Lu Xia, who was walking beside Duan Ling Tian, did not say a word. However, deep in her heart, she felt that Zhang Yi's speculations were correct. Nevertheless, she could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not lying. Unless she and Zhang Yi could come up with evidence, Duan Ling Tian would not believe Zhang Yi's speculations. Therefore, even though she believed Zhang Yi, she did not interrupt. She knew that it was useless for her to interrupt before she and Zhang Yi could produce concrete evidence. It was better for her to save her energy. The 3 of them continued on their journey. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian, who had calmed down, looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, you said there's an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old in Yanhuang Realm. His strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Apart from him, are there any other eminent celestials in Yanhuang Realm?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was eager to find out who his competitors were. "Of course." Zhang Yi nodded before he continued to say, "Apart from the one in the Gao clan, there's also an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old in Flower Fruit Mountain. His strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, the one in Flower Fruit Mountain is even stronger than the one in the Gao clan." Flower Fruit Mountain? Chapter 24:13. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard Zhang Yi said there was a powerful force in the Devata realms that was on par with the Celestial Master sect. Now, even the Flower Fruit Mountain had appeared. Brothers are always together when fighting a tiger. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. "Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you've heard of the Flower Fruit Mountain as well." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, it was not difficult for Zhang Yi to guess Duan Ling Tian was aware of the existence of Flower Fruit Mountain. Otherwise, why would he suddenly say the words even when fighting a tiger? One must not leave one's own brother. After all, the founding ancestor of the Gao Lao Zhuang and the founding ancestor of the Flower Fruit Mountain were brothers. Naturally, they were not brothers, they were just fellow disciples. This was because he knew Duan Ling Tian had obtained the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a supreme celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, he knew Duan Ling Tian had come in contact with Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow. For this reason, Zhang Yi was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian knew about Yanhuang Realm and planet Yanhuang. "Yes, I've heard about it from Hua Lao." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He decided to let Elder Hua take the blame for the Yanhuang Realm. According to Hua Lao, the Flower Fruit Mountain in planet Yanhuang once had an extraordinary person. That person was the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. If I'm not mistaken, the founding ancestor of the Flower Fruit Mountain should be Sun Wukong, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. "That's right." Zhang Yi nodded and continued, "Whether it is Flower Fruit Mountain or Gao Lao Zhuang, they were all on Yanhuang planet in the beginning. However, as their incense burned more and more vigorously, by the time the world energy on Yanhuang planet dried up, they had already formed their own forces. When the cultivators of planet Yanhuang left planet Yanhuang and entered the endless starry sky to find a new place to settle down, Gao Lao Zhuang and the people and monkeys of Mountain Huagua also moved away from planet Yanhuang and enter the endless starry sky with other cultivators of planet Yan Huang. Whether it's the Gao Lao Zhuang or the Flower Fruit Mountain, they're both forces that originated from Yan Huang planet and have a long history like our Celestial Master sect. In terms of foundation, some of the forces that rose in Yan Huang realm can't compare to us at all. Zhang Yi continued. Gao Lao Zhuang and Huagua Mountain each have an eminent celestial who's not even 100 years old. His strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, is there an eminent celestial under the age of 100 in the Celestial Master sect? There's one. Zhang Yi nodded. At the same time, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he said, his strength is not something an ordinary eminent celestial can compare to. However, compared to Gao Lao Zhuang and the 2 people from Mount Huagua, he's slightly weaker. However, even if he's slightly weaker, his strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly when he finished speaking. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed this change as well. He could not help but ask, you don't seem to like that person from the Celestial Master sect? Yes. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Zhang Yi did not hide his feelings. He nodded and said angrily, there's no enmity between us. However, there was one time when his younger brother cut in line to take on a task in the sect. I couldn't stand it and reprimanded his younger brother. Since then, he feels that I've wronged his younger brother, so he's always picking on me. It's fine if I don't run into him. However, if I'm unlucky enough to run into him, he'll hit me hard. Zhang Yi's words were vague as he spoke. However, no matter if it was Duan Ling Tian or Lu Xia, both of them could hear the boundless shame and humiliation in his tone. Duan Ling Tian, in particular, saw Zhang Yi's clenched fists. Zhang Yi's nails, which were not very sharp, had pierced through his palms. Drops of blood were dripping from his palms. What's his name? Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes flashed. Zhang Tingjun. Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. Zhang Tingjun. I'll remember it. Duan Ling Tian nodded and said, if I run into him later, I'll seek justice for you. Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of Zhang Yi and considered him a friend. In his opinion, Zhang Yi was not a fool. It was only right for him to stand up for his friend. There's no need for that. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi rejected his good intentions. Duan Ling Tian, I know you mean well, but I'd rather avenge myself. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. This was the reason he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the first place. All right. When Duan Ling Tian saw how determined Zhang Yi was, he did not disappoint him. He merely nodded in response and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Lu Xia. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Xia and asked, I remember the large mundane realm you're from is called Vast Cloud Realm. I wonder if there's an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old who's as strong as a bodiless celestial in Vast Cloud Realm? There was more than one eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial in Yan Huang Realm. He had a feeling that the Vast Cloud Realm where Lu Xia was from, the Skyline Realm where Rongbo and Fengman were from, and the Muro Realm where he had killed Rongbo and Fengman were from, had eminent celestials below the age of 100 whose strength was comparable to bodiless celestials. The people who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time came from 5 different mundane realms. Apart from the Saint Province realm where Duan Ling Tian was, the remaining mundane realms were Yan Huang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, Skyline Realm, and Muro Realm. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had met people from Yan Huang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, and Skyline Realm. However, he had not met people from Muro Realm yet. I wonder if there were people from Muro Realm among the people I killed when I obtained the Celestial Sword? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Previously, when he had obtained the Celestial Sword, he had been besieged by a group of people. In the end, he had killed them all. However, he did not know where they came from. However, he was certain of one thing. It was impossible for those people to be from the Saint Province realm. After all, apart from himself, there were only a few people from the 7 Absolute sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm. Perhaps after a year or so, someone else would enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone who was not from the 7 Absolute sect. However, that person was someone he was familiar with. Gonru Yan. His wife's sister. Yes. Lu Xia immediately regained her senses when she heard Duanling Tian's question. She began to introduce the eminent celestials in the vast cloud realm to Duanling Tian as though she was familiar with her family's treasures. Those eminent celestials were all eminent celestials who were not even 100 years old. Moreover, their strength was comparable to a bodiless celestial. The weakest one was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest one was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there's no eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realm you're from? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Xia and Zhang Yi after listening to Lu Xia's explanation. Not necessarily. However, as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi shook his head. The person from Flower Fruit Mountain whom I mentioned to you earlier. Although I said his strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, he's still a celestial. However, that was 10 years ago. I wonder if his strength has improved since then. In Yan Huang realm, he's most likely an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said. Comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhang Yi's words. After all, Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to his strength before he obtained the celestial sword. Then, is it possible for eminent celestials with strength comparable to 7-tribulation bodiless celestials to appear in the other 2 large mundane realms? Duanling Tian asked. Impossible. Zhang Yi shook his head as soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking. An eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial is already heaven-defying. How can an eminent celestial be comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? It's impossible for such an eminent celestial to exist. Zhang Yi's tone was firm and resolute. Eminent celestials possess celestial supreme treasures, and their strength is comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they master an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realms, it won't be a problem for them to improve their strength. If they master an offensive divine ability from the Devata realms, they'll be able to improve even further. Their strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. As for defensive divine abilities and movement divine abilities from the Devata realms, even if they master them, they'll only be able to protect themselves. They won't be able to increase their offensive strength. In other words, before an eminent celestial obtains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his offensive strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, or his speed is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial. In order to convince Duanling Tian, Zhang Yi explained his thoughts in detail. Duanling Tian was convinced by Zhang Yi's words. Just as Zhang Yi had said, his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had improved his strength by 2 steps. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was an amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. It was unlike ordinary assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms that could only improve an eminent celestial's strength by 1 step. Unless an eminent celestial has mastered multiple divine abilities from the Devata realms and obtained a top celestial supreme treasure. If that's the case, it's not impossible for an eminent celestial's strength to be comparable to a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. But this is almost impossible. Zhang Yi's voice continued to ring in the air. Chapter 24:14. Top celestial supreme treasures are extremely rare. Even among the major forces in Yanhuang realm, we've never heard of one. Apart from that, a celestial supreme treasure like that is considered a rare treasure even in the Devata realms. Zhang Yi could not help but look at Duanling Tian when he finished speaking. He knew Duanling Tian had once possessed a top celestial supreme treasure, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Unfortunately, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is no longer with you. Otherwise, you'd be able to become stronger. Zhang Yi said. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Zhang Yi continued to say, although the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda isn't an offensive top celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword and other celestial supreme treasures in it can be considered as top celestial weapons. If you have the Jasper Celestial Sword, the strength you'll be able to display will be much stronger than when you use the ordinary celestial sword. Zhang Yi's tone was full of certainty. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In fact, how could he not know what Zhang Yi was talking about? For this reason, Duan Lingtian, you don't have to worry. It's almost impossible for an eminent celestial, whose strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, to appear in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and comforted him. Even the major forces in Yanhuang realm only have 1 or 2 ordinary celestial supreme treasures at most. We don't have any top celestial supreme treasures at all. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed in relief inwardly. This meant that among the eminent celestials who had entered the beyond heaven secret zone, the strongest one was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was almost impossible for any of them to have strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. In that case, with my strength, I don't have to worry about competing with the other eminent celestials. After all, my strength far surpasses theirs. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence when he thought about this. After all, his strength was comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial now that he had the celestial sword. Compared to Senior Feng Qingyang before he obtained the inheritance of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he was 2 whole levels stronger. However, it seems like Senior Feng Qingyang's competitor was an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown as he recalled what Zhang Yi had told him before. Because according to Zhang Yi's words, the eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial seemed to have died along with the other eminent celestials. Senior Feng Qingyang, whose strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked, at that time, Senior Feng Qingyang from our Saint Province realm was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you know how he managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial under the watchful eyes of the eminent celestials, whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? I'm not too sure about that. Zhang Yi shook his head before he added, however, I have my own speculations about this matter. My speculations are similar to the speculations of many people in the history of Yanhuang realm. Let's hear it. Duan Lingtian had an eager expression on his face. Like me, many people speculate that Feng Qingyang, a sword cultivator from your Saint Province realm, managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure during his battle with the other eminent celestials. Moreover, that celestial supreme treasure might be a celestial sword. After all, Feng Qingyang is a sword cultivator. Everyone knows that Feng Qingyang's strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he's an eminent celestial. He didn't rely on any celestial supreme treasure. If he managed to obtain a celestial sword, his strength would be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that he would emerge victorious and obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Yi's words. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? The reason Duan Lingtian did not think of this was because he had overlooked the most important problem. Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was an eminent celestial. He only relied on the 5 stages of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He did not rely on any divine abilities or celestial supreme treasures. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, even if Feng Qingyang managed to obtain a divine ability, he would not be able to comprehend it immediately. However, if he managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure, he would be able to use it immediately. We've arrived? Duan Lingtian, who was traveling with his thoughts, suddenly felt the feng shui compass in his hand vibrate. Then, the needle on the compass began to spin rapidly as though it had gone mad. Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense something was amiss. He had arrived at the next stop. Could it be that the second treasure vault is in this lake? At the same time, Duan Lingtian lowered his head and discovered he was hovering above a boundless lake. The water in the lake was as calm as a flawless mirror. While Duan Lingtian was looking down at the lake, The feng shui compass in his hand began to vibrate violently again. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a wave of energy brewing in the feng shui compass. Although this energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian, once it was unleashed, it would be enough to destroy the feng shui compass. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted as he prepared to suppress the energy in the feng shui compass. However, he discovered the feng shui compass was made of some unknown material that completely blocked his energy, preventing it from entering the feng shui compass. It seems like the feng shui compass has completed its mission. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he raised his hand and tossed the feng shui compass in his hand out. In just a blink of an eye, the compass shot out and appeared 100 meters away. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi and Lu Xia, who had just regained their senses, were stunned by Duan Lingtian's action. They did not know why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. Bang! When the sound of an explosion rang in the air, Zhang Yi and Lu Xia could clearly see what was happening. The feng shui compass that Duan Lingtian had thrown away exploded again after flying 100 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, the feng shui compass had turned into dust that was blown away by the wind. This is all the information it can provide us. We'll have to rely on ourselves for the rest of the time. Duan Lingtian said when he saw Zhang Yi and Lu Xia looking at him. At the same time, he shifted his gaze from Zhang Yi and Lu Xia to the lake beneath his feet. Does this mean there's either the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial in this lake or there's another clue? Zhang Yi lowered his head and looked at the lake beneath his feet. This place is similar to the valley from before. My divine consciousness is restricted. Lu Xia exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian tried to use his divine consciousness as well. However, he discovered there was an invisible force in the lake beneath his feet that was restricting his divine consciousness. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain. This lake was the destination they had come to on their way here. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Yi and Lu Xia before he entered the lake with them. Boom, boom, boom. 3 splashes appeared as Duan Lingtian, Lu Xia, and Lu Xia entered the lake as though they were walking on flat ground. Soon after, the 3 of them were attacked by the formations in the lake. Barriers appeared one after another in front of them. However, to Duan Lingtian, these obstacles were like child's play to him. It could not be any easier. Moreover, he had learned his lesson from his previous experience. He was much more careful now. He protected Zhang Yi and Lu Xia as they successfully passed through the barriers and obtained the next clue. This isn't the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Xia was slightly frustrated. This is only our second stop, and you're already thinking it's the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial? Aren't you being too greedy? Zhang Yi shook his head. Let's go. Let's go to the next stop. At this moment, a new compass appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand and guided him in another direction. There's someone there. After the 3 of them had traveled for a while, the sharp-eyed Lu Xia could not help but exclaim when she saw someone in front of them. When Lu Xia exclaimed in surprise, Duan Lingtian also saw the person in front of him. There's more than one person. At this moment, Zhang Yi's gaze landed in the distance as well. There were 2 figures flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, it was obvious they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Why are they all heading in that direction? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, Lu Xia, and Lu Xia saw 4 people flying in the same direction as the 2 people in front of them. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He saw another person flying in the same direction. This person's speed was so fast that Zhang Yi and Lu Xia did not notice him at all. A4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Duan Lingtian could tell the person was a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial based on his speed. Let's go and have a look as well. Although the 3 groups of people were not heading in the same direction as the compass, Duan Lingtian still decided to go and have a look. After all, he had obtained a celestial sword the last time he was in such a situation. Chapter 24:15. Let's go and have a look as well. Zhang Yi and Lu Xia's eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 2 groups of people were heading in the same direction. They also felt that there must be something fishy going on if there was something abnormal. However, they did not expect there would only be 2 groups of people heading in the same direction. Apart from that, there was another 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who was heading in the same direction as well. However, they were too weak so they could not catch a glimpse of the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although they did not know the other 4 tribulation bodiless celestial was heading in the same direction, they were still interested in following the 2 groups of people. After all, they did not think it was a coincidence that the 2 groups of people were heading in the same direction. The 2 groups of people seemed to be in a hurry. It did not seem like they were in a rush at all. Due to this reason, they were tempted when they heard Duanling Tian wanted to go and take a look. Let's go. Following that, Duanling Tian and his 2 companions also headed in the same direction. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, when black dots appeared in the distance, Duanling Tian and his 2 companions discovered that there were people heading in the same direction. There were people heading in their direction from all directions. To be more precise, they were rushing toward the place where many little black dots had gathered in the distance. As a result, more and more little black dots appeared in Duanling Tian and the other 2's line of sight. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. These black dots were, naturally, people. However, due to the distance, they looked like black dots to Duanling Tian and his 2 companions. There are so many people. Looking at the densely packed black dots in front of her, Lu Xia felt her scalp go numb. At the same time, she could not help but let out a cry of surprise. If I'm not wrong, there should be some sort of treasure appearing here, Xueqi said solemnly. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Let's go! Let's go! When Duanling Tian saw so many people, he recalled the scene when he obtained the celestial sword. Although there were not so many people at that time, the scene was similar to this. Could it be that another celestial supreme treasure has appeared here? Duanling Tian thought to himself. Currently, Duanling Tian had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for quite some time. Moreover, he had become acquainted with Xueqi and had communicated with him many times. For this reason, he knew a lot about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, apart from the various treasure vaults that hid the great overarching golden celestials and the places of legacies left behind by great overarching golden celestials, there were also many treasure vaults that were exposed to the public. Those treasure vaults did not conceal the treasures. Instead, they exposed the treasures. They merely set up many spirit formations to protect the treasures. If he wanted to obtain the treasure, he would have to break the formation protecting it. It was just like the immortal sword that Duanling Tian had obtained previously. It was floating in one place and was enveloped by many array formations. Anyone who passed by would be able to see it. As expected, when Duanling Tian and his 2 companions approached the crowd, Duanling Tian, who had sharp eyes, discovered something. A small bell with a red string was floating in the distance. It was hovering at the peak of the tallest mountain in the mountain range. It emitted a faint silver light and the aura of a treasure. As for the aura of the bell, it ignored the restrictions of the surrounding spirit formation and continued to extend outwards. Even the people outside the spirit formation were able to sense how extraordinary it was. It's a celestial supreme treasure. It really is a celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the people present vigilantly scanned the people around them. From time to time, they would look at the small silver bell with a red string. Their eyes all revealed a greedy expression. It was as though they could not wait to rush forward and obtain the silver bell. I'm going to get this celestial supreme treasure. A shirtless middle-aged man's aura surged, and flames of greed rose in his eyes as he said loudly, I am Grand Elder of Vast Cloud Plains' famous king sect, Qigong. The power that surged from the middle-aged man's body revealed his cultivation base at this moment. A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and laughed inwardly. A mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial dared to speak so arrogantly in such a place? He had seen a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial rushing over before he came here. There were many 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and even 5 tribulation bodiless celestials present. It was as though the middle-aged man was trying to prove Duanling Tian's point of view. Humph! A mere 4 tribulation bodiless celestial dares to speak so arrogantly about who will get the celestial supreme treasure? Believe it or not, I'll kill you if you dare to make a move. An old man dressed in gray snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at the middle-aged man, Qi, who claimed to be the supreme elder of the famous king's sect in vast cloud realm. Boom! At the same time, a boundless energy erupted from the gray-clothed old man's body. It was as vast and boundless as the ocean. 5. Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Qi, the supreme elder of the famous king's sect in vast cloud realm, felt chills running up his spine when he heard the gray-clad old man's words. In his opinion, those who were weaker than him would not dare to speak so arrogantly in front of him. Now that he had confirmed the gray-robed old man's cultivation through the power that had skyrocketed from the gray-robed old man's body, his heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. Senior, I was just joking earlier, Qi said apologetically. When Qi sensed the power of a fifth tribulation bodiless celestial from the gray-robed old man, he became terrified and revealed a humble and embarrassed expression. Humph! Seeing that Qi had admitted defeat, the gray-clothed old man snorted coldly again. Only then did he shift his gaze from Qi. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, this celestial supreme treasure won't belong to me. We're only here to watch the show. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, who's going to be able to obtain this celestial supreme treasure? I can't believe I came all the way here. If I knew there's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, I wouldn't have come at all. This feeling of seeing a treasure but only being able to watch it be taken away by someone else is simply too unbearable. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with regret. He seems to be Pei Kuan-shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm. It did not take long before someone recognized the gray-clad old man. Pei Kuan-shan? The supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect who passed the 5th bodiless celestial tribulation and became a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial 300 years ago? That's him. Many of the people present on the scene were from Muro realm. With just a few words, they revealed the identity of the gray-clad old man. As it turns out, this 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is from Muro realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the gray-clad old man. Pei Kuan-shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, and his eyes flashed. Previously, he had thought that the only people he had not come into contact with were those from the Muro realm. However, not only did he come into contact with a group of people from Muro realm, but he even met a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. It seems like the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. We're doomed. Lu Xia, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian's side. Although Zhang Yi did not say anything, a hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. His thoughts were similar to Lu Xia's. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial present, they would not be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. At this moment, both Zhang Yi and Lu Xia thought Duan Lingtian was only as strong as a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial if he unleashed his full strength. For this reason, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We're doomed. We're doomed. With a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial here, the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. The people present on the scene, including the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, shook their heads. Many of them were unwilling to accept this outcome. However, what could they do even if they were unwilling? A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was not someone they could contend with. Trying to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from under the nose of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Duan Lingtian and Pei Kuan-shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, were about to break the formation to obtain the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure. Grandfather! A voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Pei Kuan-shan to stop moving. He immediately turned to look at the source of the voice. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who noticed Pei Kuan-shan's action, could not help but stop moving. He turned to look at the source of the voice. At this moment, 2 figures could be seen walking toward them one after another. And that grandpa came from the figure behind him. When Duan Lingtian saw the figure in front of him, his eyes could not help but light up as a joyful smile appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen his long-lost brother or sister. Chen, why are you here? Pei Kuan-shan asked with a smile as he looked at the figure behind him. It was a young man dressed in a brocade robe. His voice was filled with joy. Grandfather, I heard there's a celestial supreme treasure here, so I came to look for it. However, I didn't expect you to be here as well. It seems like the celestial supreme treasure won't be able to escape from you, grandfather. As soon as the young man dressed in a brocade robe appeared, he understood the situation and flattered Pei Kuan-shan. Whoosh! In the next moment, as though he had sensed something, he moved in a flash and blocked the path of the woman who was walking in front of him. Chapter 24:16. Pei Lian-chen, I have nothing to do with you. I'll come and go as I please. It's none of your business. Pei Lian-chen, the grandson of Pei Kuan-shan, the supreme guardian of the heavenly sound sect in Muro realm, said coldly as she looked at Pei Lian-chen, who was blocking her way with a cold expression. Beauty, our strength is on par with each other, so I can't do anything to you. But now, my grandfather is here. As long as I ask my grandfather to seal your saint origin, you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I can do anything to you. Pei Lian-chen laughed. A hint of lust could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. He had taken a liking to the woman in front of him since the first time he saw her. He could not wait to possess her. However, she was not any weaker than him. She could not do anything to him, and he could not do anything to her. In the end, they could only remain in a stalemate. Until just now, when he and the other party heard that a celestial supreme treasure had appeared, he followed the other party and rushed over. He was pleasantly surprised when he discovered his grandfather was here. When he arrived, he found that his grandfather was there as well. After all, his grandfather was a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, when he arrived, he discovered his grandfather was in control of the situation. The celestial supreme treasure was within his reach. Under such circumstances, he immediately shifted his attention to the woman he had been following and wanted to possess. Previously, he could not do anything to her. However, with his grandfather here, he was no longer worried about not being able to possess her. Swoosh! Upon hearing Pei Lian-chen's words, the woman immediately looked at Pei Kuan-shan and said warily, Senior, there's no enmity between us, you, humph. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Pei Kuan-shan's cold snort. There's no enmity between us. But since my grandson has taken a fancy to you, you should just obey him obediently. Furthermore, it's your fortune to have caught my grandson's eye. As soon as Pei Kuan-shan finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom! In an instant, the power from Pei Kuan-shan's body soared and a burst of power shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the woman, preparing to seal her Saint Qi. No! The woman's face changed drastically as despair filled her eyes. At the same time, she grit her teeth and prepared to commit suicide before Pei Kuan-shan sealed her Saint Qi. She would rather die than let Pei Lian-chen have his way. Just as the woman was about to erupt with all the Saint Qi in her body and choose to self-destruct, Xueqi, stop! A hurried voice rang in her ears at the right time. Moreover, this voice was exceptionally familiar and intimate to her. Brother Ling Tian? She did not need to turn around to recognize the owner of the voice. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, whom she treated like her own brother. Immediately, she stopped and did not continue to harm herself. Boom! But at that moment, Pei Kuan-shan's power arrived and invaded her body, sealing her Saint Qi almost completely. With only a small portion of her Saint Qi remaining, she was barely able to float in the air. Just as Pei Kuan-shan's grandson, Pei Lian-chen's eyes lit up and he was about to approach the woman. Whoosh! A purple figure had already appeared beside the woman like a ghost. He immediately activated his power and crushed the power that was suppressing her Saint Qi. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy disappear? What's going on? Now it's here again. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy disappeared first and then became so thin. What's going on? At that moment, many people in the crowd noticed the change in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. It's him. Pei Kuan-shan's gaze immediately fell on the woman whose Saint Qi was sealed by him. There was a purple-clad young man standing there, glaring at him with murderous intent. He felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At that moment, he also realized that the power he used to seal the woman was neutralized by the purple-clad young man. Moreover, he also realized that the purple-clad young man was the reason why the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area became so thin in an instant. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area had all entered his body. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He had made his move because the woman in front of Pei Lian Chen was Han Xueqi, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the Seven Absolutes Sect's Seven Absolutes. Moreover, not only was Han Xueqi his fellow disciple, but she was also an existence that he regarded as his biological sister. An eminent celestial? An assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm? At this moment, Pei Kuan-shan had also probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and discovered that Duan Lingtian had used a divine ability from a Devata realm to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area. Pei Kuan-shan thought it was a divine ability from a Devata realm because if it was an assist-type divine ability from a mundane realm, it would not be so powerful. When Pei Kuan-shan released his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area had become so thin. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area became extremely thin. Shockingly, it was absorbed by the purple-clothed youth in front of him. Moreover, he had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in just a blink of an eye. It was impossible for an assist-type divine ability from a mundane realm to achieve this. Brother Ling Tian, why are you here? At this moment, Han Xueqi, who had recovered her saint origin, also approached Duan Ling Tian excitedly. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. I saw many people coming here, so I came to have a look. I didn't expect to meet you here, little girl. When Duan Ling Tian looked away from Pei Kuan-shan and shifted his gaze to Han Xueqi, there was a drastic change in his eyes. His gaze was extremely gentle, and there was a hint of doting love in his eyes. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was like a sister to him. In his eyes, Han Xueqi was no different from his biological sister. Who are you? Pei Lian Chen asked coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face. Seeing the woman whom he wanted to possess, but who had never even looked at him, so happy in front of this purple-clothed young man, he immediately felt a belly full of anger. Xueqi, how do you want Brother Ling Tian to punish him? Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile as he ignored Pei Lian Chen's words. His eyes did not leave Han Xueqi. It was as though he was asking about something unimportant. Han Xueqi looked at Pei Lian Chen with killing intent in her eyes when she heard Pei Lian Chen's words. Brother Ling Tian. I don't want to see him again. Han Xueqi's tone turned colder and colder. Everyone felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. However, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian responded, a gust of wind blew past. Pei Kuan-shan appeared in front of Pei Lian Chen in a flash, causing Pei Lian Chen, who had a horrified expression, to heave a sigh of relief. Based on Duan Ling Tian's speed when he appeared next to Han Xueqi and the way he helped Han Xueqi break the seal, Pei Lian Chen could tell Duan Ling Tian was not someone to be trifled with. He knew he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, when Duan Ling Tian made a move to kill him, he could not help but shudder. He felt as though he was going to die. However, when he saw that his grandfather had appeared in front of him in time, the fear in his heart instantly disappeared. An eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. Which realm are you from? Which force are you from? Pei Kuan-shan, who was standing in front of Pei Lian Chen, asked coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He had asked this question because he thought the purple-clad young man must have an extraordinary background since he was an eminent celestial who had mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms. If it was not necessary, he did not want to offend such a person. Although he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was nothing compared to the powerhouses from the top forces in the mundane realms. Most of the bodiless celestials from the top forces in the mundane realms were 6 tribulation bodiless celestials or 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. In fact, there might even be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. An eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms? At this moment, Everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. They knew very well what it meant for an eminent celestial to master divine abilities from the Devata realms. It meant the eminent celestial's strength was far beyond ordinary eminent celestials. In fact, his strength was comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. There were only a handful of eminent celestials in the mundane realms they were from. Moreover, eminent celestials usually belonged to the top forces in the mundane realms they were from. Their background was not something ordinary people could compare to. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Lu Xia and Zhang Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. They knew Duan Ling Tian was from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, and he did not have a powerful background. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian's strength was too weak. Duan Ling Tian's strength was only comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. He was not a match for Pei Kuan Shan. Duan Ling Tian, just say you're from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. That way, this old man won't dare to attack you. Zhang Yi could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. You fail to educate your grandson properly, and you don't respect your elders. Since you want to protect your grandson, then I'll kill you as well. However, Duan Ling Tian did not listen to Zhang Yi's suggestion. Instead, he looked at Pei Kuan Shan coldly and said, I'll kill you as well. His tone was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. I'll kill you as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Chapter 24:17. He's crazy. He's crazy. He's crazy. Even if he's an eminent celestial who has mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms, he's facing a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. In the mundane realms where I'm from, the strongest eminent celestial is only comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. What's so special about him? Could it be that he's one of those eminent celestials? Impossible. Put aside that kind of eminent celestials are extremely rare in the Devata realms. Even if he's that kind of eminent celestial, it's impossible for him to say such words to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. Based on his appearance, he's clearly a hothead who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and has a death wish. When everyone regained their senses, they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. You think you can kill me, Pei Kuan Shan? After Pei Kuan Shan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully and said disdainfully, Boy, I'll give you a chance. Tell me where you're from. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. As he spoke, Pei Kuan Shan's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Grandfather, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. Pei Lian Chen said to Pei Kuan Shan as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. Upon hearing this, Pei Kuan Shan frowned. He could not bring himself to kill Duan Ling Tian. The reason he could not bring himself to kill Duan Ling Tian was not because he was merciful, but because he was afraid killing Duan Ling Tian would bring him trouble. An eminent celestial who had mastered divine abilities from the Devata realms was most likely from a top force in the mundane realms. He must have been heavily nurtured by that force. If such a person died, the force he belonged to would definitely go crazy. At that time, even if Duan Ling Tian was from Muro realm, it would be difficult for him to guarantee that Duan Ling Tian would not enter Muro realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone and seek revenge from the force behind him. You want to teach me a lesson on behalf of my elders? When he heard Pei Kuan Shan's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh coldly. Following which, he said in an indifferent tone, It's a pity that you won't have the chance. When everyone heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They couldn't imagine where Duan Ling Tian's confidence came from. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a sword had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Shockingly, it was the immortal sword that looked like a pool of spring water from afar. Imperial Sword Technique. Before the crowd, including Pei Kuan Shan and his grandson, could regain their senses, the energy in Duan Ling Tian's body that had been enhanced by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had already surged into the celestial sword. Whoosh! At this moment, the celestial sword shone brightly as a destructive aura began to emanate from it. Since the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was much more stable than the mundane realm, Although the energy that shot out from the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was not weak, it did not tear the space apart. How's this possible? Apart from Han Xuanai, who was the closest to Duan Lingtian, Pei Kuan Shan, who was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, was the first to sense the destructive aura from the celestial sword. Pei Kunshan's heart could not help but tremble when he sensed the destructive aura emanating from the immortal sword. At this moment, he felt as though he could smell danger. Moreover, it was an extremely dangerous aura. For this reason, he instinctively felt it was impossible. No, this is a celestial supreme treasure. In the blink of an eye, the look of disbelief on Pei Kunshan's face changed drastically. Earlier, he had only sensed danger. However, at this moment, he was certain the purple-clad young man was holding a celestial supreme treasure. At that moment, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Swoosh! When Pei Kuan Shan finally regained his senses and discovered the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a celestial supreme treasure, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It shocked Pei Kuan Shan so much that his eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, within Pei Kuan Shan's field of vision, the immortal sword had already arrived before him like a shooting star that tore through the night sky, and it was merely a foot away from him. No! At this moment, Pei Kuan Shan hastily mobilized the energy in his body. Although his speed was not slow, it was still too late. Based on the speed of the sword, he could tell he did not have the energy to mobilize the energy in his body. Not to mention that he didn't have the time to circulate the energy in his body. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to dodge this sword strike. Based on the speed of the sword, only a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or above would be able to unleash this attack. An eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. A piercing sound rang in the air as Pei Kuan Shan's glabella was pierced. This was his last thought before his glabella was pierced and his soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally understood why the purple-clad young man dared to say such arrogant words. You fail to educate your grandson properly, and you don't respect your elders. Since you want to protect your grandson, then I'll kill you as well. Pei Kuan Shan finally realized the purple-clad young man's words were not arrogant at all. The purple-clad young man really had the strength to say such words. Slash. After Pei Kuan Shan was killed by Duan Lingtian wielded his sword and stabbed Pei Lian Chen, who was standing behind Pei Kuan Shan. It pierced through Pei Lian Chen's glabella and destroyed his soul. He had killed Pei Kuan Shan and Pei Lian Chen with just one strike. Swoosh. After Pei Kuan Shan and Pei Lian Chen were killed by Duan Lingtian, the celestial sword drew a perfect arc in the air and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. For most of the people present on the scene, time seemed to have stopped at the moment Duan Lingtian took out the celestial sword. For the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present, Duan Lingtian's sword strike was like a bolt from the blue that struck their heads. It took them a long time to regain their senses. No matter how powerful a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial is, it's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful sword attack, right? Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial like Pei Kuan Shan couldn't react in time before he was killed. The strength of this sword attack is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Who's he? He's only an eminent celestial, but he possesses such heaven-defying strength. The few 4 tribulation bodiless celestials' hearts skipped a beat when they saw Duan Lingtian. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian put the celestial sword away, time seemed to have returned to normal for most of the people present on the scene. At this moment, they saw Pei Kuan Shan's body being destroyed. He watched as Pei Lian Chen's body fell from the sky and landed on the peak of a mountain, turning into a pile of minced meat. As for Pei Kuan Shan, since he was a bodiless celestial, he did not have a physical body. For this reason, after he was killed, he had completely vanished from this world. Pei Kuan Shan is dead? He's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. How did he die just like that? Pei Lian Chen. He's dead as well. After many people recovered from their shock, they could not help but look at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen something that caused them to be extremely shocked. Zhang Yi and Lu Xia, who were worried about Duan Lingtian were dumbfounded as well. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill a 5 bodiless celestial. Furthermore, he had killed the other party in an instant. From start to finish, the other party didn't even have time to retaliate. He killed a 5 bodiless celestial as though he was killing a chicken. Doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 6 bodiless celestial? When Zhang Yi thought of this, he could not help but tremble in fear. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's strength was not just comparable to a 4 bodiless celestial. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian himself, the only person who was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian killing Pei Kuan Shan was none other than Han Xuan'ai. Before they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xuan'ai had already known Brother Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 bodiless celestial. Brother Ling Tian, the sword you used earlier, as the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, one of the 7 absolute sect's 7 absolutes. Although her cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, her horizons were much broader now that she had inherited the Red Dust progeny's legacy. She'd faintly realized how extraordinary the sword Duan Ling Tian withdrew earlier was. It's a celestial sword I obtained after entering the secret zone, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, it still clearly entered the ears of the group of people present on the scene, causing them to tremble in fear. Celestial sword? Only sword-type celestial supreme treasures were worthy of this title, right? No wonder I had a feeling his sword was extraordinary. I didn't expect it to be a celestial supreme treasure. A 4 bodiless celestial exclaimed in shock. The other 4 bodiless celestials looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously. He's going to obtain another celestial supreme treasure today. Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian before they shifted their gazes to the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure that was shrouded by layers of formations. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already beside the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure, and he casually put it away. Chapter 24:18. Ding! Ding ding! Ding ding dang! Duan Ling Tian held the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in his hand and shook it. He finally understood the profundity of this celestial supreme treasure. It must be a sound attack type celestial supreme treasure, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he circulated the energy in his body into the bell in his hand. Then, he shook the bell again. A clear ringing sound rang in the air. Ding! Ding ding! Ding ding dang ding! 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 This time, when the bell rang, it contained a terrifying sound wave that swept out from the bell in Duan Ling Tian's hand. In just a blink of an eye, it swept out in all directions and shrouded everyone present on the scene. At this moment, barf! A series of shrill cries rang in the air. It turned out that some of the weaker cultivators had their internal organs shaken by the shockwaves, and they couldn't help but cry out in pain. There were even some who were shaken to the point of spitting out blood. Among them, Lu Xia, who was caught off guard, was shaken to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Her face turned extremely pale in an instant, as if she had turned into a piece of white paper. Even Zhang Yi was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil, and his face was ruddy. Only eminent celestials and those who were at least second tribulation bodiless celestials were unaffected by the sound wave. Naturally, there was only one eminent celestial present on the scene. However, there were a few second tribulation bodiless celestials present. The strength of a second tribulation bodiless celestial was similar to an eminent celestial. As for those who were at least at the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial level, naturally, they would not be affected by the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Ling Tian was weak. Moreover, the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in his hand was useless. Instead, it was because he did not channel much energy into the bell in his hand. He only wanted to test the power of the bell. The energy I infused into the bell is, at most, comparable to the strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, it still managed to injure those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were affected to a certain extent. Looking at the bell in his hand, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel shocked. What a powerful immortal supreme treasure! The 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could clearly sense the energy Duan Lingtian had channeled into the bell. They could tell the energy was comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even then, all the powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were injured. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials' eyes brightened when they saw how powerful the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Although they wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to make a move. After all, they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial like Pei Kuan Shan was killed by him without being able to fight back. The strength he displayed earlier is definitely comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from someone like him is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. We're not fated to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. 2 celestial supreme treasures, how enviable! How good would it be if I managed to cultivate the soul congregation physique? The 3 and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials were envious of Duan Lingtian. However, no matter how envious they could not make a move against Duan Lingtian with the example of Pei Kuan Shan and the other 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although the celestial supreme treasure was important, it was not as important as their lives. The few 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, in particular, clearly saw how Pei Kuan Shan was killed. Duan Lingtian's sword that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper had killed Pei Lian Chen and his grandfather before Pei Kuan Shan could react in time. How could they possibly be a match for Duan Lingtian when even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed? For this reason, they could only watch helplessly as Duan Lingtian obtained the 2nd celestial supreme treasure. After the bell that contained Saint Origin stopped ringing, the group of people whose cultivation bases were lower than eminent celestials and 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their gazes were filled with envy and panic. Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at the bell in his hand. Then, in just a flash, he appeared in front of Han Xueqi. Xueqi, if I'm not mistaken, the red dust progeny has a sound attack technique that uses sound waves to attack. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Han Xueqi. Without waiting for Han Xueqi's reply, he handed the bell back to her and said, "It's a burden for me to carry this bell. You should make do with it." Han Xueqi was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian handing the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure to her. She did not expect her brother Lingtian would give her such a precious item. After all, this was a celestial supreme treasure that was superior to anything in the mundane realm. Even if her brother Lingtian did not have a use for it, her 2 sisters-in-law and sister Tianwu would have a use for it. She knew her place very well. Compared to her 2 sisters-in-law and sister Tianwu, she was nothing in front of her brother Lingtian. Naturally, this was only Han Xueqi's opinion. She was also important to Duan Lingtian since he treated her as his biological sister. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to treat her as his own sister. "It's a burden for me to carry this bell. You should make do with it." However, when Duan Lingtian's words entered everyone's ears, they felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Many of them were so angry that they almost threw up blood when they heard his words. What did he mean by a burden? That's a celestial supreme treasure. How dare he say it's a burden? Make do with it? You can give it to me if you don't want it. Duan Lingtian's words are too harsh. Zhang Yi shook his head bitterly. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, he felt the same way as the people present. As for Lu Xia, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, she looked at Han Xueqi enviously. She wished she was Han Xueqi. She could not imagine how she would feel if someone gave her a celestial supreme treasure. "Brother Lingtian, you should keep this celestial supreme treasure for Sister Ke or Sister Tianwu. Even if they don't need it, you can keep it for Sister Fei Er." Han Xueqi did not reach out to take the bell that Duan Lingtian handed to her. Instead she said this. Although she was tempted by the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure, she knew it was inappropriate for her to take it. "Xueqi, I think you're becoming more and more disobedient after not seeing you for a few years. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, if you don't want this bell, I'll just throw it away. You can pick it up if you want. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Heavens! That's a celestial supreme treasure. It's a celestial supreme treasure. This guy wants to throw it away like a piece of trash? Say no. Say no, miss, you must stay true to your heart. If you say no, then don't. At this moment, the people present on the scene could not help but think to themselves as they looked at Han Xueqi. They wished Han Xueqi would say no and Duan Lingtian would throw the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure away. However, they did not think that would happen. Nevertheless, they could not help but think so. This was especially true for the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. In their opinion, this was the only way they could obtain the celestial supreme treasure. Brother Lingtian, you. When Han Xueqi heard Duan Lingtian's childish words, she could not help but feel a little helpless. When she opened her mouth to speak, she did not know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Take it. Duan Lingtian casually threw the bell in his hand to Han Xueqi. Without waiting for Han Xueqi to take it, he returned to Zhang Yi and Lu Xia's side in a flash. Only Han Xueqi was left standing there. In an instant, everyone, including Zhang Yi and Lu Xia, looked at the bell that Duan Lingtian had thrown out. It was as though they would have a chance to obtain it if Han Xueqi did not take it. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. At this point, Han Xueqi had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a touched expression on her face. We've known each other for a long time. Why are you being so polite? I'm not used to you being so polite. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xueqi and shook his head before he said, since we've bumped into each other, let's travel together. Come here, Brother Lingtian will introduce 2 people to you. Han Xueqi followed Duan Lingtian's lead and walked to the side of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi, and Lu Xia. At this time, Duan Lingtian also introduced Zhang Yi and Lu Xia to Han Xueqi. After the 3 of them got to know each other, Duan Lingtian greeted them and left with them. From the beginning until the end, he treated the others like air. In fact, to Duan Lingtian, the others were no different than air. After Duan Lingtian's group of 4 left, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was not an eminent celestial, but a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that person? He's only an eminent celestial, but his strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Which Devata realm is he from? I don't know. In any case, there's no such person in Vast Cloud realm. Even in Muro realm, there's no such person. Chapter 24:19. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, the group of people who remained in the vicinity of the bell-shaped celestial supreme treasure could not help but discuss Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, such an eminent celestial was almost extinct in the mundane realms. However, they had bumped into such a person today. Instantly, everyone was filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's origins. Although the people present were from the large mundane realms such as the Muro realm, the Skyline realm, the Yanhuang realm, and the Vast Cloud realm, none of them had heard of Duan Lingtian. However, none of them had ever heard of such a person in their respective mundane realms. I'm from Yanhuang realm. I've never heard of such a person in Yanhuang realm. If there's an eminent celestial in Yanhuang realm whose strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, it has to be the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm. Said a person from the Yanhuang realm. Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? Although I'm not from Yanhuang realm, I've heard of this force. It's said that this force has existed for a long time and is one of the strongest in Yanhuang realm. A person from the Skyline realm exclaimed in surprise. He could not help but ask, based on what you said, it's very likely that an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial has appeared in Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? In that case, could that person be the one from Mount Huagua in Yanhuang realm? Many people turned to look at the man from the Skyline realm. No. However, when the person from Yen Huang realm heard the question, he shook his head decisively. As far as I know, the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua in Yen Huang realm isn't a sword cultivator. For this reason, even if I've never seen him before, I'm certain that purple-clad young man isn't the eminent celestial from Mount Huagua. The person from the Yen Huang realm spoke with a resolute tone. Then, he looked around and asked, "Are there no eminent celestials in the 3 large mundane realms that are comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials?" "Yes, there is. However, just like you, I'm also certain that the purple-clad young man isn't the eminent celestial from our vast cloud realm who has strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I haven't heard of any eminent celestials in Muro realm who are comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestials." The people of Muro realm also expressed their stance. "We have one in the Skyline realm as well. However, he's a saber cultivator, not a sword cultivator." The people from the Skyline realm also shook their heads. If that's the case, there are only 2 possibilities. Someone suddenly spoke, and his voice was so loud that it drowned out the whispers of the crowd. "That purple-clad young man is either from the 4 large mundane realms that we're in, but we don't know about him because he or his force keeps a low profile. Otherwise, the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm." The person's tone turned solemn as he spoke. "The former is possible." A person from the Skyline realm paused for a moment before he said with a frown on his face, "However, the latter is impossible, right? The Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm. How could there be an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial?" The Saint Province realm was a small mundane realm. If it was not for the fact that the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone was in the Saint Province realm, they would not have even heard of the mundane realm. As people from large mundane realms, they naturally felt superior when compared to people from small mundane realms. I think it's impossible as well. Even if an eminent celestial from a small mundane realm has a celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he has a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, his strength would only be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A person from the Muro realm chimed in. Indeed. A person from the vast cloud realm chimed in as well. "Have you forgotten who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened?" At this moment, someone from the Yen Huang realm stepped forward and spoke. His words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on the heads of those who had spoken, causing them to wake up one after another. "The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened? It seems like a sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm named Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." Soon after, someone among the group of people who had regained their senses exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten about him?" His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples in the water. "That's right. I've forgotten about him as well. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, it was a sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, it said that his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial even without a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, there was another eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Skyline realm, who competed with him to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, that eminent celestial was defeated by him in the end. Rumor has it that he obtained a sword-type celestial supreme treasure that increased his strength to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. After that, he stood out among the eminent celestials and obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Rumor has it that he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, because the great overarching golden celestial was a sword cultivator. The people from the 4 large mundane realms continued to discuss Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm. At this moment, no one dared to say that it was impossible for an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in a small mundane realm. After all, Feng Qingyang was a living example of this. I remember Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. That seems to be the case. I've read about the Beyond Heaven secret zone in a letter passed down from my sect. It said that only one eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and that eminent celestial was Feng Qingyang. Indeed. I've read about it as well. It said that apart from one eminent celestial, the rest of the people who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone were bodiless celestials. Moreover, my sect's ancestor had a conversation with a bodiless celestial from the Saint Province realm. Based on that, I learned that during that era, Feng Qingyang was the only eminent celestial who was less than 100 years old in the Saint Province realm. There's only one eminent celestial who's less than 100 years old in the entire Saint Province realm? As expected, the foundation of a small mundane realm is far inferior to a large mundane realm. Even our Skyline realm has 7 eminent celestials who are less than 100 years old. Many of them began to look down on the Saint Province realm with disdain for the Saint Province realm. Humph. However, there were still some people who snorted coldly and said, Don't forget that although there was only one eminent celestial who was younger than 100 years old in the Saint Province realm, his strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial after he obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Most of the people who were disdainful of the Saint Province realm immediately shut their mouths. However, there were still a few people who were disdainful of the Saint Province realm. Even so, it's just a coincidence. Don't tell me you think the purple-clad young man is from the Saint Province realm? When these words entered the ears of everyone present, they subconsciously felt that it made sense. That purple-clad young man is most likely from one of the mundane realms we're from. However, he usually keeps a low profile so we don't know about him. In the end, most of the people present on the scene agreed. The purple-clad young man, whose strength was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, who had snatched the celestial supreme treasure, was most likely from one of the 4 large mundane realms. It was unlikely for him to be from a small mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Tian was unaware of the commotion in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Tian, Han Xuanai, Zhang Yi, and Lu Xia had arrived at the end of the path indicated by the feng shui compass. It was the location of the treasure vault that contained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gusts of wind blew past, and sand filled the sky, as if covering the sun. At this moment, Duan Tian, Lu Xia, and Lu Xia were standing in the air above a desert. Yellow sand filled the sky in the desert, obstructing their vision to a certain extent. They were unable to see through the entire desert. More importantly, they could not sense anything. Right now, they couldn't even extend their divine senses because there was an invisible force in the desert beneath their feet that was restricting their divine senses. To be more precise, it was restricting their souls. Sword, come! Zhang Yi cried out as he raised his hand. His saint origin energy surged out of his hand before it transformed into a sword. Purple lightning bolts could be seen swirling around the sword. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though there were countless purple snakes coiling around the sword. Chapter 24:20. In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I lived in my previous life, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect, founded by Celestial Master Zhang Daoling, were best at using the thunder technique. Now, it seems like that's the case. When Duan Tian saw Zhang Yi's saint origin condensing into a sword that was surrounded by thunder and lightning, he could not help but feel slightly moved. He could tell that Zhang Yi's saint origin was not ordinary. Zhang Yi's saint origin was of the thunder attribute, and he could easily derive the power of thunder and lightning. Looking at Zhang Yi's posture, he should be a Dao cultivator, right? In the ancient myths and legends on Earth where I lived, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect were basically Dao cultivators. While Duan Tian was pondering, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted again. Come, lightning! Zhang Yi shouted again, and this time, a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. I'm not going to give you a chance to escape. Boom! Accompanying this earth-shattering sound of thunder was a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky. The lightning was so thick that it was comparable to a tree trunk that would take several adults to wrap their arms around. It was so majestic that it shook the heavens and the earth. The thick lightning was not clumsy at all. When it descended from the sky, it was like a nimble dragon that flashed across the sky. Following that, it descended toward where Duan Tian and the others were standing. Ah! Lu Xia and Han Xuanai could not help but exclaim in unison when they saw the bolt of lightning striking down, illuminating everything in front of them as if it was daytime. Don't worry, the lightning won't hurt us. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air and entered Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's ears. Boom! At this moment, the thick lightning bolt that descended from the sky had already arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. Following that, it continued to descend toward Zhang Yi. It was like a giant beast that had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Zhang Yi whole. Bolts of lightning that were several times thicker than Zhang Yi's body whizzed down as if they were going to drown Zhang Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yi calmly swung the thunder sword that he had raised above his head. Immediately after, a shocking scene appeared. When the thick lightning bolt came into contact with the lightning sword in Zhang Yi's hand, it merged with the lightning sword. The thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand was like a greedy child, devouring all the lightning that fell from the sky. After consuming the lightning, the thunder sword emitted a dazzling purple light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the lightning that was originally coiling around the sword like small purple snakes had transformed into numerous purple pythons. As they coiled around the sword, they emitted bursts of sonic booms. This method, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yi's technique. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand resonated strongly with the heaven and earth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized that Zhang Yi was not an ordinary person. Zhang Yi was definitely one of the best among those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With Zhang Yi's comprehension of the heaven and earth and his mastery of the thunder sword, he was not far away from attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. Lightning strike! Zhang Yi cried out when Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's attention was still on the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand. Then, he made his move at lightning speed. The thunder sword in his hand slashed down at the sand beneath his feet. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. The sound of the sword whistling was different from the sound Duan Lingtian made when he drew his sword. The sound of the sword whistling in the air when Duan Lingtian drew his sword was very pure. However, the sound of the sword whistling in the air was mixed with the sound of thunder. Boom! 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 When the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand slashed down, it shone brightly. In just a blink of an eye, 9 bolts of lightning shot out from the tip of the sword. Each of the bolts of lightning was like a purple worm. The 9-headed flood dragon, whose entire body was wrapped in lightning, descended from the sky, heading straight for the desert that was filled with yellow sand. When they got close to the desert, they gathered together and emitted a blinding purple light. It was like a purple sun, emitting a dazzling light. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian and the others narrowed their eyes, an earth-shattering sound resonated from beneath their feet. Following that, waves of rolling airwaves shot up into the sky along with a series of shock waves. However, the waves of energy were suppressed by the thunder sword in Zhang Yi's hand in just a blink of an eye. Boom! 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 After the earth-shattering explosion, the desert beneath Duan Lingtian and the others' feet seemed to have become clearer in just a blink of an eye. The sand that filled the sky was blown away by the force. Even though it was a desert, a huge pit was formed. Is that an underground palace? In the huge pit, a corner of a magnificent palace could be seen. It appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boom! Rumble! While Duan Lingtian and the others were looking at the corner of the palace, the door of the palace slowly opened as though it was welcoming them. Young man, before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, a loud voice came from behind the door of the palace. Duan Lingtian only frowned slightly when he heard the voice. However, Han Xuanai and the others' expressions changed. As soon as the underground palace that was hidden under the desert appeared in front of them, another voice came from inside. It was difficult for them to remain calm when they saw this. Congratulations on entering the heaven-rank treasure vault that I left behind. My name is Li Bai, and I'm known as Householder Qing Lian. I'm a sword celestial. The loud voice rang again, causing Zhang Yi and Lu Xia's eyes to brighten. Han Xuanai was pleasantly surprised as well. A heaven-rank treasure vault? It's left behind by a sword celestial? It seems like a good place. Han Xuanai thought to herself. Li Bai, Householder Qing Lian, a sword celestial? Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil at this moment. He remembered, in the ancient times of his previous life, There was a poet named Li Bai, and he was known as householder Qing Lian. According to rumors, apart from being good at writing poems, he was also an outstanding swordsman. He killed a person with every 10 steps, and he did not leave a single trace for 1,000 miles. He left with a flick of his sleeve, hiding his identity and name. This was Li Bai's poem. It was also Duan Lingtian's favorite poem in his previous life. Li Bai. Is he really householder Qing Lian from the ancient times of my previous life? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If Journey to the West was just a novel, and the stories were made up of myths and legends, then Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the other characters were not from the Tang dynasty in his previous life. Duan Lingtian could understand this. However, Li Bai was a historical figure from the Tang dynasty in his previous life. He really existed in the Tang dynasty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, even though my soul has been in the Saint Province realm for a few decades, it's only been about 1,000 years since Li Bai's time. However, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has existed for a long time. Senior Feng Qingyang came here 100,000 years ago and obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. That great overarching golden celestial was also a sword celestial. More than 1,000 years. 100,000 years. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more confused he became. Li Bai? Householder Qing Lian? A sword celestial? He can't be the famous Green Lotus sword saint from 1,000 years ago, right? Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Zhang Yi's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian's attention was immediately drawn to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said, Green Lotus Sword Saint? The Green Lotus Sword Saint was famous in Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian's guess was right. However, the Beyond Heaven secret zone had existed for a long time, right? The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened was 100,000 years ago. Zhang Yi, you said there was a Green Lotus Sword Saint in Yanhuang realm 1,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi with a burning gaze. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration as he said, the Green Lotus Sword Saint came from planet Yanhuang, the hometown of our Celestial Master's sect. Even then, he was able to cultivate to the point where he could leave planet Yanhuang. He was a genius of that era, a true genius. It only took him less than 100 years to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and ascend to the Devata realm. He's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding genius in the past 10,000 years on the Yanhuang planet. Zhang Yi paused for a moment and took a deep breath before he said in a trembling voice, if the person who left behind this underground palace is the Green Lotus Sword Saint, it means he's a great overarching golden celestial now. After all, only a great overarching golden celestial would be able to leave behind a treasure vault and a legacy in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi's eyes shone brightly as he continued to say, his name is Li Bai, and his nickname is Householder Qing Lian. It must be him. He's really a genius. It only took him 1,000 years to become a great overarching golden celestial. Wait. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Yi's words, he could not help but interrupt him. Zhang Yi, as far as I know, the Beyond Heaven secret zone has existed for a long time. In fact, the last time it opened was 100,000 years ago. Householder Qing Lian, Li Bai, is from 1,000 years ago. How did he leave his mark in the Beyond Heaven secret zone with such a long history? First of all, I would like to thank everyone for their support and tolerance. Next, I'd like to talk about the next chapter, the explosion next month, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Kuang Ling's master, who took Walao away, and Ker's past life. Apart from that, there will also be 2 generous reader feedback events in the next few days, including but not limited to 4-digit red packets. For more details, please pay attention to my personal Weibo account. Search for FengqingYang20 or Genesis Feng Qing Yang on my public account. Follow both of them, and I'll push them out tomorrow morning. When the time comes, everyone can take a look. Brothers and sisters who came late can also look at the history behind. Chapter 24-21. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Li Bai was a famous poet. In his past life, Li Bai was a famous poet from 1,000 years ago. However, The Beyond Heaven secret zone that he was currently in had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, it might even have existed for millions of years. It had been 100,000 years since the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened. It had only been half a year since the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was impossible for Li Bai to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian, don't you know that great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms are allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? Zhang Yi asked bluntly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms are allowed to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone? There's such a thing? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He was not aware of this. In fact, before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he did not even know about its existence. He only thought it was the Sword Saint secret zone left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang. Han Xuanai was stunned as well. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, she was unaware of this as well. Lu Xia, on the other hand, remained calm. It was obvious she had known about this for a long time. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is a medium for great overarching golden celestials to find their successors. The reason the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is so strong that even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials can't tear it open is because it was created by great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms. Although the space here is not as strong as the space in the Devata realms, it's still not something a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the mundane realms can tear it open. Zhang Yi said. Duan Ling Tian had long since discovered the strength of the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, even when he had used his strength that was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill Pei Kuan Shan, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he had not been able to tear a hole in space. At that time, he already knew that the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone was extremely stable. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realms might not be able to tear it apart. After all, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had the ability to tear open the space in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the key would lose its value. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi's words, he only nodded and was not surprised. In the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials and above have very high requirements for their disciples. Even in the Devata realms, they might not be able to find a suitable disciple. That's why they set their sights on the mundane planes. Because of this, the Beyond Heaven secret zone was born. In fact, it's not just the 5 mundane realms that are connected to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from the 5 mundane realms, the other mundane realms are also connected to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. You should know that there are countless mundane realms below the Devata realms. Therefore, to a certain extent, the number of Beyond Heaven secret zones is uncountable. For example, the Beyond Heaven secret zone we're in now only opens once every 100,000 years. Every time it opens, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear. In other words, only one great overarching golden celestial's inheritance will appear in the Beyond Heaven secret zone every 10,000 to 100,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that there are so many Beyond Heaven secret zones and the great overarching golden celestials in the Devata realms would not be able to find a successor at all. Zhang Yi paused for a moment to give Duan Ling Tian time to digest his words. Duan Ling Tian was truly shocked by Zhang Yi's words. Basically, every mundane realm has a Beyond Heaven secret zone that's connected to it? Previously, when Hua Lao was still around, Duan Ling Tian had heard Hua Lao say that there were only 10 mundane realms in the Devata realms. There were only 81 Devata realms in total. As for the mundane planes, they were innumerable. They were almost innumerable. If every mundane realm was connected to a Beyond Heaven secret zone, even if several mundane realms were connected to the same Beyond Heaven secret zone, there would still be countless Beyond Heaven secret zones. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi's words earlier, he was puzzled. The Beyond Heaven secret zone he was in only opened once every 100,000 years, and only one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In other words, only one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At that time, Duan Ling Tian did not think it was possible. However, when he heard that almost all mundane realms were connected to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt relieved. Even if only one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, What about 10,000 beyond heaven's secret zones? What about 100,000 beyond heaven's secret zones? Even if only one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven's secret zones. In other words, one person would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every year. If one person obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every 100,000 years in the beyond heaven's secret zones. In other words, 10 people would obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial every year. This made a lot of sense. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he felt relieved. For this reason, as long as they cast a wide net, they'll be able to find a successor, Xueqi said. Let's take a look at the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Let's take the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone as an example. It has been 100,000 years since the 5 of us from the mundane realms entered the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. However, great overarching golden celestials from the Devata realms can enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone every once in a while. For this reason, the Green Lotus Sword Saint. I should call him the Green Lotus Sword Celestial now. Although Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, was a great overarching golden celestial from Yen Huang realm, it's not impossible for him to leave behind an inheritance in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. Zhang Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, left his inheritance in this underground palace? In the end, Zhang Yi could not help but squint his eyes. Don't tell me this isn't the place where Li Bai's inheritance is? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhang Yi's words. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the Green Lotus Sword Celestial had left behind this underground palace, there had to be some inheritance left behind by Li Bai. However, based on Zhang Yi's words, it did not seem like Li Bai's inheritance was here. Of course not. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, Didn't you hear what Li Bai said in the underground palace? He said this is the heaven-ranked treasure vault he left behind. Heaven-ranked treasure vault? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Isn't the heaven-ranked treasure vault where his inheritance is? You don't even know what a heaven-ranked treasure vault is? Zhang Yi felt as though he was about to be defeated by Duan Lingtian's ignorance. Duan Lingtian was like a hothead in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. He really could not figure out how Duan Lingtian managed to enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone half a year ago. However, Zhang Yi patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. In the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone, apart from the place where a great overarching golden celestial's inheritance is, there are 3 types of valuable places. One of them is called a human-ranked treasure vault. It's one of the 2 places we've been to. Apart from the clues leading to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, there's nothing else in a human-ranked treasure vault. Above the human-ranked treasure vault is the earth-ranked treasure vault. It's the place where you obtained the celestial supreme treasure. Usually, there's a celestial supreme treasure in an earth-ranked treasure vault. Those who are eminent celestials and above have a chance of breaking the formation and obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. Naturally, the stronger one is, the faster one will be able to break the formation. Apart from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the heaven-ranked treasure vault is the most valuable place in the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. It's also the most valuable place that's worth exploring, apart from the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi's voice was filled with excitement when he spoke about the heaven-ranked treasure vault. When he heard Li Bai's words earlier, he did not even have time to think about Li Bai's identity before he became excited when he heard the words heaven-ranked treasure vault. Based on this, one could see how attractive a heaven-ranked treasure vault was. Apart from the human-ranked treasure vault and the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, heaven-ranked treasure vaults exclude bodiless celestials as well? Doesn't this mean bodiless celestials can only obtain celestial supreme treasures from earth-ranked treasure vaults? The other treasures have nothing to do with them? Duan Lingtian asked. You can't say it has nothing to do with them. If they discover a heaven-ranked treasure vault or the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, they'll usually wait outside and snatch the treasures from those who aren't as strong as them. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhang Yi's face when he spoke. When Zhang Yi saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression, he quickly reminded him, Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate the bodiless celestials who enter the Beyond Heaven's Secret Zone. There are many 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among them. In fact, there might even be 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. As he spoke, the fear on Zhang Yi's face grew even more intense. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted, and the calmness on his face faded a lot. Are there 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yan Huang realm? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask when Zhang Yi mentioned 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Of course, Zhang Yi replied confidently. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhang Yi's confident reply. After all, the possibility of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials existing and the existence of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were two completely different concepts. Chapter 24-22. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely rare in the Saint Province realm where Duan Ling Tian was from. It was rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear. After all, it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation and become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian thought it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial tribulation. Whether it was in the Saint Province realm or the other mundane realms, it was extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Zhang Yi's words shocked Duan Ling Tian again. There were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yan Huang realm? However, what shocked Duan Ling Tian the most was Zhang Yi's next words. There are more than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yan Huang realm. When Zhang Yi's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he did not regain his senses for a long time. There were more than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yan Huang realm? You're telling the truth? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock when he looked at Zhang Yi again. He felt as though he was listening to a fairy tale. Of course it's true, Zhang Yi said confidently. There's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Masters sect. However, he's going to face the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation in a few decades. For this reason, he's been in closed-door cultivation recently. Since the Beyond Heaven secret zone has opened, nobody dares to disturb him since they're afraid it'll affect his 10th bodiless celestial tribulation that'll befall him in a few decades. For this reason, he didn't come to the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He knew the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation was the most powerful heavenly tribulation in the mundane realms apart from the 9 heavenly tribulation. It was only a matter of time before a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had to face it. If he could not overcome it, he would die and completely disappear from this world. If he managed to survive it, he would be able to ascend to a Devata realm again. Your Celestial Masters sect has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Does that mean the Flower Fruit Mountain and the Gao village also have one? Duan Ling Tian asked. Flower Fruit Mountain has one. However, Old Gao village doesn't have one. Naturally, even if Gao Lao village doesn't have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it won't affect his status in Yan Huang realm since he has a close relationship with Mount Huagua. No matter who it is, being an enemy of Gao Lao Zhuang is equivalent to being an enemy of Huagua Mountain. I'm sure Brother Ling Tian knows the reason for this. It's because the founder of the Old Gao village and the founder of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits were a pair of martial brothers. Zhang Yi replied in one breath. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but the shock on his face did not disappear. He looked at Zhang Yi and continued to ask, based on what I know, it's extremely difficult to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in our Saint Province realm. However, Yan Huang realm is completely different from our Saint Province realm. Why do I feel like it's so easy for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in Yan Huang realm? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with curiosity when he asked the question. It's not surprising. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Zhang Yi said, the Saint Province realm you're in is only a small mundane realm. Not only is it small, but it doesn't have any celestial legacies. On the other hand, Yan Huang realm is a large mundane realm. Not only is it big, but there are also many powerful forces that possess celestial legacies. The celestial legacies are either celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from Devata realms. If an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial possesses a celestial supreme treasure and has mastered divine abilities from Devata realms, how difficult do you think it would be for him to pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation? In fact, there are many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm. In fact, there are many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who have successfully passed the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascended to Devata realms as well. Xueqi paused for a moment before he continued to say, some bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm are bodiless celestials. Moreover, some of the bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm deliberately become bodiless celestials. These people usually have mastered divine abilities from Devata realms and possess celestial supreme treasures or can borrow the power of celestial supreme treasures. It's easy for them to pass the celestial ascension tribulation when they're at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. However, they usually fail the celestial ascension tribulation on purpose, so that they can protect their forces for 10,000 years after they become bodiless celestials. Xueqi's eyes flashed as he continued to say, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in our celestial master sect deliberately failed the celestial tribulation to become a bodiless celestial. Moreover, there's a 90% chance that he'll be able to pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation in a few decades. Xueqi could not help but reveal a look of reverence from the bottom of his heart when he heard those words. Celestial legacies? Upon hearing Xueqi's words, realization dawned on Duanling Tian. However, he could not help but ask curiously, where did the celestial legacies come from? Did someone who ascended to a Devata realm return to Yen Huang realm and leave behind the celestial legacies? Yes. However, this kind of situation is extremely rare. Xueqi nodded and said, this is because the conditions to return to the mundane realm from the Devata realm are very stringent. First of all, one must be a great overarching golden celestial or above in order to withstand the spatial turbulence from the Devata realm to the mundane realm. Secondly, even if one is a great overarching golden celestial or above, once one returns to the mundane realm, one will be tainted by the mundane karma. This will affect one's cultivation base in the future. Due to this reason, those below the great overarching golden celestial realm are unable to return to the mundane realms. As for existences above the golden immortal realm, they wouldn't be willing to be tainted with secular karma and affect their future cultivation just because they return to the secular plane. In fact, their cultivation might even remain stagnant and have no possibility of improving. Xueqi explained. Naturally, there are also some great overarching golden celestials who are willing to return to the mundane realm just to leave behind a few celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realm for their descendants. The reason I said it's rare is because not all ancestors who have ascended to the Devata realms are willing to sacrifice themselves for their descendants in the mundane realms after they've become great overarching golden celestials. For this reason, not every force in Yen Huang realm has celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realm. Xueqi nodded in understanding. I see. Duanling Tian nodded. After listening to Xueqi's explanation, he finally understood. After a person ascended to the Devata realm, they would only be able to return to the mundane realm after becoming a great overarching golden celestial. However, even if they could return to the mundane realm, they would be tainted by the mundane karma. This would affect their cultivation base in the future. For this reason, not everyone was willing to return to the mundane realm to take care of their descendants after becoming a great overarching golden celestial. The Saint Province realm is small, to begin with. Moreover, the number of people in the Saint Province realm who have ascended to the Devata realms is far less than the large mundane realms. Therefore, it's only natural that the Saint Province realm doesn't have any celestial legacies. Without celestial legacies, there's no celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realm. Under such circumstances, it's difficult for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial to pass the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation to become a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian finally understood. Apart from that, Duanling Tian also realized the gap between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. For this reason, Xueqi's eyes lit up. At this moment, Xueqi's eyes lit up as he continued to say, The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone is the only way for forces to obtain celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from the Devata realms. Under such circumstances, as soon as the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone opens, almost all forces from the mundane realms would swarm into the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone like a swarm of bees. After all, as long as he can obtain a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability from a Devata realm, he might be able to rise to the top in the future. Xueqi continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. For those forces that did not have celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms, the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone was their last straw of hope. Only in the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone would they have a chance to obtain celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms. As for the Celestial Masters sect, Flower Fruit Mountain, and other forces that had celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms, they would also join in the fun. After all, no one would complain about having more celestial supreme treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms. Since the heaven-ranked treasure vault isn't the place of inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, what's in there? At this moment, Duan Lingtian changed the topic. Usually, there's more than one celestial supreme treasure and divine abilities from the Devata realms in a heaven-ranked treasure vault. Take this heaven-ranked treasure vault as an example. Since it was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, there must be a celestial supreme treasure and one or two divine abilities from the Devata realms in there. Xueqi said. There's more than one celestial supreme treasure and divine abilities from the Devata realms in there? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Fortunately, he already had a celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 24-23. Duan Lingtian knew very well why his strength was comparable to a 7 bodiless celestial. Firstly, it was because he had a celestial sword. Apart from that, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered was a divine ability from the Devata realms. Even in the Devata realms, it was still considered an extraordinary assist-type divine ability. Lastly, Duan Lingtian relied on the legacy left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, the Sovereign Heart Sword was not a divine ability. It was a martial technique. Therefore, it did not conflict with offensive divine abilities. In fact, it could be used together with offensive divine abilities. In other words, if Duan Lingtian could obtain an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm, his strength would increase greatly. Naturally, the prerequisite was that the offensive divine ability from a Devata realm could be used in conjunction with the Sovereign Heart Sword. If it could not be used in conjunction with the offensive divine ability, the effect would be greatly reduced. In fact, it might not even increase Duan Lingtian's strength. If I can obtain an offensive sword-type divine ability from a Devata realm, it'll definitely be able to complement my Sovereign Heart Sword perfectly. As long as I master it, my strength will increase greatly. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. Currently, he was as strong as a 7 bodiless celestial if he unleashed all his techniques. If he could master an offensive sword-type divine ability from a Devata realm, his strength would increase greatly. He might even have a chance to become as strong as an 8 bodiless celestial. If I master an offensive sword-type divine ability from a Devata realm and successfully comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart and Sword Amalgamation, my strength will be comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more excited. However, it's not realistic for me to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart and Sword Amalgamation, before I ascend to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Therefore, he quickly calmed down from his agitation. He had tried to comprehend the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart and Sword as one. However, he found that he was always unable to comprehend it. It was as if he was always lacking an opportunity, let alone successfully comprehending it. No matter what, if I can obtain a sword offensive divine ability from the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, it'll be great news for me. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the exposed corner of the underground palace. On the other hand, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, other than Lu Xia who remained calm, Han Xueqi could not help but be pleasantly surprised. She did not expect the heaven-ranked treasure vault to have divine abilities from the Devata realms apart from celestial supreme treasures. Let's go. When Han Xueqi, Zhang Yi, and Lu Xia shifted their attention to Duanling Tian said. Then, he took the lead and landed on the ground, entering the underground palace. Han Xueqi and the other two followed closely behind him. To the three of them, Duanling Tian was like their backbone. Although the heaven-ranked treasure vault in front of them was tempting, they did not dare to enter before Duanling Tian if he did not take the lead. When Duanling Tian and the others entered the underground palace through the open door, something happened. However, the scene before their eyes had changed drastically. Of course, before this, they didn't even see what was inside the underground palace. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Currently, he was not in a palace nor was he in a room. Instead, he was in a dark swamp. Moreover, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy and oppressive. The illusory formation was triggered as soon as we entered? Han Xueqi was stunned. She moved closer to Duanling Tian. Although Han Xueqi was not weak, the environment here was too terrifying. Moreover, she knew this was a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, she did not dare to underestimate this place. Right when Duanling Tian's group of 4 had solemn expressions on their faces and were prepared for battle. The heaven-ranked treasure vault that I left behind is divided into a total of 9 stages. As long as one passes through 3 stages, one will be able to obtain one of the things I left behind. A strange yet familiar voice suddenly resonated in the swamp and clearly entered the ears of Duanling Tian and the other 3. It's the voice of Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Lu Xia let out a cry of alarm. At the same time, she looked around vigilantly, but after looking for a long time, she didn't see a 5th figure. After the 3rd trial, I left behind an immortal supreme treasure. After the 6th trial, I left behind a divine ability. After the 9th trial, I left behind my comprehension of the Tao of the sword over the past 1,000 years. It's all in a jade slip. Li Bai's voice rang in the air again, causing the eyes of Duanling Tian and the others to brighten. This was especially true for Duanling Tian. Divine ability. There's a divine ability in this heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, as a sword celestial, Li Bai was skilled in the sword. The divine ability he left behind might be a sword-type divine ability. Duanling Tian's heartbeat quickened. It took him a long time to calm down. There was no doubt the divine ability left behind by Li Bai was from the Devata realms. He was more concerned about whether the divine ability was a sword-type divine ability or not. Apart from the celestial supreme treasure, there's also his comprehension of the sword Tao. This can be considered his inheritance, right? Duanling Tian could not help but think to himself when he recalled the sword Tao comprehension Li Bai had left behind after the 9th challenge. After all, Li Bai's comprehension of the sword Tao could be considered his inheritance to a certain extent. For example, the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang in the Saint Province realm was part of Senior Feng Qingyang's inheritance. What's going on? Duanling Tian could not help but look at Zhang Yi and ask the question in his heart. Duanling Tian, I forgot to tell you. Apart from the celestial supreme treasure and the divine ability, there's something else in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. It's the incomplete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi answered Duanling Tian's question in a timely manner. Incomplete inheritance? Didn't you say it's impossible for this to be the place where Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, left his inheritance? Why is there an incomplete inheritance here? Duanling Tian asked. After all, the incomplete inheritance was left behind by a great overarching golden celestial to a fated person. Even if the fated person meets the great overarching golden celestial in the Devata realm, he'll only treat you as a nominal disciple at most. Only those who obtain the complete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial and meet him in a Devata realm will be acknowledged and accepted as his disciple. Zhang Yi explained patiently. Even if it's useful to obtain the incomplete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, it won't be of much help to you. Duanling Tian nodded. After listening to Zhang Yi's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what Zhang Yi meant. Even if he obtained the incomplete inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, it would not be of much help to him. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian's interest in the incomplete sword Dao that Li Bai had left behind had lessened significantly. The sixth trial. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's attention was completely focused on the sixth trial. After all, as long as he passed the sixth trial, he would be able to obtain the divine ability left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, from the Devata realm. Moreover, there was a high chance that the divine ability was a sword-type divine ability. "It's here!" Zhang Yi suddenly cried out in alarm. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Yi's voice, he regained his senses. As soon as Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, a series of rustling sounds resonated in his ears. Gulp, 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 gulp. The strange sound entered the ears of Duan Ling Tian and the others. When Duan Ling Tian and the others heard the strange sound, they discovered the swamp around them was rumbling. It was as though lava was boiling. What a powerful energy fluctuation! At this moment, whether it was Han Xuanai, Zhang Yi, or even Lu Xia, all of them could clearly feel the waves of energy coming from the rolling swamp around them. The energy fluctuation made them feel pressured. Only Duan Ling Tian remained calm. It was as though he was not affected by the energy fluctuation coming from the swamp. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of air being torn apart reverberated in the air. However, in the swamps that were boiling like magma, patches of mud suddenly splashed out. Along with the mud that splashed everywhere, giant swords came out of the swamp. These giant swords were dim, and from a distance, they looked like they were made of stone. When these huge swords came out of the swamp, their speed was still a little slow. However, as soon as they left the swamp, they were like dragons that had been freed from the shackles of their prison and regained their freedom. Originally, they looked very cumbersome, but at this moment, their bodies were as light as swallows. They swept through the air like streaks of lightning. After tens of thousands of gigantic swords flew out from the swamp in all directions, they swept toward Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of swords whistling like thunder could be heard. The first few hundred huge swords seemed to carry a thunderous force as they swept across the air toward Duan Ling Tian and the others. Chapter 24-24. The offensive strength of these swords is comparable to the full force attack of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When the hundreds of gigantic swords shot toward him, Duan Ling Tian could feel the force contained in each of the gigantic swords was comparable to the full force attack of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Of course, a giant sword that contained such a level of power was nothing to him. Therefore he didn't care. However, even if he didn't care, it didn't mean that Han Xuanai and Lu Xia didn't care either. The two women's faces instantly turned pale. They were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, even though they were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they still felt pressured when faced with a combined attack of hundreds of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for Zhang Yi, although his expression did not change, his face became slightly solemn. Sword come. Thunder come. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai also quickly condensed his thunder sword with his Saint Qi, guiding the thunder into it and strengthening it before sweeping it in all directions and destroying the hundreds of giant swords. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Just as Zhang Yi swept away the hundreds of giant swords, the remaining tens of thousands of giant swords were divided into 9 batches. Each batch of swords swept towards the same place and collided with each other, producing a series of earth-shattering noises. Along with the rolling airwaves and shockwaves, Duan Ling Tian and the other three's line of sight were blocked by the sand and dust raised by the collision of the giant swords. When the dust settled, Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 saw the remaining tens of thousands of giant swords, after being divided into 9 batches, actually transformed into 9 even larger swords. The blade of each sword would probably require more than 10 adults to wrap their arms around it. Boom! Rumble! Now, as the 9 swords swayed casually, they produced a series of rumbling sounds in the void. It was as if a giant had stepped on the ground, causing the earth to quake and mountains to shake. These 9 swords, Zhang Yi's expression changed completely. Because he could clearly feel, the power radiating from the 9 swords wasn't any weaker than his full-strength attack. Interesting. While Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's faces paled, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that the first level of the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the Azure Lotus Sword Celestial, Li Bai, would be so difficult. The energy from each of the 9 gigantic swords was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, he was stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Of course, the power of each of the swords was slightly weaker than Zhang Yi's. However, it was not by much. If there were only 2 or 3 of these 9 giant swords, Zhang Yi would still be able to handle them. However, if more than 4 giant swords were to attack him at the same time, he had no confidence in winning. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you would have to personally take on the first challenge. Zhang Yi smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Previously, when they were in the human-ranked treasure vaults, Zhang Yi and Lu Xia could handle the challenges on their own. They did not need Duan Lingtian's help. However, he did not expect the challenges in the heaven-ranked treasure vault to be so terrifying. Even he could not handle the first challenge, let alone Lu Xia. It's nothing. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head with a faint smile on his face. Almost at the same instant when Duan Lingtian shook his head with a faint smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 9 gigantic swords that were like pillars that supported the heavens looked extremely cumbersome. However, when they moved, their speed was at least 10 times faster than the hundreds of gigantic swords from before. When such a huge 9 swords broke through the air, not only was their might shocking, even the shockwave that was formed from the airwave was extremely frightening. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yi, Han Xuanai and Lu Xia's delicate bodies were trembling violently. It was as though they would be blown away at any moment. However, this did not last long. Whoosh! The silhouette of a black tortoise extended from Duan Lingtian's body and shrouded the 2 women. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 women felt the sudden pressure disappear. Go! Duan Lingtian shouted softly. Subsequently, the immortal sword that had appeared in his hand at an unknown time flashed out swiftly as well, and it brought along a brief sword howl. Of course, regardless of whether it was Han Xuanai, Lu Xia, or Zhang Yi, they could only vaguely hear the sound of the sword whistling. They could not see the sword light that circled around the area. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering sounds of thunder rang in the air at the same time, causing Han Xuanai and the other 2 women to feel as though their eardrums were about to burst. It was Duan Lingtian's celestial sword that had flown out with the sword-wielding art. It made a turn in the air and destroyed the 9 gigantic swords. Duan Lingtian's celestial sword was like an ant in front of the 9 gigantic swords that looked like pillars that supported the heavens. However, the celestial sword that was as insignificant as an ant was able to destroy the 9 gigantic swords. With this, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 women could be considered to have passed the first obstacle left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. As the 4 of them continued to walk into the swamp in front of them gradually disappeared. Soon after, their eyes lit up again. They appeared in a grand hall that was dazzling with gold and jade. It looked extremely luxurious. The light in the hall came from the huge luminous pearls that were embedded in the hall. Each of these luminous pearls was so large that it would be difficult for 2 adults to wrap their arms around each of them. After Duan Lingtian and the other 3 women passed the first obstacle in the heaven-ranked treasure vault, they appeared in the grand hall. Meanwhile, the land of exile that was next to the Saint Province realm was not peaceful at all. The land of exile was also known as the Exiled Realm. It was a mundane realm that was next to the Saint Province realm. Currently, the spatial barrier between the Exiled Realm and the Saint Province realm had been broken. As long as one's cultivation base was not too weak, one could freely travel between the 2 realms. Roar! Roar! A series of earth-shattering dragon roars rang in the air. In the southern polar region of the Exiled Plain, in a barren mountain surrounded by red mist, there was a huge blood-colored lake. The blood-colored lake water was surging. Bang! A loud sound rang out, but a huge white figure suddenly flashed under the surging blood-colored lake water. Following that, the surface of the lake seemed to have exploded. Splash! Crash! Crash! The blood-colored lake water was like a huge fountain, shooting up into the sky. The surrounding blood-colored lake water was like drops of dazzling blood, giving people a creepy feeling. Roar! Roar! The dragon roar, which had resounded for a while before suddenly coming to a stop, resounded once again at this moment. However, unlike the dragon roar that came from the lake earlier, this dragon roar came from above the blood-red lake. It came from 1,000 meters above the blood-red lake. Above the blood-red lake, there was a white divine dragon floating in the air. Its gigantic body was close to 2,000 meters long, and its entire body was covered in shining white dragon scales. It looked like finely carved white porcelain, giving people a surreal feeling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the old man's eyes were shining brightly. The white divine dragon had 8 sharp claws on each of its claws. It was an 8-clawed divine dragon. In fact, there was only one 8-clawed divine dragon among the dragons in the Saint Province realm. He was the strongest dragon in the Saint Province realm, the patriarch of the dragon clan. He was an 8-clawed golden dragon. However, the 8-clawed white dragon that appeared here was an 8-clawed white dragon. Moreover, as the 8-clawed white dragon's body swayed, waves of demonic energy condensed from demonic chi appeared around it. The demonic energy flickered like lightning as it wrapped around the dragon's body and swept past it. In particular, the 8-clawed white dragon's eyes were bloodshot, as if it was possessed by a demon. If there were any members of the dragon clan here, they would definitely be shocked to see this white dragon. This was because white dragons were rarer than golden dragons. Moreover, their innate talent and foundation were not inferior to golden dragons. In fact, they were even stronger than golden dragons. Roar! Roar! As soon as the 8-clawed white dragon appeared above the blood-red lake, another dragon's roar rang from the bottom of the lake. This time, the dragon's roar was much louder than the white dragon's roar. Bang! The blood-red lake that had finally calmed down splashed up again. At the same time, a huge black figure flashed past. In the next moment, an 8-clawed white dragon and an 8-clawed black dragon appeared above the blood-red lake. That was right. It was also a divine dragon that flew out from the blood-red lake. It was a black dragon with shiny black dragon scales all over its body. Apart from that, it had 8 claws on each of its claws. This black dragon's body was also surrounded by devil aura that was condensed from devil chi. Its eyes were also blood-red. If there were any dragons present, their expressions would change when they saw the black dragon. After all, the black dragon was an 8-clawed devil dragon. When the 2 8-clawed divine dragons appeared above the blood-red lake one after another. Little black, little white, you've finally come out of closed-door cultivation. Chapter 24-25. The little girl who suddenly appeared above the blood-red lake was dressed in a golden robe. She was very cute, and her delicate face was like a delicate work of art. Little black, little white, you've finally come out of closed-door cultivation. At this moment, apart from the golden-clad little girl, the 8-clawed white dragon, and the 8-clawed devil dragon were the only ones left. In other words, little black and little white were none other than the 8-clawed devil dragon and the 8-clawed white dragon. As soon as the golden-clad little girl spoke, the 8-clawed white dragon's eyes that were originally blood-red faded and returned to normal. After returning to normal, the dragon's eyes seemed to be filled with spirituality. At the same time, the devil energy shrouding the 8-clawed divine dragon disappeared as though it had never been there. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the 8-clawed white dragon's huge body flashed before it transformed into a little girl dressed in a white robe. She looked as though she was carved out of jade. She was about the same age as the golden-clad little girl. Little Gold, you've already come out of closed-door cultivation? The 8-clawed white dragon looked at the golden-clad little girl in surprise. It was obvious she was surprised the golden-clad little girl had come out of closed-door cultivation before her. Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm a scarlet-eyed celestial devouring rat now. The golden-clad little girl, whom the white-clad little girl called Little Gold, raised her head proudly when she heard the white-clad little girl's words. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang out. It was the other 8-clawed demon dragon that had also transformed into its human form. Moreover, in the process of transforming into its human form, its eyes had also returned to normal. However, its eyes were different from the 8-clawed white dragon's. Instead, they were filled with coldness. The 8-clawed devil dragon's human form was a black-clad little boy who was about the same age as the golden-clad little girl and the white-clad little girl. Although he was young, his childish face was filled with coldness as though he was a little adult. What? Little Black, are you still not convinced? Upon hearing the black-clad little boy's snort, the golden-clad little girl turned to look at him immediately. The smug expression on her face deepened. If the senior who left the legacy blood pool wasn't a rat-type divine beast, you wouldn't have come out of closed-door cultivation before us. The black-clad little boy, whom the golden-clad little girl referred to as Little Black, looked at the golden-clad little girl indignantly. Excuses. They're all excuses. I, your great-aunt, am stronger than you. I'm stronger. Why don't we have a duel? Hearing the words of the little boy in black, the little girl in gold immediately became unhappy. When she spoke again, her tone was urgent, as if she was setting off firecrackers. Little boy and little boy, little black, little boy, little black, little girl of black of little girl, little girl, little black, little girls, little girl, little girl. Little Black. Although the golden-clad little girl was a girl, she was very energetic in her actions, just like a tomboy. She looked at the white-clad little girl and chuckled. Little White, watch how I teach this guy a lesson. Do you really think I'm afraid of him just because he's transformed into an 8-clawed divine dragon? Both of you. The white-clad little girl had a helpless expression on her face when she saw the golden-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy arguing. However, there was nothing she could do. She had seen similar scenes many times in the past. It was just that their strength was weaker in the past. Forget it. If they want to have a duel, let them have a duel. It's just as well. I want to see how much Little Black's strength has improved. I have a feeling that my strength is about the same as his. At this moment, the white-clad little girl's gaze landed on the black-clad little boy again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would have recognized them with just a glance. These three children were none other than the two little pythons and the little golden mouse who had followed him in the past. Little Black, Little White, Little Gold. Bang! A thunderous boom resounded across the sky. It was Xueqi who was the first to fly out. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a shooting star that streaked across the night sky. His gaze locked onto Xiao Jin in the distance as he charged straight towards her. When Blackie streaked across the sky, there were clearly visible cracks in the void where he passed. They looked very long and narrow, and it was impossible for them to heal without a certain amount of time. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be shocked to see this. After all, the space in the Exile Realm was not weaker than the space in the Saint Province Realm. In other words, if one could tear the space in the Exile Realm and leave cracks in the void in the Saint Province Realm, one would be able to tear the space in the Saint Province Realm as well. Only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials could tear the space in the Saint Province Realm and leave cracks in the void in the Saint Province Realm. Even if a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial attacked with all his might, he would only be able to leave tiny cracks in the void. Now, when Blackie flew out, it tore the space apart and left cracks in the void, but they were not small cracks that could be healed in the blink of an eye. In other words, Little Black's current strength was not inferior to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever Xueqi passed, the space trembled. The space was shaken violently by his body and the power around him, leaving behind many cracks in the space. Good timing. Facing the menacing Xueqi, Xiao Jin was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up, and a strong fighting spirit rose in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, boundless energy surged out of her body. As soon as the power broke out of his body, it slammed into the void and left a series of hideous cracks in the void. Bang! Another thunderous sound rang in the air. Little Gold had made her move after Little Black. She did not dodge Little Black's attack. Instead, she fearlessly charged at Little Black. It was clear she was prepared to fight Little Black. One had to know that under such circumstances, she did not have any advantage at all. After all, Little Black had made the first move. Boom, 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 While Little Gold was charging at Little Black, a series of long and ferocious cracks appeared in the void. Moreover, these spatial cracks were even longer than the spatial cracks that Xueqi had created when he moved through them. Our current strength is actually this strong? Before Xueqi and Xuehe started fighting, Xiaobai looked at the cracks in the void in front of her and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At this moment, the void in front of her was like a piece of paper. However, this piece of paper seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. There were countless cracks on it. It was not an exaggeration to say it was riddled with holes. However, Little Gold's strength does seem to be stronger than Little Black's. You have to know, in the past, although her strength was not much weaker than Xuehe's, it was still slightly weaker. Usually, Little Black would be able to defeat her after 100 moves. But now, putting everything else aside, based on the size of the cracks in the void in front of her, Little White could tell that Little Gold and Little Black were stronger than Little Gold and Little Black. Little Gold's strength was even stronger than Little Black's. However, this is normal. After all, as Little Black said, the senior who left behind the legacy blood pool was a rat-type divine beast. Little Gold was originally a jade-eyed heavenly rat. It could be said that she's the same species as him. It's only natural for her to cultivate in the legacy blood pool that he left behind. Little White was relieved when she thought about this. She felt it was only natural that Little Gold was stronger than Little Black. Moreover, if it weren't for Little Gold, we wouldn't have been able to find this place. When Whitey thought about the fortuitous encounter she had obtained this time, her eyes became blurry and absent-minded. Previously, she, Little Black, and Little White had appeared in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. Not long after, they met their brother Ling Tian's good friend, Su Li. Due to Su Li's strange condition, they were afraid something would happen to him, so they followed closely behind him. Wherever Su Li went, they would follow. This was because they did not want to follow Su Li. If they didn't leave with Su Li and something happened to Su Li, they wouldn't be able to face their big brother Ling Tian in the future. Apart from that, they also knew the reason Su Li did not kill them when he was possessed was because he remembered their brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would have been killed by Su Li's sword. They followed Su Li all the way and walked through many places in the WCI subterranean. In the end, they even left the WCI subterranean and came to this dark land of exile. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was so thin that they did not want to stay here any longer. When they saw Su Li walking deeper into the WCI subterranean, they had no choice but to follow him. During this time, Su Li's emotions had become much more normal. He was no longer possessed, and he could even talk to them occasionally. Just as they were about to leave with Su Li while he was recovering, a voice suddenly rang out. Little Black. Little White. I feel like there's a voice calling out to me nearby. Do you feel the same? Chapter 24-26. The Inheritance Blood Pool. It was Xiao Jin's words that had brought them to this place. This place was extremely well hidden. If it were not for Little Gold's guidance, they would not have been able to find this place even if they searched for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. That was because they'd encountered numerous extremely terrifying formations on their way here. It could even be said that they were horrifying formations. In front of the power of those formations, even the bedeviled Su Li did not dare to act rashly and obediently followed behind Little Gold. This was because Little Gold was the only one who could break the formations. They thought the formations were terrifying because they had seen Su Li's sword. They saw with their own eyes that the sword in Su Li's hand was like paper in front of the power of those array formations, instantly shattering into pieces. It should be noted that before that, they had already recognized the sword in Su Li's hand was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Traceless Sword. The reason why they could recognize the Traceless Sword was because of this. The 9-cloud sword in the Oracle Man's hand was also one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Apart from the Traceless Sword, it was the second sword-type super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. For this reason, they had heard the Oracle Man mention the Traceless Sword. The Oracle Man had also described the Traceless Sword to them. For this reason, they recognized the sword in Su Li's hand as the Traceless Sword. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to destroy a super saint weapon, let alone shatter a super saint weapon like a piece of paper. The energy that had destroyed the traceless sword was from the formations they had encountered in the beginning. The further they went, the stronger the formations became. Due to this reason, even though Xueqi had lost his mind after becoming a demon, he still obediently followed behind Little Gold. Little Gold led the way as they broke through the formations and finally arrived at the location of the inheritance blood pool. Based on Little Black and Little Gold's strength, I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation is no match for them. Their strength is comparable to a bodiless celestial who's stronger than an eminent celestial. Little White's heartbeat quickened when she saw Little Black and Little Gold about to fight. This legacy blood pool is too terrifying, isn't it? What kind of existence is that divine beast senior who calls himself a heavenly god-eater rat? Why is the legacy blood pool he left behind able to increase our strength by such an exaggerated amount? Currently, our strength is even stronger than that of an eminent celestial. However, since we haven't gone through the celestial ascension tribulation, it's impossible for us to pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become a bodiless celestial. Right now, how exactly are we living in this mundane plane? Little White was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Because this was no longer something she could understand. Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold only found out about the name Legacy Blood Pool later on. They came here because they were attracted by the blood-red lake. Moreover, they could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the blood-red lake was much richer than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it was not ordinary heaven and earth spirit energy. When they entered the blood-red lake, the pure heaven and earth spirit energy surged into their bodies at an astonishing speed and quickly turned into energy in their bodies. They realized something was amiss. They had a feeling that this was a great opportunity. They had encountered a great fortuitous encounter. Just as their strength continued to increase, a strange part of their memories also appeared in their minds. The memory told them that the legacy blood pool was called the legacy blood pool. It was left behind by a senior who called himself a divine beast, the heavenly god-eater rat. His purpose was to develop his clansmen in the mundane realms. Based on the message left behind by the senior, they realized that they would be bound by the legacy blood pool. Once they were baptized by the legacy blood pool, they would be able to join one of the forces under the senior's control in the Devata realm. Not only would they be protected by the force, but they would also be able to save a lot of trouble. According to the senior, after we're baptized by the legacy blood pool, we'll be able to summon the celestial ascension force by activating the secret method in the memory. The celestial ascension force will lead us to the Devata realm. Little White thought to herself. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Shock waves spread out in all directions like ripples in the air. Wherever the shock waves passed, terrifying cracks appeared in the void. When Little Black and Little Gold fought, the void was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. However, this was only a warm-up for Little Black and Little Gold. The real battle had yet to begin. Oh right, Xueqi. Where's Xueqi? Is he still in closed-door cultivation? Suddenly, Whitey thought of Xueqi, and she looked around before her figure flashed out. After searching for a long time, she was unable to find a trace of Xueqi. Splash! In the end, Little White descended from the sky and entered the legacy blood pool again. The legacy blood pool did not seem big. However, after entering it, Little White discovered that the legacy blood pool was too huge. She did not expect the legacy blood pool to be so huge. When I first came in, I was so focused on cultivating that I didn't pay attention to the legacy blood pool at all. I didn't expect that although the legacy blood pool doesn't look big from the outside, there's a whole other world inside. Although the legacy blood pool was huge, with Little White's current speed, it would not take long for her to search the entire legacy blood pool. She estimated it would only take her about 15 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. While Little White searched through the inheritance blood pool in an attempt to find Xueqi, earth-shaking noises continuously rang out in the sky above the inheritance blood pool. It even shook the blood in the inheritance blood pool to the point that it began to churn. Of course, the rippling of the blood in the legacy blood pool did not affect Little White's efficiency in looking for Xueqi. About a quarter of an hour later, Whitey also discovered that there was something strange going on. Xueqi was no longer in the legacy blood pool. Haha. Little Black, you're too weak. You lost to me in less than 100 moves. When Little White left the legacy blood pool and reappeared in the sky above the legacy blood pool, Little Black and Little Gold had also ended their battle. At the same time, Little Gold laughed loudly as it looked at Little Black. Humph. Little Black's expression darkened when he saw Little Gold's smug expression. A hint of resentment could be seen in his eyes. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. Although the legacy blood pool had given him an earth-shattering transformation, the legacy blood pool was a fortuitous encounter left behind by a rat-type divine beast. It was undoubtedly more beneficial to Little Gold, who was also a rat-type divine beast. The legacy blood pool had allowed Little White and Little Black to transform into 8-clawed divine dragons and Little Gold to transform into a crimson-eyed celestial devouring rat. In the Devata realms, both 8-clawed divine dragons and crimson-eyed celestial devouring rats were celestial beasts. Moreover, they were not ordinary celestial beasts. Xueqi's gone. However, Little Gold and Little Black's expressions froze when they heard Little White's words. Then, the two of them looked at Whitey immediately. I can't find him anywhere. I've searched the entire legacy blood pool, but I can't find him. Facing the gazes of the two, Xueqi said anxiously. Did something happen to him? I don't think so. Little Black was the first to regain his senses. He said solemnly, the legacy blood pool didn't just help us improve our cultivation bases. I'm sure Xueqi's cultivation base has improved as well. Moreover, his foundation is also stronger than ours. After he's improved in there, his strength should still be stronger than ours. Little Black paused for a moment before he continued to say, perhaps, the legacy blood pool has improved a lot. Perhaps, he has used the secret method left behind by that senior to attract the celestial ascension force and ascended to the Devata realm. Little Hay voiced its judgment. That's possible. Little Gold nodded. Little White felt the same way, and the anxious expression on her face eased slightly. However, Xueqi can ascend to the Devata realm, but we can't. Little Gold's eyes flashed as she said, currently, the devil clans are wreaking havoc in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, they have already invaded the upper province. We have to go to the upper province to look for Sister Xueqi and Brother Ling Tian. Now that we're strong enough, we have to protect them. Little Gold's words echoed Little Black and Little White's thoughts. Although they could ascend to the Devata realm now, they did not dare to do so. Nevertheless, they did not plan to leave just like that. After all, they still had many things to do in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They had to protect those who treated them as their family and help the humans defeat the devil clans. Even if it was not for the humans, they had to do it for the people they cared about. Let's go. When Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold left, they discovered that the formation of the legacy blood pool was still in effect. They discovered the formations they had encountered on their way to the Dao Martial Saint Land were still closed when they left. Unless they walked back, it would not be triggered at all. Upon realizing this, the three of them who had been cautious suddenly sped up. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the formation that enveloped the legacy blood pool. It did not take long before they left the land of exile and returned to the Saint Province realm where the Dao Martial Saint Land was located. The devil clans have really invaded the upper province. Chapter 24-27. In the Devata realms, great overarching golden celestials and above would be tainted by the karma of the mundane world if they entered the mundane realms. If it was light, it would affect their cultivation base, and if it was heavy, their cultivation base would stagnate. For this reason, many great overarching golden celestials and above did not have the courage to return to the mundane realms even though they cared about their juniors. Even if it was just a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability from the Devata realms, they would not hesitate to leave behind a celestial supreme treasure or a divine ability for their juniors. However, this was nothing to some of the powerful forces in the Devata realms. For example, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. The legacy blood pool was a treasure refined by a powerful figure from a powerful force in the Devata realms. He would send someone to place it in the mundane realms. The treasure was protected by multiple formations. Unless one was summoned, Even the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the mundane realms would not be able to break through the formations and get close to the legacy blood pool. If Little Gold had not sensed the summoning of the legacy blood pool and mastered the method to break the formations, Little Black and Little White would not have been able to get close to the legacy blood pool, let alone obtain benefits from it. Naturally, the powerful figure from the powerful force in the Devata realms would not only refine a treasure that contained a legacy blood pool. Usually, he would refine tens of thousands of such treasures at once. To him, these treasures were just a piece of cake. He could refine them with just a thought. After he was done refining the treasures, he passed them to his subordinates and instructed them to go to the various mundane realms and place the treasures that contained the legacy blood pool in them, waiting for the fated ones to find them. The fated ones that could be summoned by the legacy blood pool were usually some gifted rat-type sacred beasts from the mundane planes. This was because only gifted rat-type sacred beasts would be chosen by the legacy blood pool. Little Gold happened to be chosen by the powerful figure subordinate who had placed the legacy blood pool in the exiled realm. The people who placed the legacy blood pools in the mundane realms were the subordinates of the powerful figures in the Devata realms. Most of them had limited innate talent, and their cultivation bases were stuck at the great overarching golden celestial stage. To them, even if they did not go to the mundane realms and were not tainted by the mundane karma, it would be difficult for them to improve their cultivation base as great overarching golden celestials. Since that was the case, what did they have to fear about heading to the various large mundane realms? Moreover, if they worked for that great figure, they would be able to obtain many benefits. Why not do something that was beneficial and harmless to them? Go. Let's return to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. When Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold learned that the devil clans from the Debussy subterranean had invaded the upper province, they hurried to the upper province as well. At the same time, she was a little nervous. Brother Ling Tian and sister Xueqi should be fine, right? As they made their way to the upper province, they began to talk about Su Li. I wonder if Su Li has ascended to a Devata realm. If he's in his Devata realm, it's possible that he has already ascended to a Devata realm. That's right. Unless he's clear-headed, he'll most likely cast the secret technique left behind by the rat-type Divine Beast Senior and ascend to the Devata realm. I think he has already ascended to a Devata realm. Based on Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's words, they were certain Su Li had already ascended to a Devata realm. However, they did not expect that Su Li would not be able to ascend to a Devata realm. Not only had Su Li not ascended to a Devata realm, but he had also ascended to a Devata realm. Moreover, Su Li did not obtain the same fortuitous encounter as they did after entering the legacy blood pool. This was because the legacy blood pool was left behind by a rat-type divine beast and not a human powerhouse. For this reason, the legacy blood pool he refined would reject humans. Naturally, he had purposely excluded humans. After all, the Devata realm he was in was a celestial beast clan that prohibited humans from joining. Previously, when Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold entered the legacy blood pool and went into closed-door cultivation, Su Li, who had also entered the legacy blood pool, was sent out immediately. This was because there was a transportation formation in the legacy blood pool that targeted humans. As long as a human entered the legacy blood pool, they would be teleported out immediately. For this reason, Su Li was sent out as soon as Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold entered closed-door cultivation. Perhaps only Su Li himself would know where he was at this moment. According to the law of the mundane realms, ordinary cultivators and bodiless celestials have to undergo the heavenly tribulation before they can ascend to a Devata realm. After returning to the upper province, Little Gold muttered to herself, "Although we've gained strength comparable to bodiless celestials and can ascend to the Devata realms at any time, we're still in the upper province. However, we don't have to face the heavenly tribulation." What's going on? Regarding this, Xiao Jin was puzzled. Generally speaking, ordinary cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would have to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before they could ascend to a Devata realm. Unlike ordinary cultivators, bodiless celestials would also have to undergo the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation before they could ascend to a Devata realm. Only by overcoming the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation would one be able to ascend to a Devata realm a second time. However, Little Black, Little White, and Little Black did not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation to ascend to a Devata realm. I'm curious as well. What's going on? Little Gold was not the only one who was puzzled. Even Little White was puzzled by this. Although Xueqi did not finish speaking, the confusion in his eyes was enough to show that his current thoughts were the same as Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai's. In fact, the reason the three of them did not have to undergo the heavenly tribulation was because the legacy blood pool had helped them deceive the heaven Tao of the mundane realms while they were in closed-door cultivation. Generally speaking, whether it was the celestial ascension tribulation for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the bodiless celestial tribulation for bodiless celestials, or the 9-9 heavenly tribulation from the lightning penalty oath, they were all caused by the law of heaven. However, if it was a force that transcended the Devata realms, it would be able to hide from the law of heaven. This was similar to the illegal immigration in Duan Lingtian's previous life. In the future, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White would have to smuggle themselves into the Devata realms since they did not have permission from the mundane realms to enter the Devata realms. In fact, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were not the only stowaways in the Saint Province realm. Even Duan Lingtian's wife, Kerr, could be considered as a stowaway to a certain extent. Ever since Kerr had used extreme methods to gradually awaken the memories of her previous life, her strength had also increased rapidly. Although she had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she did not attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation. This was because Kerr's strength was not restricted by the law of heaven in the mundane realms. Due to this reason, the law of heaven could not detect her strength. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that the Celestial Ascension tribulation would not affect her. All of this was something that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White couldn't understand. Let's return and have a look. After returning to the upper province, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White immediately made their way to the northern region. Along the way, they encountered many devils. However, none of the devils were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These devils were, naturally, no match for Little Gold, Little White, and Little White. It was to the extent that any one of Xiao Jin's trio could annihilate them with a single breath. Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were making their way to the northern region. They were about to return to the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the northern region. In the northern region, an uninvited guest appeared in the ice mountain valley that was shrouded in white mist all year round. Swoosh! Although the uninvited guest did not cause a huge commotion, it still alerted everyone in the valley. Who's there? The few people in the Ice Mountain Valley were none other than the Oracle Man from the 7 Absolute Sect, Gonru Yen, Qinghua, and Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Siling. The uninvited guest was a handsome young man. His robe was completely soaked in blood. Some of the blood was still dripping from his robe. It was obvious that the fresh blood had just been stained. Sir, this is private property. Please leave at once. Qinghua, the strongest among them, stepped forward and said to the young man with a dark expression on his face. When the young man heard Qinghua's words, his blood-red eyes shone with devil qi as he stared at Qinghua coldly. Qinghua's heart skipped a beat. Boom! A powerful and ruthless aura surged out of the young man's body and shrouded Qinghua. Qinghua's body trembled from the pressure, and the ice mountain beneath his feet began to crack. 2 spiderwebs appeared and spread out in all directions. Barf! At the same time, Qinghua, who could not withstand the pressure, threw up a mouthful of blood. His blood stained the ground. It was dazzling. Master! Gonru Yan's expression changed drastically. The Oracle Man's expression turned grave as well. He did not expect the uninvited guest to be so powerful. Just his aura alone was enough to injure Qinghua, the strongest among them. You're seeking death. Chapter 24-28. You're seeking death. As soon as the blood-eyed young man spoke, his saint origin that exuded monstrous devil qi surged out of his hand. In just a blink of an eye, his saint origin transformed into a 3-foot-long sword filled with killing intent. The blood-eyed young man glared at Qinghua with murderous intent in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move to kill Qinghua, a voice rang in the air. Suddenly, a voice rang from one of the wooden houses in the valley. Auntie, who's here? Did father and the others come out? The voice belonged to a young girl. The girl looked like she was only in her teens, but she was already showing signs of a devastatingly beautiful face. It was not difficult to imagine. When the young girl grew up, she would definitely be a peerless beauty. When the young lady appeared, the blood-eyed young man, who was staring at Qinghua intending to attack him, instantly shifted his gaze to her. The appearance of the young girl had successfully diverted the blood-eyed young man's attention. Oh no! Although Qinghua managed to escape death, his expression changed drastically when the blood-eyed young man shifted his attention to the young girl. Ceiling. Gan Ruyan's expression changed as well. She did not expect the young girl would appear at this moment. The young girl who appeared after hearing the commotion was none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the old prophet and Gan Ruyan appeared in front of Duan Xiling one after another. They shielded her behind them like two wolves protecting their cub. To Gan Ruyan, Duan Xiling was her niece, her younger sister's daughter. She was willing to sacrifice everything for Duan Xiling, including her life. As for the Oracle Man, Duan Xiling was the daughter of the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. He had dedicated his life to the Seven Absolutes sect. Now that the sect leader's daughter was in danger, it was only natural for him to step forward. Scram! Both Gan Ruyan and the Oracle Man felt a powerful force colliding with them and sending them flying. Gan Ruyan was still fine as she quickly stopped moving. The Oracle Man, who had a weaker cultivation, was heavily smashed into the ground in the distance. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his gray robe was dyed red. Auntie! Grandpa Tianji! At this moment, Duan Xiling finally regained her senses. Her expression changed immediately. Duan Xiling shouted out of concern for Gan Ruyan and the Oracle Man. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the red-eyed young man appeared in front of Duan Xiling in just a blink of an eye. Duan Xiling was only a teenage girl after all. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her body was so stiff that it was as though lead had been poured into her body when she saw the blood-red-eyed young man who exuded a murderous aura. Your Excellency, she is only a child. You. Qinghua wanted to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by the red-eyed young man. He followed in the footsteps of Gan Ruyan and the Oracle Man. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people were injured. You. Gan Ruyan wanted to say something, but Qinghua stopped her. Ruyan, let's watch first. I don't think he has any killing intent toward Xiling. In fact, his killing intent toward me seems to be suppressed when he looks at Xiling, Qinghua reminded Gan Ruyan through voice transmission. He had just discovered this as well. Upon hearing this, Gan Ruyan studied the blood-eyed young man for a while. When the blood-eyed young man stood in front of Duan Xiling, the killing intent on his body vanished. It was to the extent that the blood-red color in his eyes seemed to have faded a little. What's he doing? For a moment, Gan Ruyan, Qinghua, and even the Oracle Man were stunned. After a while, the red in the red-eyed young man's eyes disappeared, and his expression returned to normal. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a different person. A warm smile appeared on his originally cold face. At the same time, he looked at Duan Xiling and asked, "What do you think?" He looked at Duan Xiling and asked, "You? What's your relationship with Duan Ling Tian? I think you look a little like him." It was as though he had transformed into a completely different person in just a blink of an eye as he looked at Duan Xiling. For a moment, Gan Ruyan, Qinghua, and the Oracle Man were petrified. Before this, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they would not have expected the young man to say such a thing. Duan Ling Tian? He knows Duan Ling Tian? Gan Ruyan was stunned when she regained her senses. Did he see that Xiling looks like Guardian Ling Tian? Is that why he acted this way? Qinghua was dumbfounded. He knows sect leader? The Oracle Man had an incredulous expression on his face. However, at this moment, whether it was Gan Ruyan, Qinghua, or the Oracle Man, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, they knew Duan Xiling would not be in any danger. You know my father? The fear in Duan Xiling's heart dissipated when she heard the young man's words. She was so frightened that her body was frozen stiff. However, when she heard the young man's words, the fear in her heart dissipated. When she looked at the young man again, apart from the fear in her eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Father. You're Duan Lingtian's daughter? That fellow has a daughter? The young man was stunned for a moment before he laughed. After a while, he sighed softly. That's true. I haven't seen him for many years. Who are you? How do you know my father? The fear in Duan Xiling's eyes gradually faded away. Instead, the curiosity in her eyes intensified. I'm your father's friend. Of course I know him. The young man smiled. You're my father's friend? Duan Xiling asked skeptically. Who are you? Even if I haven't met my father's friend, I've heard of him. I'm Xueqi. Has your father mentioned me before? The smile on the young man's face widened. Xueqi? Upon hearing the young man's words, Qinghua and the Oracle Man were confused. They had never heard of this name before. Even Gan Ruyen could not help but frown. She had never heard of this name before. Xueqi? Your uncle Xueqi. Unlike Qinghua, the Oracle Man, and Gan Ruyen who were confused, Duan Xiling cried out excitedly when she heard the young man's words. Uncle Xueqi, I've heard my father mention you before. Both of you met in Iron Blood City on Cloud Continent. At that time, both of you participated in the selection for the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, right? My father said that was the first time he met you. The fear in Duan Xiling's heart had completely disappeared when she spoke. When she looked at Xueqi again, she was no longer frightened. Instead, she sized Xueqi up with curiosity. Her bright eyes kept turning. Cloud Continent, Iron Blood City, Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Upon hearing Duan Xiling's words, the young man, Xueqi, seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he regained his senses. He looked at Duan Xiling and said with a smile, I didn't expect your father to tell you this. Where's your father now? Xueqi asked. Father has entered the Sword Saint's secret zone, Duan Xiling replied. Duan Xiling said as she looked at the bottomless black hole hovering in the air. A hint of longing could be seen in her beautiful eyes at this moment. Sword Saint's secret zone? Xueqi's gaze shifted to the black hole in the distance. In that case, this is the entrance to the Sword Saint's secret zone? Yes. As soon as Duan Xiling responded, the aura on Xueqi's body that had calmed down began to surge again. It was as though a pot of boiling water had been boiled. A ruthless aura surged out of his body and swept out in all directions, causing Duan Xiling's expression to change drastically. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi on Xueqi's body surged again. His eyes, which had returned to normal, had once again turned blood red. They were filled with ruthlessness. Uncle Xueqi? Duan Xiling's expression changed when she saw Xueqi had returned to his original appearance. She could not help but call out to him softly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At some point in time, the 3-foot-long blade in Xueqi's hand that had dissipated earlier had reformed as the saint origin that was shrouded in devil chi surged out of his body. Not only that, but it was also emitting a piercing sound. No. Xueqi did not respond to Duan Xiling's greeting. He stood there, trembling violently as he muttered incoherently, Thank you. It was as though it was extremely difficult for him to say those words. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as Xueqi raised his hand and swung his sword at Duan Xiling. No. Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she saw Xueqi swinging his sword at Duan Xiling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qinghua and the Oracle Man's expressions changed drastically at this moment. If something happened to Duan Xiling under their watch, how were they going to explain themselves to Duan Lingtian when he came out? Uncle Xueqi. Duan Xiling's face was filled with disbelief when Xueqi swung his sword at her. She did not expect Xueqi would be so close to her. She did not expect Xueqi, her father's best friend, would attack her after finding out she was her father's daughter. Chapter 24-29. Xiao. The sword chi shot toward Duan Xiling like a bolt of lightning. Chi. A soft sound rang in the air. It was the sound of something being cut. Gan Ruyan's body trembled when she heard that voice. She could not help but close her eyes as her heart seemed to have stopped beating. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qinghua and the Oracle Man's expressions changed drastically at this moment. However, Their expressions froze in an instant. A hint of shock could be seen in their eyes. This was because they saw the sound of something cutting through the air. It was not the sound of Su Li killing Duan Siling. It was the sound of Su Li's sword cutting through a strand of hair beside Duan Siling's ear. He did not hurt her at all. Roar! A beast-like roar rang in the air. Su Li's eyes were bloodshot as he looked up at the sky. His handsome face was twitching as though he was struggling with something. Don't touch her. Qinghua and the Oracle Man realized something was amiss when Su Li spat out those words. It did not seem like Su Li's actions were his own. There seemed to be another force controlling him. Swoosh! While Qinghua and the old prophet were still in shock, Su Li's body flashed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. He shot toward the black hole that was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In just a blink of an eye, Su Li disappeared into the black hole. Uncle Su Li, before Su Li left, Duan Siling opened her eyes. She could clearly see the conflicted look in Su Li's eyes. At this moment, she could not help but feel something was amiss. The person who had attacked her was not her Uncle Su Li. Instead, it was the devil that was hiding in her Uncle Su Li's body and temporarily occupying his body. Otherwise, how could her Uncle Su Li be a completely different person from before? Siling! At this moment, Gan Ru Yen, who had just opened her eyes and discovered Duan Siling was fine, could not help but feel excited. It was as though she had encountered a joyous occasion. But to her now, it was indeed a joyous occasion that her niece was fine. Just now. What happened? That Su Li. When he changed into a different person, it was more like he was being controlled by some kind of power. After his eyes turned completely red, he gave me the feeling that he was a pure demon, not a human. Qinghua and the Elder of Heavenly Secrets glanced at each other. As they conversed, they confirmed one thing. Su Li did not have a choice when he attacked Duan Siling. However, even if he couldn't control himself, he still managed to stop the force that was controlling his body in the end and successfully made the sword deviate from its original trajectory. Even though they were unable to capture the trajectory of that sword strike. However, they were certain of one thing. The force that controlled Su Li's body would not have swung the sword for no reason. Since it had swung the sword, it must have wanted to kill Duan Siling. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the sword to miss. However, at the critical moment, the sword did not land on Duan Siling. Instead, it only took a strand of hair from Duan Siling's ear. Uncle Su Li. How did he become like this? Upon hearing Qinghua and the old prophet's words, Duan Siling, who was still in a state of shock, was certain of one thing. Her hunch was right. For this reason, a hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. She could see that her Uncle Su Li was not in a good condition when he left. Little Siling, did you really hear about him from your father? Moreover, he's from Cloud Continent? At this moment, the Oracle Man looked at Duan Siling and asked. Yes. Duan Siling nodded. Father has mentioned Uncle Su Li more than once. He said Uncle Su Li is a good friend of his. When he left Cloud Continent, his biggest regret was not being able to see Uncle Su Li again. After that, Father has never seen Uncle Su Li again. I didn't expect Uncle Su Li would appear here. Duan Siling replied. That's right. Why is he here? Upon hearing Duan Siling's words, whether it was the Oracle Man, Qinghua, or Gan Ru Yen, all of them were stunned. They did not believe Su Li had come here by chance. The upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was so huge. Although it was possible for someone to come here by chance, if that person was Duan Lingtian's old friend, they felt it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. In fact, it was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. The reason Su Li was able to find this place was because Little Gold had brought him to the Legacy Blood Pool when he was in the Land of Exile. Previously, when he entered the Legacy Blood Pool, although he was immediately sent out, he could clearly sense the spirit energy in the Legacy Blood Pool. It left a deep impression on him. Currently, the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, where the black hole was also filled with the same spirit energy. However, it was much thinner. However, it was still detected by Su Li, who had just arrived in the upper province and entered the western province. If Su Li was in his normal state, he would not be able to sense this place. However, Xueqi, who was in his devilified state, happened to sense this place and barged in as soon as he sensed it. That was how the subsequent events had unfolded. Senior Uncle Prophet. Uncle Xueqi will be fine, right? Duan Xiling asked as she looked at the Oracle Man. She was certain Xueqi had no choice but to do so. A hint of anticipation could be seen in the depths of her eyes. She hoped the Oracle Man would tell her that her Uncle Xueqi would be fine. I think he'll be fine. And the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had indeed responded to her in this manner. Looking at his appearance, he can still barely manage to interfere with himself after he loses control. From this point, it can be seen that this situation of his is not something that happened in a day or two. For this reason, you don't have to worry about him. The Oracle Man comforted Duan Xiling when he reached the end of his sentence. All right. Duan Xiling felt much better after being comforted by the Oracle Man. Whoosh. 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 3 days later, another 3 uninvited guests arrived at the Ice Mountain Valley. Why are all of you here? The Oracle Man was taken aback when he saw the 3 uninvited guests. It was because the 3 people that had appeared before him now were none other than the 2 little pythons and the little gold mouse from all those years ago. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. He could still remember. Previously, he was the one who asked Yu Wu-ing to bring them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he had performed a divination for the 3 of them. He had vaguely predicted that the 3 of them would encounter a fortuitous encounter in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although he had only vaguely predicted it and was not certain, he still asked Yu Wu-ing to do it. After all, riches and honor came with risk. Old Man Prophet. The golden-clad little girl glared at the Oracle Man when she saw him again. She said angrily, "Why did you ask Yu Wu-ing to send us away? You even threw us into the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the devil clans wreak havoc. You're trying to get us killed." It had been a few days since they returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had learned about the things that happened in the past through the information network of the 7 Absolute Sex Red Dust progeny. This included the matter of the Oracle Man asking Yu Wu-ing to bring the 3 of them to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although they were aware that the Oracle Man had divined that there would be an opportunity for the 3 of them in the lower district, which was why he had done that. However, because the Old Man of Heavenly Secrets did not discuss this with them beforehand, they felt extremely displeased. Now not only was Xiao Jin glaring at the Oracle Man furiously, but Xiao He was also glaring at the Oracle Man coldly. Even Little White, who had the best temper among the 3, revealed an unfriendly expression when she looked at Old Man Tianji at this moment. Judging from your current appearances, you must have obtained a great opportunity in the lower province, right? Although Xiao Jin and the other 2 did not deliberately reveal their auras, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets could still vaguely sense that something was different about them from the brand new aura they unconsciously exuded. Therefore, he guessed Little Gold and the others had most likely obtained the fortuitous encounter that he divined. Lower province? Great opportunity? When Little Gold heard the Oracle Man's words, she was stunned. Then she could not help but curse. What kind of fortuitous encounter is there in the Debussy subterranean? What? You didn't obtain any fortuitous encounter? The Oracle Man's expression changed. He lowered his eyes and muttered, Could it be that I've divined wrongly? When he sent Little Gold and the others away, he had taken a risk. Now that Little Gold said there was no fortuitous encounter in the lower province, it was only natural that he thought he had divined wrongly. Hey! At this moment, Duan Xiling looked at Little Gold and said with a displeased expression on her face, Little girl, you're quite cute, but why are you so rude? Grandpa Prophet is an elder, you can't speak to him like that. As Duan Xiling spoke, she began to educate the golden-clad little girl who was much younger than her. Xiling. Duan Xiling did not see that Little Gold was not to be trifled with, but Gon Ruyen could see it. Her expression changed immediately. Who are you, little girl? Chapter 2430. Duan Xiling was slightly annoyed when she heard Little Gold's words. Her gaze subconsciously swept across the black-clothed little boy and white-clothed little girl not far away. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Why, you're Little Gold, right? Duan Siling asked as she looked at the golden-clad little girl. The golden-clad little girl who had glanced at Duan Siling impatiently studied her when she heard Duan Siling's question. After a while, she realized something was amiss. This girl, who was about 10 years old, looked somewhat familiar. However, she was certain she had never seen this girl before. "Who are you? How do you know me? Did old man Tianji tell you?" The golden-clad little girl asked. "You're really little gold?" Duan Siling exclaimed excitedly when she heard the golden-clad little girl's question. "If you're little gold, then they're little black and little white, right?" Duan Siling glanced at the black-clad little boy and white-clad little girl as she spoke. Immediately, the two men's gazes landed on her. "Little black, don't you think she looks familiar?" At this moment, the white-clad little girl who was looking at Duan Siling said to the black-clad little boy standing next to her. The black-clad little boy nodded. He also felt the girl before him looked familiar. Little gold, little black, and little white? It's them. Gone Ru Yen was Ker's elder sister. When she was with Ker, she had heard about the little gold mouse and the two little pythons from Ker. She had also learned about the little girl. The three little fellows had followed Han Shu and I to the 7 Absolute sect before the Oracle Man sent them away. She did not expect them to return now. Gone Ru Yen knew the three little fellows were little gold, little black, and little white. She was certain they would not harm her niece. 09 Little say net. This was because her niece was the daughter of the person they cared about the most. "You. Who are you? Why do I feel you look familiar? I'm sure I've never seen you before. But you." Little White looked at Duan Siling in confusion. She could not figure out why she felt someone she had never seen before looked familiar. Furthermore, she could see the shadows of two people in this person at the same time. And those two people were very important to her. "Her name is Duan Siling," Gone Ru Yen said as she looked at Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Little Gold and the other two immediately shifted their gazes to Gone Ru Yen. "Sister Ker?" Whitey's eyes lit up when it saw Gone Ru Yen. Its tender cheeks trembled in excitement. "No, she's not Sister Ker." However, Little Gold's eyes only lit up for a moment before they dimmed again. Although she looks exactly like Sister Ker, she's not Sister Ker. Sister Ker's aura isn't like this. Previously, when she could not transform into a human, she would often stay in Sister Ker's sleeve. Therefore, she was very familiar with Sister Ker's aura. "She's not Sister Ker." Little Black, who had a cold expression on his face, spoke up. With Little Gold and Little Black's reminder, Little White gradually suppressed her excitement. She also discovered that Duan Siling was different. Although the woman in front of her looked exactly the same as her big sister Ku-er, her temperament was completely different from her big sister Ku-er. "Indeed, I'm not your sister Ker," Gone Ru Yen said again. "I'm your sister Ker's twin sister, Gone Ru Yen. As for Si Ling, she's the daughter of your sister Ker and your brother Ling Tian." As Gone Ru Yen introduced herself, she looked at Duan Siling, Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's daughter? No wonder I find her familiar. It's as though I saw Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's silhouettes in her. As it turns out, she's Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's daughter. The moment Gone Ru Yen's words left her mouth, Little Gold and Little White were so excited that they flew out immediately. They circled Duan Siling and sized her up. Their eyes shone brightly as well. 09 Little said, net. Although Little Black did not move, his gaze when he looked at Duan Siling had turned gentle. There was even a hint of affection in his eyes. "I didn't expect Sister Ker and brother Ling Tian's daughter to have grown so big in just a blink of an eye. You're Siling, right? I'm your aunt Little Gold." Little Gold smiled as she looked at Duan Siling. Her tone was so gentle that it was as though she was a completely different person from when she first arrived. "You look younger than me. I won't call you Aunt Little Gold." However, Duan Siling shook her head and refused to address Little Gold, who was much younger than her, as auntie. It made sense when he thought about it. It was indeed very difficult for a teenager to call a little girl who looked like she was 8 or 9 years old auntie. "You." Little Gold was infuriated when she heard Duan Siling's words. However, she could not bear to be angry at Duan Siling, so she said gently, "Siling, you're a good girl. When Aunt Little Gold met your parents, you weren't even born yet. You should call me Aunt Little Gold. Little Gold did not give up. She wanted to hear Duan Siling address her as Auntie. However, Duan Siling refused to call her Aunt Little Gold. In the end, Little Gold was so angry that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. However, she could not bear to be angry at Duan Siling. After all, Duan Siling was the product of the love between the two most important people in her life. Therefore, she treated Duan Siling like her own daughter and doted on her. All right, Little Gold. If Siling doesn't want to call you Aunt Little Gold, just don't call her Aunt Little Gold. Why do you care about how you address her? Little White shook her head and said with a smile. In her eyes, Siling was just a child who needed to be protected. Why should he be so serious about a child? All right, in front of Duan Siling, Little Gold had lost her temper. She was as docile as a cat. Siling, I'm Little Black. How are Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kerr? At this moment, Little Black walked up to Duan Siling with a warm smile on his cold face. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at Duan Siling. Father and mother have entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Upon hearing Little Black's words, Duan Siling looked at the black hole hovering in the air and said, Uncle Suli has also entered the secret zone. A worried expression appeared on Duan Siling's face when she mentioned Suli. What? As soon as Duan Siling finished speaking, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White's expressions changed drastically. Suli. Suli didn't ascend? Moreover, he's in the Sword Saint secret zone? Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White thought Suli had ascended to the Devata realm after obtaining the legacy blood pool. They did not expect Suli would not ascend to the Devata realm. Moreover, he even found this place. They were not surprised that Suli managed to find this place. After all, when they could not find Han Xueqi and the others at the nameless snow-capped peak in the northern region, they had sensed an aura coming from this place. If they had not come into contact with the legacy blood pool, they would not have noticed the aura at all. However, since they had come into contact with the legacy blood pool, they were certain of it. Although the aura was very faint, it was exactly the same as the aura of the spiritual energy that filled the legacy blood pool. For this reason, they followed the aura and found this iceberg valley. They did not expect to see the Oracle Man as soon as they entered the iceberg valley. Siling, did you say Suli was here? Did he enter the secret zone from here? Little White asked as she looked at Duan Siling solemnly. Yes. Duan Siling nodded. After a brief conversation with Little White, Duan Siling finally understood why Suli seemed to have transformed into a different person. As it turned out, Suli had become like that because he had obtained the Devil Clan's legacy. Occasionally, he would return to normal, but at other times, he would enter the devilification state. Suli. He attacked you with his sword? Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's expressions darkened when they learned Suli had attacked Duan Siling with his sword. Previously, they had treated Suli well because Suli was Ling Tian's friend. However, Duan Siling was Ling Tian's daughter and Ker's daughter. Between Suli and Duan Siling, it was only natural that Duan Siling was more important to them. Siling, are you all right? Little White and Little Gold moved closer to Duan Siling and studied her from head to toe. Their expressions were filled with concern as though they were trying to confirm if she was injured. I'm fine. Duan Siling shook her head lightly. At that time, Uncle Suli was struggling to stop him from entering the devilification state. That's why he only managed to cut a strand of my hair. That's good. That's good. Upon hearing Duan Siling's words, Little White and Little Gold heaved a sigh of relief. Although Little Black didn't say anything, his originally tense and solemn face completely relaxed at this moment. Old Prophet, where's Sister Xueqi? Xiao Jin looked at the old man of heavenly secrets and asked. Aunt Xueqi has entered the Sword Saint secret zone as well. Duan Siling replied. Does this mean Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, and the others have reunited with Sister Xueqi? Little White's eyes lit up. They've been together for a long time. Father is still the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. Duan Siling raised her head proudly. The sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. Chapter 24:31. Since Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were sent to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land by Yu Wu-ing under the orders of the Oracle Man, they did not know what happened in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after that. With Duan Si Ling's reminder and Gan Ru Yan's explanation, they learned about what had happened after they left the upper province. Big Brother Ling Tian is actually the current successor of the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, the Fog Rain progeny? Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold had long known that the successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the Misty Rain lineage, was about to be born. Furthermore, they had privately discussed what kind of person the successor of the Misty Rain lineage would be like. However, never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the current successor of the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, the Fog Rain lineage, was actually their big brother Ling Tian. This is too inconceivable, right? This is too dreamy. Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Once the successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, was born, he would be the sect leader of the seven absolute sect. They knew this as well. It turned out that they were still a little unconvinced in their hearts. They felt that even if the successor of the Misty Rain sect was born, he did not have the qualifications to be their sister Xuenai's head. But now, they no longer thought so because the successor of the Misty Rain sect was their big brother Ling Tian. Guli is dead? And Yu Wuing, Sister Xuenai's master, is dead? Soon after, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold also learned about the death of the third and fourth absolutes of the seven absolute sect. All of a sudden, they fell silent. At this moment, the resentment they had for Yu Wuing was completely gone. After all, the dead had to be respected. Dragons! At the same time, their eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. To a certain extent, they could not be considered members of the seven absolute sect. However, since their sister Xuenai was a member of the seven absolute sect, they had always considered themselves as members of the seven absolute sect. Especially now that they knew that the current sect leader of the seven absolute sect was their big brother Ling Tian, they felt even more strongly that they were members of the seven absolute sect. The seven absolute sect's disciples were killed, so they were naturally enraged. However, even though they were furious, they did not lose their rationality. After all, the dragons were not an ordinary force. They even had a supreme elder who was a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest person among the dragons is the patriarch of the dragons' inner clan. Rumor has it that the patriarch of the dragons is at least an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He might even be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Qinghua could not help but interject with a solemn expression. Old man Tianji. This sword saint's secret realm. We can also enter, right? Xiao Jin looked at the oracle man and asked. According to the seven absolute sect, it's very difficult for those below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage to survive after entering the sword saint's secret realm. You guys. The oracle man hesitated when he reached the end of his sentence. Although he could vaguely sense that Xiao Jin and the other two were different from before based on their auras, however, since Xiao Jin had said that they did not obtain any fortuitous encounter in the WCI subterranean, he instinctively assumed that they had not obtained any fortuitous encounter in the WCI subterranean. It was very likely that Xiao Jin and the other two were not even at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Xiao Jin could not help but laugh when she heard the oracle man's words. She smiled faintly and said, Old man Tianji, I only said that we did not obtain any fortuitous encounter in the WCI subterranean. However, we did obtain a fortuitous encounter in the WCI subterranean, the land of exile. Little Black, Little White, let's go. As soon as Xiao Jin finished speaking, she called out to Little Black and Little White. Whoosh! Following that, the power in his body skyrocketed. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a rapid cannonball that directly charged into the black hole that was suspended in the void not far away. Ling, Little Black and I will go in first as well. We'll play with you when we come out. Little White said to Duan Ling before she and Little Black followed Xiao Jin into the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, Xiao Jin, Little Black, and Little White had disappeared. However, before Xiao Jin and the other two left, their powerful auras caused the Oracle Man, Qinghua, and Gon Ruyan's hearts to skip a beat. That aura! Even the aura of an eminent celestial can't compare to them, right? Qinghua's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. It seems like they obtained a fortuitous encounter. In fact, the Oracle man's eyes had lit up when Xiao Jin and the other two said they had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the land of exile. Now that he had sensed the auras of Xiao Jin and the other two left and heard Hua Lao's words, his eyes lit up even more. At the same time, he realized he had made the right choice. Fortunately, he had sent the three little fellows to the Loa province. Otherwise, they would have missed out on a great fortuitous encounter. Even the aura of an eminent celestial can't compare to Little Black and the other two? Duan Xiling was shocked by Qinghua's words. She looked at Qinghua in shock and asked, Grandpa Qinghua, based on your words, does this mean Little Black and the other two are comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Indeed, their strength is comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, I have a feeling that even a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be as strong as them. Whether it was a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, Qinghua had encountered them in the Zoroastrianism's estate. The 4 tribulation bodiless celestial he had encountered was Li Bing, the ancestor of the Zoroastrianism. As for the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, it was the 7-clawed golden dragon, Di Chen. However, no matter if it was Li Bing or Di Chen, when they attacked, the aura that they emitted was inferior to Xiao Jin and the other two. Qinghua knew very well what this meant. This meant Xiao Jin and the other two might be stronger than Di Chen. Di Chen was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who was very close to becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Xiao Jin and the other two were stronger than him, it meant they were comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. What? Hearing Qinghua's words, Elder Tianji could not help but be shocked. He knew Xiao Jin and the other two's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, it did not cross his mind that Xiao Jin and the other two's strength had surpassed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Those 3 little fellows already possess strength that surpasses 5 tribulation bodiless celestials? What kind of fortuitous encounter did they encounter? Elder Tianji's heart trembled. The fortuitous encounter was beyond his imagination. It was beyond his comprehension. While the Oracle man was shocked, Gon Ruyan was also shocked by Qinghua's words. Master, is what you're saying true? Their strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Of course it's true. Qinghua nodded. He then said with a dignified expression, Do you remember Di Chen? Yes. Gon Ruyan nodded. Naturally, she remembered Di Chen. He was a 7-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, he was the only son of the supreme elder of the dragons, Di Huan, and a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Emperor Chen's aura isn't as good as those 3's. Qinghua said. What? Gon Ruyan was shocked. Based on what she knew, Di Chen, the 7-clawed golden dragon who was forced to kneel and kowtow to her brother-in-law, Duan Ling Tian, was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it was said that he was close to becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, her master was telling her that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White were stronger than Di Chen. She found this hard to accept. She knew a lot about Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Initially, she learned about this from her sister, Kerr. Later on, she learned about this from Han Xuanai, the successor of the 7 Absolutes Sect's 7 Absolutes Red Dust progeny. Although the Oracle man had predicted that Little Gold, Little Black, and Little Black had obtained fortuitous encounters in the Debussy subterranean and sent them to the Loa province, she did not expect the trio's strength to improve so much in such a short time. What fortuitous encounters did they obtain? That fortuitous encounter must have surpassed the level of the mundane realm, right? Gon Ruyan was shocked. Naturally, Gon Ruyan could not be certain even if she thought so. She was unaware that Little Gold was not the case. She had guessed correctly. Little Gold, Little Black, and Little Black are so powerful? Duan Xiling's face was filled with shock as well. It was hard for her to imagine that the 3 children possessed such powerful strength. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. It's a celestial sword as well. After many days, Duan Ling Tian, Little Black, and Little Black finally passed the third trial and obtained the celestial supreme treasure left behind by Li Bai. It was a sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian held the sword in his hand and infused a little of his energy into it. The sword in his hand shone brightly as a sharp sword ray shot out, emitting a series of rapid sword whistling sounds. The grade of this sword is similar to the celestial sword in my hand. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered that it was an ordinary celestial supreme treasure. It was on the same grade as the sword in his hand that looked like a pool of spring water. Zhang Yi, since you use a sword as well, you can have this sword. Duan Ling Tian casually tossed the celestial sword in his hand to Zhang Yi as though he was throwing trash. This. Chapter 2432. Although Zhang Yi was envious of Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword, he still felt that he should not accept it. He did not help much in the first trial of the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. As for the second and third checkpoints, which were even more difficult, he didn't make a move at all. He felt bad for letting Duan Ling Tian reap what he had not sown. Take it. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Zhang Yi's rejection. He smiled faintly before he continued to move forward. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of taking the celestial sword from Zhang Yi. Lu Xia looked at the celestial sword in Zhang Yi's hand enviously. After all, ever since they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she had yet to obtain even a single treasure. Brother Ling Tian, wait for me. Han Shu and I followed Duan Ling Tian. A hint of gratitude flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's back. He did not say anything else and quietly put the celestial sword away. However, in his heart, he felt indebted to Duan Ling Tian. Although the difficulty of the next 3 trials increased gradually, it was nothing to Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian in the lead, the 4 of them easily passed the trials. If I'm not mistaken, there's a divine ability after the 6th trial. After Duan Ling Tian passed the 6th trial, the scene before his eyes changed again as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. Originally, they were in the middle of a desert. Yet now, the scene before his eyes changed. The desert had vanished, and it was replaced by a bamboo forest. Moreover, there was a stone tablet standing in the middle of the bamboo forest. The surface of the stone tablet was as smooth as a mirror. It did not seem special at all. However, the stone tablet that did not seem special immediately attracted the attention of Duan Ling Tian and the others. This was because the stone tablet was the only thing that seemed special in the bamboo forest. There was nothing special about the rest that attracted their attention. Congratulations on passing the 6th checkpoint. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were paying attention to the stone tablet, Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, spoke again. His voice clearly entered Duan Ling Tian and the others' ears. The stone tablet in front of you contains a divine ability I left behind. I obtained this divine ability by accident in a Devata realm, so it didn't have a name. After I mastered it, I called it the 13 Green Lotus Swords. The 13 Green Lotus Swords is a sword-type divine ability. It's divided into 13 swords. Moreover, the power of the 13 swords can be stacked together to unleash their full power. As long as you master the 4th sword of the 13 Green Lotus Swords, its power would be comparable to the top sword divine abilities in the mundane realms. The 5th sword would be comparable to the most ordinary sword divine abilities in the Devata realms. The 6th sword strike, the 7th sword strike, and even the 13th sword strike are even stronger. When Li Bai's words reached the ears of Duan Ling Tian and the others, their eyes lit up. The meaning of Li Bai's words was clear. The 13 Green Lotus Swords was clearly not an ordinary divine ability from the Devata realms. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of a sudden, the 4 people, including Duan Ling Tian, couldn't help but take a deep breath. When they looked at the stone tablet again, their eyes lit up. I wonder if this stone tablet that contains the divine ability, 13 Green Lotus Swords, can be comprehended by multiple people? Just as Duan Ling Tian had this thought in his mind, Li Bai's voice rang out again. This stone tablet that contains the divine ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, can be comprehended by many people. As long as you place your hand on it, you'll be able to comprehend it. However, after the first person places his hand on it, the stone tablet will disappear after 3 days and 3 nights. I hope that some of you will be able to remember the 13 green lotus swords. I also hope that one day, I'll be able to meet someone who has completely comprehended the 13 green lotus swords. Although we're not master and disciple, we can still drink and chat happily. These words also revealed Li Bai's fondness for wine. However, what caught Duanling Tian and the others' attention was on Li Bai's words about allowing many people to comprehend it. This meant they could comprehend the 13 green lotus swords at the same time without having to think about who would be the one to comprehend it. Let's go! Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he saw Han Xueqi, Zhang and Lu Xia looking at him expectantly. Then, he took the lead and walked to the stone tablet that contained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Swoosh! Duanling Tian took the lead and placed his hand on the stone tablet. Swoosh! 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 Han Xueqi and the others placed their hands on the stone tablet as well. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian and the others closed their eyes. This is, almost at the same time when Duanling Tian placed his hand on the stone tablet and closed his eyes, a black figure appeared in his mind. The figure was completely black, but based on the figure's body, it seemed to be a man. Could it be Li Bai? Duanling Tian thought to himself. However, his thoughts were soon dispelled. This was because the black figure had moved. Swoosh! As soon as a sword appeared in the black figure's hand, he made his move at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, he left several afterimages in his wake. Following that, the sword tore through the air and shot forward. The tip of the sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The first green lotus sword. At the same time, this thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind without warning. He knew the black figure sword was the first sword of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Swoosh! Whoosh! Just as Duanling Tian was immersed in the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords, he realized something. Above the black silhouette that attacked, another solid silhouette appeared. Furthermore, without affecting the posture of the first sword, it attacked again. Green Lotus second sword. In Duanling Tian's mind, another thought appeared without warning. It also made him realize, the second sword of the 13 green lotus sword summoning had also appeared. Green Lotus third sword. Green Lotus fourth sword. Green Lotus fifth sword. 12th green lotus sword. 13th green lotus sword. In just a blink of an eye, before Duanling Tian could react, the black figure had already performed the complete 13 green lotus swords. From the moment that figure displayed the first sword to the complete set of the 13 green lotus swords, only a blink of an eye had passed. Duanling Tian's reaction was barely able to keep up with the first 3 strikes. However, when the fourth sword began, even Duanling Tian could not keep up with the speed of the fourth sword. Fast. It's too fast. The speed of the swords is heaven-defying. Duanling Tian could not help but feel shocked as these thoughts appeared in his mind. He did not expect this. Even he who had comprehended the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, would not be able to keep up with the speed of the fourth sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, the power of the 13 swords overlapped in the end. If this isn't a demonstration, the power must be terrifying. After all, according to Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, as long as one comprehends the fifth sword of the 13 green lotus swords, the power of the 13 green lotus swords would be comparable to ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms. If one were to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords and cast it, the power of the 13 green lotus swords would be comparable to many high-grade divine abilities in the Devata realms. Duanling Tian could not help but think to himself when he recalled Li Bai's message. It was also because of this that his eyes flickered with an even brighter light. It was as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. In fact, in Duanling Tian's opinion, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was no different from a peerless treasure. Even if I've only mastered the fifth sword of the 13 green lotus swords, my strength will increase by a level. If I master the remaining 8 swords, my strength will increase by a few levels. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew it would be difficult to master even the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, let alone the remaining 8 swords, which were even more difficult. However, the most important thing now is to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Only then can I be considered to have mastered it. However, if I want to master it, I'll have to memorize every single sword in the 13 green lotus swords. If he could not even memorize the trajectories of the 13 green lotus swords, how could he possibly comprehend and master this divine ability? I've comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword, a Sword Tao mental cultivation method. However, when I first studied the 13 green lotus swords, I only managed to see the trajectories of the first 3 swords. If it were Han Xueqi and the other 2, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to see the first sword clearly. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the black figure who had demonstrated the 13 green lotus swords in his mind earlier was preparing to perform the 13 green lotus swords again. In fact, he was right. Whether it was Han Xueqi, Zhang Yi, or Lu Xia, when the black figure demonstrated the 13 green lotus swords for the first time, they could not even catch the trajectory of the first sword. Before they could even react to the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords, all 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords had already been demonstrated. Although the process of comprehending the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, was said to take 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 24:33. When the black figure demonstrated the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, for the 31st time, Zhang Yi finally captured the trajectory of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I can finally see it clearly. Zhang Yi could not help but feel excited when he saw the trajectory of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After all, he was on the brink of despair earlier. However, now that he had captured the trajectory of the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords, his heart that had almost sunk to the bottom of the abyss was suddenly reinvigorated. It was as though he had been reborn. However, he knew the divine ability of the 13 green lotus swords. In order to completely memorize the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, he had to clearly see the trajectory of each sword. Otherwise, he would only be able to see the sword and remember the process. I have 3 days and 3 nights. I don't expect to memorize the 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. I only hope to memorize the first 6 or 7 swords. Zhang Yi was not very ambitious. He only hoped to memorize the 6th or 7th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Even if he could only memorize the 6th sword, he would be satisfied. After all, mastering the 5th sword of the 13 green lotus swords was comparable to a divine ability in the Devata realms. If he could memorize the 6th or 7th sword, the power he would be able to display would be even greater. Although it had only been 15 minutes, he had already memorized the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, he knew very well that the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords was faster than the second sword. Of the 13 swords of green lotus, each sword was faster than the previous one. The time it took for him to see the second sword would definitely be much longer than the time it took for him to see the first sword. As it turned out, Zhang Yi had memorized the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. After 2 hours, he finally memorized the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. At this time, Han Xueqi had also memorized the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. As for Lu Xia, it took her another half an hour to memorize the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I can finally memorize the 10th sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally memorized the 10th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. There were only 3 swords left that he could not memorize. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and the other 2 were unaware of Duan Lingtian's current progress. Otherwise, they would have been angered to the point of vomiting blood. The 3 of them had fought with all their might, but they were only able to see the first and second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had clearly seen the 10th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. This also meant that as long as Duan Lingtian could see the last 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, he would have completely memorized the divine ability. At that time, his hand would be able to leave the stone tablet, and he would be able to comprehend and master this divine ability on his own. Of course, all of this would need to be completed within 3 days and 3 nights. However, judging from Duan Lingtian's current progress, it was almost certain that he would be able to memorize all 13 swords of the 13 green lotus within 3 days and 3 nights. It's also because I've comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see the trajectories of the first 10 moves of the 13 green lotus swords so quickly. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. The reason he could see the trajectories of the first 10 moves of the 13 green lotus swords so quickly was due to the sovereign heart sword. At this rate, I should only need half a day to see all the trajectories of the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence when he thought of this. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. After half a day, Duan Lingtian could only see the trajectories of the 12th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. The speed of the 13 green lotus swords becomes more and more exaggerated as it progresses toward the end. I've underestimated it. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to be complacent. He earnestly grasped the trajectories of the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords, which was also the last sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Another half a day went by. I'm still lacking a little. After a while, I should be able to see all 13 swords clearly. In the end, Duan Lingtian spent another half a day before he could see all the trajectories of the 13th sword of the 13 green lotus swords clearly. At this point, he could finally see all the trajectories of the 13 green lotus swords clearly. This meant that now, even if the stone tablet disappeared, he could still comprehend and master the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, on his own. Finally, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief before he opened his eyes and removed his hand from the stone tablet. Instantly, the black figure that was still demonstrating the 13 green lotus swords in his mind vanished into thin air. It was as though it had never been there before. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could see that whether it was Han Xueqi, Zhang Yi, or Lu Xia, all of them were frowning as they placed their hands on the stone tablet. Their eyes were tightly shut. It was obvious they were trying their best to see the trajectories of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. There's still a day and a half left. I hope they can see as many swords as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since he had experienced it before, he knew how difficult it was to see all the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, clearly. It was not that he looked down on Han Xueqi and the other two. It was just that he did not think Han Xueqi and the other two would be able to see all the 13 green lotus swords. They might not even be able to see the first 10 swords. After all, the 13 green lotus swords were faster than the previous one. I can't help them. I can only rely on them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he stood at the side and began to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, that he had memorized. Earlier, he had only memorized the 13 green lotus swords and had not begun to comprehend it. Now, he had begun to comprehend it. A day and a half passed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! With a soft sound, not only did the stone tablet that Han Xueqi and the other two had placed their hands on disappear, but their surroundings changed as well. This time, they appeared in a dazzling hall. It was none other than the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, finally regained his senses. A day and a half has passed? Duan Lingtian finally realized he had been comprehending the 13 green lotus swords for a day and a half. Although it's only been a day and a half, I've already mastered the first sword of the 13 green lotus swords. Moreover, I've already comprehended half of the second sword of the 13 green lotus swords. I'm sure I'll be able to master it in 2 more days. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he thought about this. At the same time, he looked at Han Xueqi and the other two who had just regained their senses. What's the situation with all of you? How many swords of the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, have you memorized? Brother Lingtian, I've only memorized 4 swords. Han Xueqi had just regained her senses when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She could not help but smile wryly as she said, "It seems like I'm really not suited to use swords. I'm not fated with the 13 green lotus swords either." Although the first 4 swords of the 13 green lotus swords were powerful, it was only comparable to a peak divine ability in the mundane realm. For this reason, even if Han Xueqi comprehended the 13 green lotus swords in the future, she would only be able to master the 4th sword at most. After all, that was all she could remember. Although Duan Lingtian had memorized a lot, before he completely mastered the 13 green lotus swords, he would not be able to share this divine ability with others. This was similar to the divine abilities in the mundane realm. What about the two of you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhang Yi and Lu Xia. I've only memorized 3 swords. Lu Xia smiled wryly and helplessly. Even if she successfully comprehended and mastered the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, in terms of strength, it was not as powerful as the offensive divine ability from the mundane realm that she had mastered. For this reason, she had no intention of comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. I've memorized 6 swords. If I had 2 more hours, I'm confident I'd be able to memorize the 7th sword. What a pity. Zhang Yi sighed. However, he was already satisfied with this result. After all, even if he had only memorized the first 6 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, once he comprehended and mastered them in the future, the power of the 13 green lotus swords would surpass the most ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms. It's good that you managed to memorize 6 swords. Duan Lingtian no longer harbored any hope for Zhang Yi when he heard about Han Xueqi and Lu Xia's results. He did not expect Zhang Yi would give him such a pleasant surprise. Based on this, it was clear that Zhang Yi was talented. Zhang Yi's talent in the sword Dao was extraordinary. 6 swords. Han Xueqi and Lu Xia were shocked when they heard Zhang Yi's words. They did not expect the gap between them and Zhang Yi would be so wide. Zhang Yi, congratulations. If you're able to comprehend and master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords when you become an eminent celestial, coupled with the celestial sword you obtained, your strength will be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Lu Xia congratulated Zhang Yi. Coupled with the other techniques from the celestial master sect, your strength will be comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. A hint of envy could be seen in Lu Xia's eyes when she finished speaking. I was just lucky. Zhang Yi replied humbly. I was just lucky, Zhang Yi replied humbly. Brother Lingtian, how many swords of the 13 green lotus swords did you manage to memorize? Han Xueqi asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. She seemed to have recalled something when Zhang Yi was acting humble in front of Lu Xia. When Zhang Yi and Lu Xia heard Han Xueqi's words, they immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian. A hint of curiosity and anticipation could be seen in their eyes. They wanted to know as well. Chapter 24-34. 13 Swords. Faced with Han Xueqi and the other two's burning gazes, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and spat out 3 words in a neither fast nor slow manner. 13 Swords. Han Xueqi and the others were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although they knew Duan Lingtian must have seen and memorized most of the swords in the 13 green lotus swords, they were still shocked. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would say he had seen and memorized the 13 swords. After all, the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, only had a total of 13 swords. Now that Duan Lingtian said he had seen and memorized the 13 green lotus swords, it meant he had completely memorized the 13 green lotus swords. It was only a matter of time before he comprehended and mastered the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian, did you really see and memorize the 13 green lotus swords? A hint of suspicion could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. She did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, the 13 green lotus swords was considered a remarkable divine ability even in the Devata realms. Moreover, she had personally experienced the difficulty of comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. For this reason, she did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of seeing and memorizing the 13 green lotus swords. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted indifferently when he saw Lu Xia's skeptical gaze. I won't bother to explain this matter. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, there was no emotion in his tone. It was neither happy nor sad. Initially, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Lu Xia. Even after that, under Rongbo's threat, Lu Xia hesitated and even revealed that she wanted to expel him from the small group. Therefore, he did not hold it against her. He could understand her. Of course, although he could understand Lu Xia, it was impossible for him to treat Lu Xia the way he did in the beginning. Now that Lu Xia had doubted him, He was extremely displeased. Was there a need for him, Duan Ling Tian, to lie? He, Duan Ling Tian, really disdained to say such a lie. Lu Xia felt slightly embarrassed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She regretted her words earlier. If she had a chance to do it all over again, she would not have said it even if she still doubted Duan Ling Tian. I'm doomed. Lu Xia felt bitter. Now, I've offended him again. Even if I continue to follow him, I'm afraid I won't be able to gain anything. When Lu Xia thought of this, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Brother Ling Tian, I believe in you. Han Xueqi was already displeased when Lu Xia doubted her brother Ling Tian. Now that she heard her brother Ling Tian's emotionless words, she looked at Lu Xia coldly with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Duan Ling Tian has no need to lie. Zhang Yi spoke up at this moment. His thoughts were the same as his words. He did not think Duan Ling Tian was lying. Putting aside the fact that he had learned a lot about Duan Ling Tian throughout their journey, he knew Duan Ling Tian was a person who disdained to lie. Even if he did not know Duan Ling Tian well, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would lie because there was no need for him to do so. When Han Xueqi and Zhang Yi's words entered Lu Xia's ears, she felt as though she was being pricked by needles. Her face turned green and pale. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Xia looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, I don't think it's necessary for me to continue following all of you. Let's part ways here. After she finished speaking, she prepared to leave the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial, on her own. Wait. However, Duan Ling Tian called out when Lu Xia was about to leave. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, if we find another celestial supreme treasure later on, no matter what kind of celestial supreme treasure it is, it'll belong to you. I, Duan Ling Tian, won't do anything unfair just because of what you said. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly. Is that so? Lu Xia did not look happy when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Instead, she sneered. Duan Ling Tian, I think you want me to continue following all of you so that you can let me die in the treasure vault, right? What do you mean? No matter how good-tempered Duan Ling Tian was, he could not help but feel enraged. If he wanted Lu Xia to die, would she still be alive now? Lu Xia, what did you say? Han Xueqi was furious. Lu Xia dared to question her brother Ling Tian's character? Lu Xia, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yi's expression changed. He never thought that Lu Xia would suddenly say such a thing, directly questioning Ling Tian's character. Am I wrong? Lu Xia sneered. Duan Ling Tian, it's not hard to tell from the strength you've displayed. If you didn't deliberately conceal your strength, how could Wang Shi have died? You suspect I deliberately caused Wang Shi's death. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. Previously, Wang Shi had died in the human-ranked treasure vault because he did not expect the difficulty to increase by a few times. Due to this reason, he did not even have the time to cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, Wang Shi had died in there. However, it was not that he deliberately concealed his strength and caused Wang Shi's death. It was just that he did not have time to unleash his full strength at that time. However, Lu Xia was accusing him of deliberately concealing his strength and causing Wang Shi's death? Am I wrong? The sneer on Lu Xia's face grew wider after she had shed all pretense of cordiality with Duan Ling Tian. With the strength you displayed, it's easy for you to pass the trial. If you didn't hold back, Wang Shi wouldn't have died. Based on what you're saying, I deliberately caused his death. Duan Ling Tian was so angry that he laughed. Why would I want to cause his death? Isn't it because he hesitated when Rongbo asked us to expel you from the group? It's not surprising that you killed him because of your resentment. Lu Xia sneered. Based on what you're saying, I should hold a grudge against you as well. If that's the case, why did I let you live until now? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Who knows? Perhaps, you just want to pretend to be a good person in front of Zhang Yi. Right now, Lu Xia had completely given up. She had completely revealed the ruthless side that she had been hiding in the depths of her heart. Lu Xia, Duan Ling Tian isn't that kind of person. Zhang Yi, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but frown. Zhang Yi, You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. I advise you to be careful. After Lu Xia said this to Zhang Yi, she turned around and left. The heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, was located in the underground palace. If one continued to advance, one would encounter obstacles at the back. However, if one retreated, one would not encounter any obstacles and could smoothly leave the underground palace. Zhang Yi, do you also think I intentionally caused Wang Shi's death? After Lu Xia left, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi and asked with a self-deprecating smile. Of course not, Zhang Yi said with a serious expression on his face. Although I've thought about that after witnessing your true strength, I believe that Wang Shi died because you didn't have time to unleash your full strength. It's impossible for you to intentionally cause Wang Shi's death. If you really wanted to kill Wang Shi and Lu Xia, you could have just killed them. Even if you didn't kill them, there's no need for you to bring them along with you. Zhang Yi spoke from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. The gloominess he felt when he was forced to stay behind disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was enough for him to have Zhang Yi's trust. Let's go. Let's go check out the 7th test. After Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, they continued to make their way to the 7th test. After the 9th test, Duan Lingtian discovered the sword Dao left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. However, since Duan Lingtian had learned from Zhang Yi that it was only an incomplete legacy left behind by Li Bai, he did not have high hopes for it. However, since he was already here, Duan Lingtian decided to complete the last 3 tests in the heaven-ranked treasure vault. While Duan Lingtian was leading Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi to the next test, Lu Xia left. The more she thought about the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, she felt even more indignant. If it weren't for Wang Shi and I, they wouldn't have been able to find this place. In the end, she continued to spread the news about the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. It did not take long before a large group of people learned about the heaven-ranked treasure vault. The heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial? Li Bai is a legend in Yan Huang realm. I didn't expect him to become a great overarching golden celestial in less than 1,000 years after he ascended to the Devata realm. There's a celestial sword in the heaven-ranked treasure vault? Moreover, there's a divine ability from the Devata realm? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. What's the rush? We're all bodiless celestials. There's no way we can enter the treasure vault. We only have a chance to obtain the celestial sword. As for the divine abilities in Sword Dao, we can't snatch them away. More and more people appeared outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Most of these people were bodiless celestials. Because they were loose immortals, they could only look at the heaven-ranked treasure vault in front of them enviously because they were restricted from entering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 24:35. Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Zhang Yi had successfully passed through the 7th obstacle in the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, and returned to the Grand Hall. At this moment, they heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. By the time they regained their senses, they had already discovered that there were over a dozen figures around them. Zhang Yi. One of the figures recognized Zhang Yi and said, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually found the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. The person who recognized Zhang Yi was a young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. When he looked at Zhang Yi and spoke to him, it was as though he was looking down on Zhang Yi. It was as though he was an emperor looking down on his subjects. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yi did not expect to meet the white-clad young man here. His expression changed immediately. You. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? The white-robed young man whom Zhang Yi addressed as Zhang Yunfei could not help but laugh when he heard Zhang Yi's words. What? Are you unhappy to see me? I heard that the celestial sword in the heaven-ranked treasure vault was obtained by someone called Zhang Yi. I thought it was someone with the same name as you. After all, It's impossible for trash like you to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhang Yunfei narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them. Zhang Yi, hand over the celestial sword. Humph. As soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. A few of the hot-tempered ones among the dozen or so people couldn't help but snort coldly. Zhang Yunfei, is it? You can't have the celestial sword just because you want it. Those who saw it have a share. If you want the celestial sword, you'll have to go through me first. If you want the celestial sword in his hand, you'll have to go through me first. When the hot-tempered people took the lead, the rest of the people began to speak as well. Their gazes turned even colder as they looked at Zhang Yunfei. With just you guys? Zhang Yunfei could not help but sneer when he heard the words of these people. His tone turned even colder as he said in a deep voice, "Since all of you are in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Almost as soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking, boom! Boundless Saint Qi burst out of his body in the blink of an eye, and this Saint Qi was filled with an aura that was even more powerful than Saint Qi. Celestial origin energy? An eminent celestial. He's an eminent celestial. When they sensed Zhang Yunfei's aura, most of the people's expressions changed. Half-step celestial? Do you think you're the only half-step immortal? There were also two people who remained calm. Celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin energy surged out of their bodies, revealing they were eminent celestials. Two half-step immortals? Zhang Yunfei did not expect there to be two eminent celestials among the dozen or so people who came with him. He was slightly taken aback. What? Are you afraid? The two half-step immortals sneered. Afraid? Zhang Yunfei smiled brightly. You better pray that you're not ordinary eminent celestials. Otherwise, you'll definitely die within 2 breaths. Not only was Zhang Yunfei not afraid of facing two eminent celestials, but he even smiled confidently as he said, "That's right." Could it be? Upon hearing Zhang Yunfei's confident words, the two eminent celestials looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They thought of one possibility. Zhang Yunfei might be an eminent celestial whose strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, how would he dare to make such a bold claim? While the two eminent celestials were looking at each other and trying to figure out what was going on, the span of a breath had already passed. Boom, 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 boom. An earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in the air. A thunder sword that was completely condensed from celestial origin energy and saint origin had appeared in Zhang Yunfei's hand. When he swung the thunder sword, a sea of clouds appeared in the sky above the magnificent hall. The sea of clouds was purple and white, illuminating the surroundings with a white light. Purple lightning flashed in and out of the sea of clouds as it merged with the white light. At this moment, it seemed as though Zhang Yunfei had brought a thundercloud into the underground palace. Destructive celestial thunder. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He exclaimed in shock, He has mastered this celestial method as well. Celestial method? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yi's exclamation. He had heard about celestial methods from Hua Lao. He knew it was a celestial method from the Devata realms. It was similar to martial techniques in the Devata realms that could be used together with divine abilities. However, the celestial technique required celestial origin energy to be activated. For this reason, Hua Lao did not have the time to teach Zhang Yi the celestial method even though he knew about it. After all, when Hua Lao left him, he was still far from becoming an eminent celestial. Eminent celestials were able to cultivate celestial methods since their saint origin was mixed with celestial origin energy. This is a celestial method. When Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically, the two eminent celestials realized that Zhang Yunfei was using a celestial technique. Their expressions changed drastically as well. After all, celestial methods were techniques from the Devata realms. Once an eminent celestial cultivated a celestial method to a certain level, their strength would be comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Zhang Yunfei's celestial technique made them feel a strong sense of danger. It made them realize that Zhang Yunfei was not weak at all. Perhaps, Zhang Yunfei's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial after he cast his celestial method. Brother, I don't want his celestial sword anymore. I'll give it to you. That's right. Brother, I don't want his celestial sword anymore. I'll leave now. The two eminent celestials hastily expressed their intentions to Zhang Yunfei as soon as they sensed the crisis. Then they began to retreat, intending to leave this dangerous place. It's too late. However, just as they were about to leave, Zhang Yunfei's celestial origin energy, which was mixed with saint origin energy, surged again. It was as though a pool of calm water had suddenly boiled. Assist-type divine ability. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly sense the divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the underground palace was being absorbed by Zhang Yunfei's saint origin. Although this assist-type divine ability was not as powerful as the elementary devouring tactic, it was still very powerful. It was much more powerful than the assist-type divine abilities in the mundane realms. Zhang Yunfei's strength is not any weaker than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Just as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, boom, 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 a purple and white light descended from the sky. The two eminent celestials who were trying to flee did not even have time to react before they were enveloped by the lightning. After the lightning disappeared, the two eminent celestials were nowhere to be seen. They were dead. Spare us, my lord. My lord. We had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare us, my lord. The remaining people were horrified when they saw the two eminent celestials who were stronger than them had been killed by Zhang Yunfei in just a blink of an eye. Some of them even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Humph. However, Zhang Yunfei turned a blind eye to the begging of the group of people and pressed down with his hand. In just a blink of an eye, another bolt of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds in the sky. It seemed as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. In just a blink of an eye, the remaining people were killed by Zhang Yunfei. Is he the eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master sect? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Yi. It's not him. Zhang Yi shook his head. The person I mentioned is his brother, Zhang Yunting. Before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Zhang Yunfei's strength was only comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the very least, I didn't know he had cultivated the Celestial Master sect's celestial method, the destructive celestial thunder. His brother, Zhang Yunting, is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial because he has mastered the divine ability from the Devata realm, the destructive celestial thunder, and a celestial supreme treasure, Zhang Yi said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhang Yunting? Duan Lingtian nodded, remembering this person. Does this mean his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial if he obtains your celestial sword? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Zhang Yi smiled wryly. However, the celestial supreme treasure in his brother's possession was given to his brother by the Celestial Master sect, right? Now that Zhang Yunfei has cultivated the destructive celestial thunder, the Celestial Master sect will give him a celestial supreme treasure, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. No. Zhang Yi shook his head. The Celestial Master sect only has 2 celestial supreme treasures. One of them is usually given to the most outstanding disciple in the sect. The other one is in the hands of the sect leader of the Celestial Master sect. Unless something happened to his brother, it's impossible for him to obtain the celestial supreme treasure that has been passed down for generations. Zhang Yi added. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. If this was the case, Duan Lingtian could understand. Chapter 2436. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian learned that Zhang Yi's strength had reached a certain level. Even if Zhang Yunfei had mastered the destructive celestial thunder and his strength was comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, it was impossible for him to obtain a celestial supreme treasure from the Celestial Master sect since his brother, Zhu Yu, had done it. For this reason, He could only rely on himself to obtain a celestial supreme treasure. Now that he knew Zhang Yi had a celestial sword, there was no way he would miss this opportunity. Zhang Yi, hand over the celestial sword and kowtow to me 3 times. If you do that, I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Zhang Yunfei said in a condescending tone as he looked at Zhang Yi coldly. He was like the Grim Reaper who could kill Zhang Yi at any time. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. His body trembled violently from anger. Although he was angry, he knew he was no match for Zhang Yunfei at this moment. Smack! A soft sound rang in the air. Zhang Yi was stunned when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Immediately after, a figure beside him stepped forward and stood in front of him to protect him. Is that so? The person who stepped forward was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Why do I feel like today is the day you die? Zhang Yunfei. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he stood in front of Zhang Yi and looked at Zhang Yunfei calmly. Although Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm, a hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Yi was a friend he had acknowledged from the bottom of his heart. However, someone dared to threaten to kill his friend in front of him. How could he, Duan Ling Tian's friend, be killed so easily? Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and spoke, Zhang Yunfei finally shifted his gaze from Zhang Yi to Duan Ling Tian. Brat, you're seeking death. The moment he looked at Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Yunfei's eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a monstrous killing intent. At the same time, his celestial origin energy and saint origin energy surged out and enveloped Zhang Yunfei like a ball of fire. Die! Zhang Yunfei didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with Duan Ling Tian. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed it towards Duan Ling Tian. Almost at the same time Zhang Yunfei attacked. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the thunderclouds in the sky that were originally showing signs of dispersing gathered together once again, erupting with a dazzling purple and white light that enveloped Duan Ling Tian. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi had no time to react. Humph! Duan Ling Tian scoffed indifferently in the face of Zhang Yunfei's destructive celestial thunder. Then, he raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was none other than the celestial sword in his hand. At the same time, the energy in his body flowed through his 99 saint veins into the celestial sword. Swoosh! 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 The celestial sword that had been infused with Duan Ling Tian's energy began to shine brightly. Streaks of sword radiance shot out from the immortal sword. Sword-wielding art. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword flew out of his hand to meet the destructive celestial thunder. As a celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder's power was, naturally, extraordinary. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang in the air as the destructive celestial thunder swept past. It was so powerful that it seemed capable of suppressing everything. Swoosh! However, the destructive celestial thunder that seemed capable of suppressing everything was blocked by Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The destructive celestial thunder hovered in the air as though it had come to a standstill. A powerful energy surged out of the void where Duan Ling Tian's celestial sword was about to pierce the destructive celestial thunder. Both parties were evenly matched for a brief moment. Naturally, the standstill did not last long. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air, followed by billowing airwaves. Even Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were blasted away, causing them to suffer some injuries from the aftershock of the energy. Boom! 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 Explosions rang in the air as the air in the air seemed to have been sucked dry. This was because they were not in the mundane realm. Otherwise, the collision of the two forces just now would have been enough to leave countless cracks in the void. This was because the collision of the two energies was comparable to a full-powered battle between two four-tribulation bodiless celestials. After a long while, the scene finally calmed down. At this moment, the result of the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Yunfei finally came to an end. They were evenly matched and neither had the upper hand. This was because Duan Ling Tian did not have the time to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and he did not cast the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the body and sword fusion. Otherwise, how could a mere Zhang Yunfei possibly be able to fight him to a draw? It seems like you're Duan Ling Tian from the Saint Province realm. You're quite strong. With just the celestial sword and celestial method, you're comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yunfei said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. You know me? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yunfei's words. However, Zhang Yunfei ignored Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yi and said through voice transmission, Zhang Yi, if you give me the celestial sword and let me kill this man, I'll give you the celestial sword. Apart from that, I won't compete with you for the incomplete legacy left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, Li Bai. Not only that, I can even help you pass through the later stages so you can obtain the incomplete legacy. When Zhang Yunfei communicated with Zhang Yi through voice transmission, he no longer had the condescending tone he used when talking to Zhang Yi. Instead, he sounded very polite. Zhang Yunfei's change in attitude was due to the fact that he was in a passive position. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He did not expect Zhang Yi to have someone who was as strong as him. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, he was confident he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian after obtaining the celestial sword. In other words, the key to killing Duan Ling Tian lay in Zhang Yi. As for the promise he made to Zhang Yi through voice transmission, it was just a casual remark. Once he obtained the celestial sword and killed this young man from the Saint Province realm, he would kill Zhang Yi as well. At that time, apart from obtaining the two celestial swords, he would also be able to obtain Li Bai's legacy. One could say that Zhang Yi's wishful thinking was well thought out. Now that everything was ready, all he needed was one final push. Zhang Yi was the key to this push. It all depended on whether Zhang Yi would give him the celestial sword. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yi naturally knew what Zhang Yunfei was thinking. He shook his head and said, even if I give you the celestial sword, you're still no match for Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Yunfei did not expect Zhang Yi to repeat his words. His expression changed drastically as he said, Zhang Yi, you're seeking death. Naturally, he did not believe Zhang Yi's words. He thought Zhang Yi was trying to boost Duan Ling Tian's morale. Zhang Yi. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Yi and said indifferently, since he thinks he can defeat me with the celestial sword, there's no harm in you giving him the celestial sword. Just as well, I want to see how strong he'll become with the celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian had an indifferent expression on his face when he finished speaking. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zhang Yi raised his hand and took out the celestial sword and threw it to Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei, you'll know I'm not lying to you. Smack. When Zhang Yunfei caught the celestial sword from Zhang Yi, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Especially after confirming that the sword in his hand was indeed a celestial supreme treasure. An ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. However, even though he had an ominous premonition, he knew that there was no turning back. He had no other choice at this moment. They're just bluffing. They must be deliberately mystifying things. Zhang Yunfei comforted himself as he attacked again with the celestial sword in his hand. Not only did he cast the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm, but he also cast the destructive celestial thunder. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Zhang Yunfei braced himself to attack Duan Ling Tian, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Ling Tian. The whirlpool only appeared for a moment before it disappeared again. Regardless of whether it was Han Xueqi or Zhang Yi, they did not have the time to see the vortex clearly. However, that did not mean Zhang Yunfei did not see it. That's an assist-type divine ability? As someone who had mastered assist-type divine abilities from the Devata realm, Zhang Yunfei could vaguely tell Duan Ling Tian had cast an assist-type divine ability. Moreover, the assist-type divine ability seemed to be on par with the assist-type divine ability he had cast. This was because his assist-type divine ability had lost to Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability during the fight for the Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy. Even so, he still managed to obtain enough Heaven and Earth Spirit Energy. With this celestial supreme treasure, my current strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he cast an assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm, he'll only be able to tie with me at most. Chapter 24:37. As the saying went, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. After a few moments, Zhang Yunfei finally understood the meaning of this saying. Destructive celestial thunder. The immortal technique, the destructive immortal thunder, that Zhang Yunfei cast with his immortal sword was naturally incomparable to the one he cast earlier. It was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack. It was much more powerful compared to when he did not have the celestial sword. Sword-wielding art. In the face of Zhang Yunfei's celestial technique, the destructive celestial thunder, Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial sword in his hand away. In the eyes of the onlookers, it looked like a casual toss of the celestial sword. Similar to Zhang Yunfei, Duan Lingtian was also using the same technique. However, before he tossed the celestial sword away, he had infused his energy into the celestial sword through the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, the sword-wielding art he cast this time was much more powerful than the sword-wielding art he had cast before. In fact, it was much more powerful than the sword-wielding art. Boom! The destructive celestial thunder struck with a thunderous force as though it could annihilate everything. Swoosh! The immortal sword tore through the sky like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, and it moved to greet the immortal lightning of destruction that approached menacingly and with a vast impetus. After a few moments, the celestial sword and the destructive celestial thunder collided again. However, this time, there was no brief pause. The previous pause was due to the strength of the celestial sword and the destructive celestial thunder. For this reason, the two of them were in a stalemate for a brief moment before they cancelled each other out. This time, when the celestial sword rose into the air, it exuded a force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was even more powerful than the destructive celestial thunder. Boom! 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 Waves of earth-shattering noises spread out, and terrifying waves of air were compressed into waves of shock waves that swept out in all directions, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the destructive celestial thunder could not withstand a single blow from this force. It was instantly suppressed and annihilated. Wow! Zhang Yunfei's body shook when his celestial technique was broken. His face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and then he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Blood stained the ground, dazzling and eye-catching. How is this possible? The destructive immortal thunder that I just used is comparable to the attack of a 5th tribulation bodiless celestial. When Zhang Yunfei looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not accept this fact. Humph! Zhang Yi scoffed when he heard Zhang Yunfei's words. He said indifferently, Duan Lingtian can even kill a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're just an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Pei Kuan Shan, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, was still vivid in Zhang Yi's mind. Therefore, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to destroy Zhang Yunfei's celestial technique with a single strike. What? He killed a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yunfei trembled when he heard Zhang Yi's words. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect this. He did not expect this purple-clad young man to be so powerful. Damn it! Who spread the news about the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial? Li Bai. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm who obtained the celestial sword, is capable of killing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, Zhang Yunfei could no longer muster up any fighting spirit in front of Duan Lingtian. If it was before Duan Lingtian had destroyed his destructive immortal thunder, he would not have believed Zhang Yi's words. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. How did you find this place? Moreover, when you saw me taking out the celestial sword, you recognized me as someone from the Saint Province realm. You even know my name. Where did you hear this from? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhang Yunfei fiercely. Although he already had a vague guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. When Duan Lingtian had asked Zhang Yunfei about this, Zhang Yunfei had completely ignored him. However, now that Zhang Yunfei had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, I heard about this from someone else. It said that a heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial has appeared. Moreover, the great overarching golden celestial is Li Bai, the green lotus sword celestial from Yen Huang realm. The news also said that there are 3 people in the heaven-ranked treasure vault who possess celestial supreme treasures. The 3 people are Zhang Yi from Yen Huang realm, Duanling Tian, and Han Xuanai from the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yunfei did not dare to hide the truth from Zhang Yunfei. It must be Lu Xia. As soon as Zhang Yunfei finished speaking, Han Xuanai said with a dark expression on her face, apart from her, it's impossible for anyone to know my name and brother Ling Tian's. Lu Xia. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his body. Although he had a good temper, he could not help but fly into a rage when he found out Lu Xia had betrayed them after leaving the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Lu Xia was trying to get them killed. It's really her. At this moment, the guess in Duanling Tian's heart was confirmed. However, he still had a calm expression on his face as though he was not angry because of this matter. However, was this really the truth? Sword-wielding technique. Duanling Tian raised his hand, and the celestial sword that had returned to his hand shot out again. This time, not only did it contain the same amount of power as before, but it was also a preemptive strike. No. Zhang Yunfei did not expect Duanling Tian would suddenly make a move. His expression changed drastically as he hastily waved his celestial sword in an attempt to stop Duanling Tian from attacking him. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Spurt. A soft sound rang in the air as Zhang Yunfei's glabella was pierced. Blood gushed out from the wound. Even if Zhang Yunfei's reaction was fast, he would not be able to escape death if Duanling Tian wanted to kill him. After all, even if he had a celestial sword, his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Duanling Tian's current strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duanling Tian had used the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duanling Tian's strength would be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, Zhang Yunfei's death was justified. Swoosh. As soon as Zhang Yunfei was killed by Duanling Tian, Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duanling Tian would suddenly attack and kill Zhang Yunfei. What's wrong? Duanling Tian immediately noticed the change in Zhang Yi's expression. He looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know why Zhang Yi was behaving like this. Could it be that Zhang Yi did not want Zhang Yunfei to die? It's nothing. It's nothing. Although Zhang Yi shook his head, a hint of fear and anxiety could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Duanling Tian frowned when he saw this. He could tell Zhang Yi had something to say. It's nothing. Upon seeing Duanling Tian's reaction, Zhang Yi shook his head and said, I just remembered that when you killed Zhang Yunfei, his seniors must have received the recording as well. However, they can't do anything to you since they can't find you. Minor-major mirror image talisman? The first thing that came to Duanling Tian's mind was the minor-major mirror image talisman in the Saint Province realm. If a person had a minor mirror image talisman on him, when he was killed, the scene before his death would be transmitted to the major mirror image talisman and displayed in the form of a mirror image. However, when he died, I didn't sense the aura of a Dao talisman on him. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Although Duanling Tian's voice was not loud, Zhang Yi still heard him clearly. Although the minor-major mirror image talisman isn't called the minor-major mirror image talisman in Yen Huang realm, it's a very low-level technique. In Yen Huang realm, there are Dao talisman masters who can inscribe the Dao talisman on a person's body. When the person dies, the Dao talisman will transmit the mirror image talisman to another person. Moreover, it won't leave any traces behind, Zhang Yi said. Don't worry. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is huge. They won't be able to find you. Zhang Yi added. They won't be able to find me. What about you? When he died just now, the mirror image recorded by the talisman on his body probably included you as well, right? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he said. His senior must have recognized you as well, right? At this moment, Duanling Tian finally understood why Zhang Yi had lost his composure when Zhang Yunfei was killed. It doesn't matter. Xueqi smiled self-deprecatingly. At most, I won't return to the Celestial Master's sect after I leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Don't tell me there's no place for me in this world? If you're more valuable than Zhang Yunfei, does that mean the Celestial Master's sect won't make things difficult for you even if they find out you're involved in Zhang Yunfei's death? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes flashed. Of course. Zhang Yi nodded. That's why Zhang Yunfei dared to say he wanted to kill me earlier. Although my status in the Celestial Master sect isn't as high as his, I'm still considered one of the best among the younger generation in the Celestial Master sect. I've also inscribed the Tao Talisman on my body. As long as I die, the Mirror Image Talisman will be transmitted to my senior in the Celestial Master sect. However, even if news of Zhang Yunfei killing me reaches the Celestial Master sect, the Celestial Master sect will at most punish him. Chapter 2438. That was in the past. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but remind him. Don't forget that apart from possessing a celestial supreme treasure, you also possess an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. As long as you master the 5th sword of the 13 green lotus swords, it'll be equivalent to mastering a divine ability from a Devata realm. At that time, you'll be able to comprehend the assist-type divine ability passed down in the Celestial Master sect and master the Celestial method, the destructive Celestial Thunder. When you become an eminent Celestial, your strength will be comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless Celestial. Duan Lingtian said. Right now, I'm not qualified to comprehend the assist-type divine ability that has been passed down in the Celestial Master sect for generations, nor am I qualified to cultivate the immortal technique, destructive immortal thunder, which has been passed down in the Celestial Master sect for generations. Zhang Yi smiled bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I'm not overestimating you. Duan Lingtian continued to say. Let me ask you. If you master the 5th sword of the 13 green lotus swords and become an eminent celestial, your strength will be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At that time, if you return to the Celestial Master sect, will the people from the Celestial Master sect look for trouble with you because of Zhang Yunfei's death? That won't happen. Zhang Yi thought to himself for a moment before he shook his head and smiled wryly. It's not difficult to become an eminent celestial, but the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords aren't easy to comprehend. In this regard, Zhang Yi was quite self-aware. You've said it yourself. There's no need to worry about not having a place for you in this vast world. At most, you won't have to return to the Celestial Master sect before you master the first 5 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. If you master it, you can return to the Celestial Master sect. At that time, the Celestial Master sect won't punish you for Zhang Yunfei's death. Duan Lingtian said. That's the only way. Zhang Yi nodded. Right now, he had no other choice. Brother Lingtian, Lu Xia is too much. I didn't expect her to be so despicable. At this time, Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian angrily. I didn't expect that she would do that. Hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian thought of Lu Xia, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When he first met Lu Xia, he really felt that Lu Xia was a good person. But who would have thought that one could not judge a book by its cover? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's face tightened as he clenched his fists tightly. If he saw Lu Xia again, he would not show mercy. I'm afraid many bodiless celestials have gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the green lotus sword celestial. Zhang Yi said with a solemn expression. His tone was filled with fear. Han Xuanai nodded. She felt the same way. Since Lu Xia had spread the news, Zhang Yunfei and the other bodiless celestials must not be the only ones who had heard about it. Even the bodiless celestials must have heard about it and rushed over. However, since they could not enter the heaven-ranked treasure vault, they could only wait outside. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this topic. He called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi as he prepared to proceed to the next trial. He had already guessed there would be many bodiless celestials gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault. However, since things had already come to this, there was nothing he could do about it. The only thing he could do now was to raise his strength as much as possible before he left the heaven-ranked treasure vault. He wanted to be able to protect himself from the bodiless celestials who were like wolves and tigers after he left the heaven-ranked treasure vault. While Duanling Tian was about to proceed to the next trial, more and more people gathered outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, Li Bai. Naturally, only bodiless celestials were guarding outside. Most of the people who were not bodiless celestials had entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void, an inexplicable force converged to form a constantly changing image, like a mirror image. The image was the scene of Zhang Yunfei, the disciple of the Celestial Master sect, being killed by Duanling Tian. Zhang Yunfei had cast the celestial technique, the matchless celestial thunder, with a domineering aura. However, in the end, it could not block the sword of the purple-clad young man. Who's he? He's just an eminent celestial, but his strength is comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, an old man could be seen standing in front of the constantly changing image. The old man's appearance was quite similar to Zhang Yunfei's, especially his nose, which was exactly the same. He was none other than Zhang Yunfei's grandfather, one of the two great guardians of the Celestial Master sect, the left guardian of Dharma, Zhang Xueqi. He was also the strongest person in the Celestial Master sect, one of the three strongest people below the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest person in the Celestial Master sect was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Below him were 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Among the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, one was the sect leader of the Celestial Master sect, and the other two were the two guardians of the Celestial Master sect. I don't care who you are. I, Zhang Xueqi, will kill you for killing my grandson. Looking at the purple-clothed young man in the mirror image, Zhang Xueqi's throat moved a little as he unhurriedly spat out these words. His voice was filled with killing intent. As soon as he spoke, the temperature in the surroundings seemed to drop by a few degrees. This person. He seems familiar. Zhang Xueqi's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with anger. His gaze quickly fell on one of the other two people in the mirror image. It was a young man who looked familiar to Zhang Xueqi. Zhang Yi. After a while, Zhang Xueqi finally remembered that this young man was also a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect. Moreover, not only did he watch with folded arms, he seemed to recognize the purple-clothed young man who killed his grandson. Damn it! Damn it! Colluding with outsiders to kill a fellow disciple. Zhang Yi, this is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. At this moment, Zhang Xueqi's fury was no longer only vented on Duanling Tian. He even directed a portion of his fury at Zhang Yi. He wished he could tear Zhang Yi into 1,000 pieces as well. Zhang Xueqi was the strongest person from the Celestial Master sect who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, even though he knew who killed his grandson, he couldn't do anything to that person. Unless he could find that person in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. However, was that even possible? Zhang Xueqi knew it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find the person who had killed his grandson in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yi. As long as he returns to Yan Huang realm, I'll be able to stop him. As long as I can stop him, I'll be able to find out who killed Fei and avenge Fei. Soon after, Zhang Xueqi made up his mind. 2.5 years later, once he sensed the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yan Huang realm, he would immediately leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone and wait for Zhang Yi to take the bait. There are still 2.5 years left. I'll try to obtain 1 or 2 celestial supreme treasures in these 2.5 years. The moment Zhang Xueqi thought of this, he left in a flash to search for the Earth-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, he had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone for the celestial supreme treasures. In a human-ranked treasure vault in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Brother! A young man who looked exactly like Zhang Yunfei stared at the shattered soul bead in his hand. His eyes widened, and a murderous aura surged from his body, ready to burst out at any moment. The young man was dressed in a white robe with golden trimmings. He looked exactly like Zhang Yunfei. He was none other than Zhang Yunfei's twin brother, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Celestial Master sect. Zhang Yunteng. Zhang Yuntang did not expect to be greeted with such bad news as soon as he entered the human-ranked treasure vault and obtained the next clue about the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. His twin brother, Zhang Yunfei, was dead. Moreover, even if his younger brother was killed, he wouldn't know who killed him. The only way he could find the culprit was if he could find his grandfather, the left guardian of Dharma, one of the two great guardians of the Celestial Master sect. Because once his younger brother was killed, his grandfather would receive the mirror image of his younger brother's death in time and would know who killed his younger brother. I don't care who you are, which force you're from, or which realm you're from. You'll die for killing my brother. You'll die for sure. While muttering to himself, Zhang Yunting's voice gradually became louder and louder. It was filled with an extreme chill, causing the human-grade treasure trove to seemingly turn into a land of ice in an instant. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Zhang Yi had successfully obtained the inheritance left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Half a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? It's been half a year. So many people have gone in, but none of them have come out? The heaven-ranked treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial is so terrifying? Don't tell me all of them died in there? Outside the underground palace where the heaven-ranked treasure vault was left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, was located. A group of bodiless celestials looked at each other in confusion. Among them, those who had arrived first had been waiting here for half a year. Since a month ago, many bodiless celestials had left. Naturally, there were still many bodiless celestials who were waiting here. Most of the bodiless celestials who stayed behind were bodiless celestials with outstanding strength since most of them knew their limits and left. They knew even if someone came out of the underground palace, they would not be able to snatch anything with their strength. Naturally, there were also some bodiless celestials with weak strength who did not leave. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.